Hello and welcome. I'm Malika Kapoor, Deputy Global Editor of Bloomberg Live. I'm so pleased you could join us for this, the second day of the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. The Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global brings together business leaders and investors across the world to drive innovation and scale best practices in sustainable business and finance. Throughout the next 2 days, we'll leverage Bloomberg's unrivaled markets expertise to convene conversations uniquely focused on the risks and opportunities for corporate executives and forward-thinking investors in a 21st century economy. Yesterday, we had a truly inspiring set of speakers from across the business and finance worlds, and we touched on a whole host of important topics. Today, we hope to do the same, starting from this, the opening session. We just have a couple of housekeeping announcements to make to ensure you can all enjoy the program. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, just try to refresh your browser, or you can use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will be able to submit questions for our speakers during the interviews, and while we probably won't be able to get to all of you, we will do our best. So to submit a question, click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question that way. If you note your name and your location, we'll give you a shout out. Please engage with us on social media. We are active there. You can use the hashtag #SustainableBizSummit. And now we're ready to get started. And I'm very pleased to introduce my colleague, John Freyer, who will moderate the first panel.
Good morning and good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to our first session of day 2 of our Global Sustainable Business Summit. This morning, we will be talking about the EU Green Deal. As the US gears up for a whole new approach to climate under the Biden administration, Europe has been preparing its own huge response to the climate crisis for months now. With me to discuss where we are with the EU Green Deal, we have two great experts in the field who I'm delighted to welcome. We have Cameron Hepburn, Professor of Environmental Economics and Director of the Smith School of Enterprise and the Environment at the University of Oxford. And we have Claire O'Neill, a former UK Climate Change Minister and now Managing Director for Climate and Energy at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Welcome. Thank you for joining me. Claire, let me start with you. As someone who's been very close to the policy-making machinery on climate in Europe, can you just give the audience who perhaps are maybe not familiar with the ins and outs of EU policy a quick overview of where we are now in terms of what the EU Green Deal actually is and where we are in the process of approving it and getting it actually into action?
Well, I mean, for once, the world's largest trading bloc has put its money where its mouth is. And so I think a couple of things to highlight on this deal. The amount of money that is being talked about as a commitment is huge. It's trillions of euros. And very sensibly, what the Commission is talking about is both the overall amount of this as a percentage of GDP, it's very small, but also the cost of climate inaction, the fact that the spending on these climate positive policies would be outstripped by the cost of flood defences if we did nothing. So it's a very interesting rhetoric. The flagship of the Green New Deal is a climate law that is essentially set in place to continue to reduce the EU's emissions. They're down about 25–30% so far since 1990. They want to go to minus 55% by 2030. But supporting this flagship law is a massive flurry of really interesting initiatives, initiatives on methane, proposals potentially for a carbon border tax adjustment, conversations about governance in companies. So it's actually an incredibly holistic approach, not just to build back better and build back greener, but to really move the constituent parts of this EU single market forward cohesively. And in terms of timing, this is all being worked up for presentation for legislative approval in June next year. We know what the statements are going to be. There's going to be pushback from some of the coal-intensive economies of the EU, but already intensive diplomatic efforts to work out what a good transition looks like for them. And worth noting that Angela Merkel was extremely influential in getting Germany to commit to come off coal, something that had been a real problem for the German emissions when they gave up on their nuclear commitment. And she knows how to build build consensus and deliver that sense of a just transition for the coal mining parts of Germany. And I know she's very actively involved in doing that across the EU as well.
Mm. And can you give us a sense? I mean, if you looking at the press at the moment, there's this big dispute going on between the centre, the core of the EU, and Poland and Hungary. Could you perhaps handicap for us just a little bit the chances of this all going through? As we all know, rhetoric is great, but real change has to go through the machinery of the policymaking process and through parliaments. How optimistic or pessimistic are you about all of this getting through?
I'm going to give it a plus 75% chance, because I think what is being presented here is the anchoring of this transition in the sense of jobs generative, developments. This is not about putting money on people's energy bills. It's not about, effort shares, all the usual stuff that I used to have to do when I went to Europe. These sort of, they felt quite sort of micro levels of negotiations. This is a really big, bold package that is going to basically fund this. I mean, the funding commitments are 82 to 150 billion euros a year, but essentially, as I said, putting that in the context of the cost of inaction. So there will be funding around to help these coal-dependent parts of the EU move forward rapidly, and and I'd expect those countries to be lobbying for that. But interestingly, in some of the communiques that have come out over the last 6 months, there appears to be an appetite for that, not complete fracture, but for that divergence of opinion. You get the sense that the commissioner with Mrs. Merkel and also with President Macron, who of course have been incredibly powerful as a triumvirate in working with China, in particular the Chinese proposal to go carbon neutral, whatever that might be, by 2060, is almost entirely due to EU diplomacy. So they are, I feel that they've got the bit between their teeth. They're going to put money behind this, and they're looking at it as a very holistic package. So I'm an optimist about this going through. And of course, I love the UK's 10-point plan, but the scale of this and the funding of this is a step change in terms of ambition.
Yes, I want to get maybe at the end, if we have time, we can get back to the UK plan and talk a little bit about the compare and contrast them a little bit. But Cameron, I'd like to turn to you now. The focus of one of the focuses of this panel is, of course, on the recovery and how much can green stimulus spark a green recovery in Europe. How optimistic are you about that, and which of the parts of the Green Deal, from an economic perspective, from an economy boosting perspective, are you most excited about?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty optimistic too. I mean, I think, as Claire says, we've been reviewing 2,300 different stimulus policies from all around the world, and if you look at the EU policies, they are putting money where their mouths are on this. So things are lining up quite nicely. So it's not just the kind of big net zero commitments to many hundreds of gigawatts of electrolyzers and hydrogen and renewable energy. It's also, John, as you say, that the sensible actions taken today to help recover our economies from the pandemic. And you look across the world, you can see some leadership in South Korea. We've got leadership on paper from China and the US, and we'll see what comes of that in the short term. But it's the EU who's really making the running here, and it's frankly, it's very exciting to watch. It's not a moment too soon, I might add, in the scale of the challenge that we have in front of us.
And can you talk to us a little bit? You just mentioned hydrogen there. Hydrogen does seem to be going through something of a renaissance at the moment. There's a lot of excitement around it. You read lots of policy papers. It's every company right now seems to be falling over themselves to announce some sort of hydrogen plan. Can you talk to us a little bit about how much of that is hype, perhaps, but how much of it is real as well? How important, how seriously should we take all this talk about hydrogen that we're hearing right now?
Well, I think it's a bit of both, as is often the way. But it's serious. It's serious in a way that it wasn't. The last time we had a big hydrogen hype, and the reasons that it's serious this time are twofold. I mean, I think the first one is that the economics now is looking different and promises to get better and better for green hydrogen. And the reason the economics is so much better isn't just that the cost of the kit, the electrolyzers that you use to produce the hydrogen, is coming down. It's the cost of the renewable energy going in to those devices that has been crashing, as we all know. So the economics makes it a much easier sell. It's not to say it's not, it's got some way to go before you would expect massive scale and a kind of complete takeover of the molecular components of the energy system. But it seems obvious that that's kind of where we're headed. And then the other reason that it's real this time is because as you start to vision what a net zero economy looks like, and as we have these net zero commitments, now almost 3/4 of the world's GDP is under a net zero commitment. The question arises, well, how do you reach the parts of the economy that the electricity grid is not going to get to? And you've got to have a molecule. And whether that molecule is ammonia or whether it's some liquid organic compound, hydrogen is the platform building block for that molecular part of the energy system. And we're going to have to clean up, the fertilizer industry and the production of urea, which takes green ammonia, which will require green hydrogen. And we need to do steel and so on and so forth. So hydrogen's got, it's not necessarily going to be in every passenger vehicle. I think that's where there's a lot of hype, or at least misunderstanding of its role. But it's going to play a very, very important role in the energy system of the coming decades.
Claire, do you want to get in on that? I mean, before this panel, we were talking a little bit about the grid. And of course, in the US, we've heard a lot from Biden's team about wanting to create a clean net zero grid, I think by 2030. How important is hydrogen for you in terms of the EU's grid and what that looks like in 10 years' time?
Well, I think Cameron's set out, where we are, which is we've got a massive hype. It's a bit like the conversation about renewables 15 years ago. And by the way, there's an opportunity to make lots of really expensive mistakes with the policy that, as we did with renewables. The key thing about hydrogen is that it is possible, particularly in gas-dependent economies, to do a lot of substitution. And actually, if you can scale up this green hydrogen production or scale up carbon capture and storage, you can then use gas as a provision of that fuel. And as Cameron rightly says, so much of the energy system is molecular in terms of delivery. And also, we don't have a plan for the hard to abate sectors. We always talk about how we should stop flying and we should, have lots of protests. I used to say to the Extinction Rebellion, well, you should go and protest outside Scunthorpe, because actually we don't have a plan for steel, and that's what we need to deliver to actually decarbonise these hard to abate sectors. But hydrogen is different, and it requires a lot of infrastructure investment. And the point I sort of have made again, and I see more evidence of this again in the EU plan, is a willingness to grip these very boring questions about pipes and offtake and input points and shipping terminals and storage facilities, and the stuff that never rewards governments at the ballot box, requires an awful lot of public-private interaction, but actually is fundamental to this decarbonisation journey. I mean, in the UK, for example, we used to burn town gas. 40% of that was essentially hydrogen. We're now down to about 2% of North Sea gas. We don't have the pipes for much of the grid to introduce that level of hydrogen back into the grid. We have some of it. It would be great. Italy is the same. So I think there is huge opportunity, but I think we have to, in order to really make this work, we've got to rapidly drop the costs, which isn't a technology game, but also invest in these infrastructure points. And the best way, the people who are really advancing this actually are those clusters, those industrial clusters, places like the Port of Rotterdam, the Teesside industrial cluster, because it's quite an intricate thing to join up the supply and demand and new uses of hydrogen. And to Cameron's point, there's a lot of hype about hydrogen fuel cells in vehicles. I mean, I've never quite understood that, but equally you need those refueling points if you're going to do that. So really trying to create that hydrogen infrastructure at a local level, as well as the big picture thinking, is what's required. And again, the EU is starting to think about this, which is great to see.
And for the uninitiated, how much money are we talking here? I mean, is there, in terms of, all of these new technologies require a certain amount of government help before they sort of reach the economies of scale, reach escape velocity? Are we going to need a lot of taxpayers' money to get this hydrogen revolution, even if it is just focus on the grids, to get that up and running?
I'd love to take that one. I mean,
Sure. You take it, and I'll no, please, Karen.
Okay, so in the short run, we've seen tens of billions being allocated across France and Germany in particular. The UK is making allocation as well, and that's that's just the beginnings of what is going to be what needs to be a major global industry. But by the time you get to a net zero economy, you're talking about more like hundreds of gigawatts of capacity, electrolysis capacity, or blue hydrogen capacity, and then as Claire says, you're into the hundreds of billions and the trillions. And then, John, to your point, where's the money coming from? I mean, there's what we're doing here is really being the Victorians of the 21st century and building out, as Claire says, a set of infrastructures that once they're in place, they'll be there for generations henceforth. They'll be there for the next century, and they're very low marginal cost. So yes, there is a chunk of work to do, but remember that creates jobs, it creates investment returns. And then once you're at this point where renewable energy is so cheap, your cost of electrolysis or your hydrogen production is so cheap, then you're winning in the energy system on its own terms. You're not paying, you're net benefiting. So I think that's the story here. Some significant upfront investment to make the world a much better place thereafter. Sorry, Claire.
Yeah, and just to amplify Cameron's very good point. So I think that the scale up is the challenge. So green hydrogen is at $5 a kilo and upwards now. It needs to be sub 2 to be in any way competitive as a molecular source of high heat. That's a scale game in terms of can you electrolyze enough. But we have nowhere near the land mass to put out the level of onshore renewables to deliver that. So we're going to have to, again, get clever about how we use offshore or offshore wind, my favorite technology, or indeed use a blended mix using gas. And again, so all of those who are holding this out as the wonder molecule, some of these tough questions aren't being answered. But to Cameron's point, it's a great analogy about the Victorians. In the UK, government had almost no role in building out the Victorian infrastructure for railways, for sewers, for the transmission system. It was done largely with private capital and then upgraded investments, period in state ownership and then private again. For me, one of the challenges is we always define success as how much governments are going to spend. And I think that keeps technologies out of the money for longer, because essentially it just creates a subsidy that's in the system that lazy people take. And so this constant focus on what's good business, how do we actually get up real IRRs that stand alone? Because we know, one of the other things we know is there is a wall of capital that wants to play now in this green space. So how do we work to make these projects bankable? And again, I've been very struck with it's often a micro approach that is making those projects bankable rather than these very big macro approaches that we just assume are going to require trillions of dollars of taxpayers' money. It's not the right approach, because ultimately, governments are not terribly innovative in this space. You want companies and local communities to be pulling this through. And again, if I could deliver, one message to the Biden administration, I mean, John Kerry is a great ambassador, is just don't repeat the mistakes. Don't put solar panels on British roofs at a cost of £24 billion over the lifetime of the project that put up poor people's energy bills and gave rich people a return on their pension investments. That was just a bad policy. I'm sorry. And that we tend to default to making these policy choices in the name of doing the right thing, rather than thinking about what's cost effective, what's bankable, and how can we do things most rapidly.
Well, hopefully John Kerry is watching this and taking on your advice. Yeah. Can I ask you just to talk very briefly, again, this is about the green recovery, and we touched on it earlier. One of the best ways to sell this to politicians and governments is to talk about it in terms of jobs. And of course, this is something that Biden talked about in his campaign as well, that green job, the green revolution will create very many jobs. When you look at the EU deal, which parts of it, have the potential to be the biggest sources of employment? Cameron, perhaps you want to go first, and then Claire.
What we know about green jobs is that your jobs per unit of energy are much higher in the green sector than in the fossil sector for understood reasons. And we also know that when you're in a recession, as Keynes from Cambridge, dare I say, pointed out, you can be better off digging holes and filling them in again. And really, what we have been saying, and many others similarly, if you're going to dig a hole, you might as well plant a tree in it before you fill it in again. And so the jobs intensive areas are quite significant. So there's an awful lot of jobs in natural capital restoration. There's a lot of jobs in creating the charging points, in rethinking about urban mobility, how you design your cities, redesign your cities, as well as the jobs that we know are there in installing the offshore wind farms and the odd solar panel too, Claire, perhaps not quite in the UK, but wherever they should go. So this is, as looked at in aggregate, this is just a very sensible thing to be doing at this particular point in time. And it's great that the EU is doing it. I would say that it's a shame in a way that you've got some other countries, not to name too many names, but if I'm looking at the policies coming out of Mexico at the moment or South Africa, there's quite a few missed opportunities there. So it's good to be focusing on the trading bloc that's getting it right.
And just to amplify that again, I mean, I think this point about the job substitution, it's very difficult if you go to India and look at how hard it is for India to come off coal. There are a lot of jobs, politically important jobs in fossil fuel extraction. The estimates of those jobs in a solar, a much improved solar grid, both in terms of grid construction and maintenance, are tenfold. And in actually many cases, it's the same people or the same skills that drive the transition. So the transfer of skills that have built up in the North Sea basin around offshore oil and gas extraction are incredibly transferable to offshore wind development and maintenance. And I have to say, one of the most uplifting things I did as minister in launching the offshore wind sector deal was to go to places like Grimsby, Great Yarmouth, Lowestoft, which now have shipbuilding industries building the support vessels for offshore wind. They've got massive data management centres, really high-skilled jobs. It's a renaissance starting to happen based on a new renewable industry. It has really transformative power. And again, and the other thing, just frankly to say, is it's a bit like sitting before the internet was created. I'm old enough to remember pre-internet days, and saying, what jobs will the internet create? Well, there'll be lots of jobs in telecoms and data centres. We genuinely have no idea. The opportunity for data management, for connectivity, for improved, remote sensing, again, an area for the scientists. There are huge opportunities out there. And I think we don't talk enough about that. Where are the big return opportunities going forward? There, where a bit of government subsidy, but a lot of private sector innovation and risk capital can really advance the agenda.
Yeah, and just to Cameron's point as well, I imagine, just look at the jobs that the Victorian Railways created as well. Same argument. Yep. I'd like to turn briefly just to the international environment. Cameron, perhaps you want to start on this, and then Claire, we can talk a little bit about COP perhaps as well. So in addition to the EU Green Deal, we have, of course, Biden coming into the White House, and we have China promising a net zero by 2060. The climate, the global sort of push on climate has been with us now for decades. There's been many fault stones before. But just how big a moment is this right now in the global climate policy push?
It feels pretty big to me, I have to say. We've never been in this situation where so many countries have stepped up, and the big ones in particular. The Chinese net zero target, my cynical colleagues would say, well, they have to do it anyway. They'll be underwater if they don't. They're just signing up to something that would want to do anyway. And so what? I mean, yes, it is wonderful that this is in countries' enlightened self-interest, to realize that actually they need to be pushing for net zero at home, and actually everybody needs to be pushing everybody else to do this as well for our, it's good economics actually. So I feel like we're in a place that we haven't been before in the climate discussions and negotiations. It's as positive as I can remember it, where I feel like we're at a bunch of tipping points now. The economics in many of the relevant technologies is very different to how it was at Kyoto or Paris or Copenhagen. even Paris, it's 5 years ago. A lot has changed in 5 years. And the politics has moved fast too. Public opinion has moved. There's all sorts of things that are starting to come together. And as I said at the start, it's not a moment too soon, because for me, the question isn't whether we will do this, because we will. I mean, we're not so stupid as to not to. It's will we do it fast enough?
Yeah.
And Sarah, this brings me to you. I mean, all of this will come together at COP26.
Yeah.
What should we be looking at? I mean, COP, of course, is a pretty impenetrable outfit. The policy process there is impenetrable, and it's very hard to explain to lay people, as you well know. What should we be looking for over the next year? What are the key sort of tension points and conflict points and main issues of debate that our viewers should be looking out for over the next 12 months or so?
So COP is impenetrable. I mean, COP is simply a negotiation for a communique. It's classic UN territory. And I've just given evidence to the Select Committee in the UK on some of the frustrations around that process. But it is a tentpole moment, big tent moment that is not to be wasted. This is the moment where, as Cameron said, you have this sense of pressure, encouragement, financing flows to get countries to commit. The Japanese commitment, I think, is incredibly important, even more important in some ways than the Chinese commitment, because that will be delivered largely by private sector organizations. And which brings me to this other point. This is the moment where everybody needs to be in. This is not just about government to government. It's about the private sector, the financial sector, the cities and the states. And even though those organizations don't have a natural landing zone in COP, they sort of sit off in this amorphous, real world action space, which is a little bit strange. I think the ability to really make commitments and to show the governance, transparency and investment that support them is absolutely there. And ultimately, the COP for me should be that big tent that brings together both the governmental action and results, but also the huge commitments the private sector and the financial sector are now making. And hopefully this will be a chance to blend it in Glasgow later next year.
And so what does success look like in concrete terms?
Success looks like closing the Paris rulebook, which is a deeply boring but exceptionally necessary set of agreements so that countries can keep each other honest. Success looks like having lots of heads of state there, having sufficient pressure to put this at the top of politicians' in trays. Typically, politicians don't really engage with COP. The last big moment was Paris, and as Cameron says, the new Biden administration and the success in the EU and the Chinese sort of announcements, I think, will bring together a wall of interest amongst global leaders, which will be helpful. Success looks like agreeing some more financial flows. It's very important to develop the developing South that the big countries continue to pay. And I'm on the record as saying, and I'll say it again, I think it's a real shame the UK is backing off its international aid commitments, because part of that was increasingly focused on supporting climate action and adaptation. But for me, over and above that, what will be hugely important is the level of commitment and action and promises and action from the global private sector. Coming together, net zero sector deals, for example, coming out of autos, some of the hard to abate sectors. The sense, I think, that everybody is in the tent and doing their bit, and that and what are we actually aiming for? We're aiming to inflect the Keeling curve. We talk all this stuff about Paris alignment and 1.5 degrees. We just need to see CO2 levels starting to slow their rate of increase and come down. And so far, despite COVID, if you look at the Mauna Loa, the Keeling curve reporting information, COVID is a blip in a long-term trend. And you know what? We can only empty the planes once. So we're going to have to do something very different in order to get control of this trajectory.
Good. Well, it's all about the Keeling curve. That's our takeaway, one of our takeaways for the session.
That's it. You can follow it on Twitter.
The Keeling. Great. Well, yes. Does it have its own Twitter account? I wonder if we'll find out after this.
It does.
Okay, good.
Boring enough to know that it does.
Well, their followers, the Keeling Curve followers, are about to go through the roof after this panel. Cameron and Claire, that's all we have time for, unfortunately. I'd love to keep on talking, but I need to make way for the next panel. So thank you very much for a great conversation.
Thanks, John.
Pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
We're in a race against time on climate change, and we have to start moving faster right now.
I think everybody now understands that urgent action is needed. We have to limit the increase of temperature to 1.5 degrees. And to do that, we have to act now, and we have to act at all levels of government.
This world is at a critical point, a point where people have waited 30 years trying to address climate change.
There is a new momentum that has come. We have what I would call the beginning of civil disobedience on climate change. That historically has always been a very important component of any major political change, and hence it is very welcome.
To overcome the current climate crisis, we need to make changes starting now.
Mayors and local leaders understand that because they see the effects of climate change firsthand.
Cities is where it happens, where the crisis strikes first, but also where the solutions are found first.
It is the momentum to act now, at the global level, at the national level, and at the local level.
Young people are standing up, so we really notice there's a lot of changes, and you have to really bring pressure to those who are not accepting that if you're not going this direction, we can't save the world.
Good morning or good afternoon, and welcome back to the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit. I'm Laura Milan, a journalist at Bloomberg Green, and coming next is Coca-Cola, one of the largest manufacturers and distributors of beverages, and as such, an important producer of greenhouse gas emissions and plastic waste. Over the past few years, the company has made key announcements and taken some action to tackle this issue. The latest was going from an emissions promise, an emissions pledge linked to sales, to a science-based target of cutting emissions 25% across the company's supply chain by 2030 compared to the levels in 2015. That will mean decoupling emissions from sales growth, and is part of a broader trend that we're seeing in other companies. And to talk about the Coca-Cola company's latest commitments, challenges, and also what's coming next, we have Beatriz Perez. She's Senior Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer at Coca-Cola. Good morning, Beatriz.
Good morning, Laura. Thank you for having me here today.
So tell us, I was just mentioning this new commitment by the company to decouple greenhouse gas emissions from sales. What does that mean exactly? Why is it important?
Yes, well, as we know, and we're seeing the pressure on the environment today, we all have to innovate and accelerate and do more and focus on the science of the issues. We know we can solve them when we work together as well. Back to give a little context, in 2013, when we set the first target around reducing our emissions, we thought that that was innovative at the time, and it was because it worked across the entire supply chain. So if you fast forward to today, and you think about scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 is about the supply chain. It's about the extension of your business. And some of those things you indirectly control. For us, we work in a large organization of bottling partners, and we have a large amount of suppliers. And so for us, that scope 3 is where a lot of those emissions sit. If you think about agriculture, it's roughly 25%. Packaging, it's about 30% for us. And so we knew that simply just focusing on scope 1 was not going to be enough. And the more we got into it, we said we must act now. We must act with a sense of urgency. And so we set the target to reduce the carbon emissions in absolute terms by 25% in partnership with the science-based initiatives in order to start to drive that fundamental change across all the scopes in the entire value chain. And we know that this is really important for us to do a lot of this work in the next couple years because we cannot wait. The planet cannot wait. And I think we need more and more businesses to focus on science-based targets and to measure and be transparent about them.
Right. At the time when we are seeing many companies, and especially lots of consumer companies as well, making new, more ambitious pledges, and Coca-Cola, as you just said, is an example. Can we expect a more ambitious target, sometime in the future? Is that something that the company is looking into? Plastics free, carbon neutral, any of the similar pledges we're seeing in companies elsewhere?
You're going to continue to see us be aggressive. A lot of our goals were aligned to our business in terms of what we had Vision 2020. As we know, it's 2020 today. You'll see that we're meeting those targets that we had previously set. Now we're on the next phase of that journey. So there is more to come. We did recently set our World Without Waste targets to reduce, so to think about creating the circular economy. So we wanted to reduce the plastic pollution waste that exists in the marketplace and make sure that we were collecting that waste. And so we wanted to design in better materials. So the strategy has three components: design in better materials, move to using recycled PET, so getting the plastic material, creating bottle to bottle with what's out there, and reducing the amount of virgin plastic in the marketplace, as well as eliminating what we call the bad plastics, a lot of the secondary plastic packaging that cannot be brought into the circular economy. So how do we do that? As we design in more sustainable materials and design out the waste. And then collection is the second pillar. We have to get it back. So how do we invest in the infrastructure? And just this past couple of months, I believe it was August roughly is the timing, we went ahead and committed to every bottle back, for example, in the United States, where it's a $100 million investment to invest in infrastructure. It's in partnership with industry, business to business, governments, civil society. And so working in that collective with those investments, building in the infrastructure, as well as in other countries, we've partnered with our bottling system to create recycled facilities. We have one in Mexico, PetStar. There's a consortium in South Africa named Petco. So the collection piece is important, and bringing it back into that circular economy.
Right. And often there's something that environmentalists said, which is the best waste is the waste that's never generated. So in a way, is there a thought, a strategy there in terms of to stop, completely stopping the production of plastics within the company, or is just the company too big to achieve that? Because obviously we would be talking about a giant effort.
Well, internally, we talk about our ambition to move to zero waste business. And so we focus very carefully across all aspects, and that's zero waste across, water, energy. It's the whole area of sustainability, because these are not mutually exclusive. And so for us, we know we're on a journey, and these are very big problems that must be solved, and we have to be a part of it. But we need to start somewhere. So before we move to completely eliminating areas, we have to actually start to make sure we have the systems in place, because these are systemic issues with long legacies behind them. We have to innovate, we have to accelerate, we have to invest, and we need to partner with the experts in the marketplace to help us get there. And so while today we don't publicly talk about our internal zero waste ambition, we have the ambition to move to zero waste. We want to move to a fully circular economy. We are pro-nature, and we want to make sure that we're adding value and not taking the value. And how do we ensure that we're creating regenerative systems? And so part of what you've seen in our goals is that's the start of where we believe we can make a difference in today with today's technologies, while we also invest in the future to achieve that, what we call the internal ambition.
Mm-hmm. You've just mentioned, the legacy issues, but also the fact that Coca-Cola, the company, works with subsidiaries all over the world, has a long supply chain of providers. What are the main challenges when it comes to reducing both waste and emissions across the supply chains?
Yes, and so for me, I think that what we see in our business is making sure everyone has, and it might sound simple, but having common definitions of what do we actually mean, and then having solutions that can transfer. So while you earlier mentioned that we're a big multinational company, big can be bad, but it can also be very good, because you can take solutions that work in one part of the world and you can apply them in other places, and you can drive scale and meaningful change. And so for us, part of it is how do we ensure that all of the suppliers have the resources, have the common definitions, are building science-based targets. So we moved with our procurement arms to create supplier guiding principles and requirements. And we do audit our suppliers and ensure that they're achieving those definitions that we've set out. And ours are based on the science-based initiatives. And we look at what the NGOs with World Wildlife Fund and others have set out there, and we partner with them. But that is really an important process because it does require setting it in the contracts. It requires it in having the conversation, but then being willing to invest in the audits and then put in place the mitigation efforts in partnership with those suppliers. Because we know that some large suppliers can do this easily, but then you have smaller suppliers who we don't want to take out of the economy simply because they need a little bit more time or they need support on the investment. So how do you help them with the funding to put the investment into these areas that are crucially important to the survival of our planet and to society?
That's absolutely right. And actually, as at Bloomberg Green, we the supply chains and the small businesses, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, is something that we have been looking into because, as you say, they're key suppliers of big companies, but at the same time, they don't have the financial resources or even the knowledge to reduce the emissions and do these big programs that large companies are able to do. Right. Another issue that I would like to talk about is the existing pollution. So the existing waste that the company creates. So one thing is trying to reduce what happens from now on, but there is already a certain amount of waste that the company has put out there. So what are the efforts to reduce that? What can be done beyond? What can be done? What's the company doing so far?
Yeah, so I'll give the example of some of the collection. So we work with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation to help stimulate that circular economy, and that does require commitment and serious financial investment to make that happen. So we invest in programs in terms of cleanups to collect the material back in, as well as the infrastructure to ensure that those plastics are being brought back into the economy and making bottle to bottle, bottle to chair, or whatever you can do to make sure that you're not creating new waste, but that you're taking the waste that exists and pulling it back into that marketplace. What we have found is that there are definitely challenges with it. The systems are different all around the world. There are not a lot of consistent practices. And so we do need more innovation. So there's also other investment funds, for example, that have supported programs that Indorama or Ionica have in terms of enhanced recycling. So you can actually bring back some of those waste materials into the original form and use them, because there's also regulatory issues here as well. In some countries, you're prohibited by law to actually take that plastic bag and use it as food grade quality. And so we're also looking at how do we ensure that through new methods of recycling, so from mechanical to enhanced, that we're able to bring it back to food grade quality material so that we can keep that waste out of the environment and bring it back into the economy. And at the same time, help to advocate for policies and changes to ensure that we're able to do that where the government, looks at it and feels that that is the right approach and is supportive of that approach. Because we do need to have many different systemic changes in terms of policy to allow it. We have to have the infrastructure in place, the financial investments. And then I also believe we have to scale the best practices and don't stop innovating. At some point in time, we will have great solutions that can be applied around the world that are also highly efficient and effective. And so I also, have my own personal dream of at some point in time, all the waste is eliminated in our world and that all of us are put out of jobs. So at some point, I'd love to say, you don't need a chief sustainability officer anymore. You don't need some of these titles because actually business now operates that way and the waste is gone and the environment is cleaned up.
Right. That's obviously the dream scenario. But as we look more into scientific reports that look at plastic waste, microplastics, especially in the oceans and the impact that they have and the presence of microplastics in fish. And even just last week, there was a report looking at the presence of microplastics in the Everest. So in the Himalayas. As we look at the amount of plastic that's already in the environment, I'd like to ask you, is it just too ambitious to think that all of it will be gone one day? Do we just need to assume that there will always be some pollution that we can not eliminate from the environment and that comes from that plastic?
No, I don't think we can afford to think that way. I think we need to have that bold ambition and strive to eliminate 100% of that pollution. At the same time, don't allow it to get there in the first place. And so companies like Coca-Cola have to take the accountability to ensure that we're not allowing it to get there at all. And so that we have the systems in place to make sure that we're not creating the waste. And at the same time, for the waste that's been created over the last several years, or hundreds of years by all companies, that we take accountability and we clean it up. And so that is why it is so important for these programs that are put in place, from the ocean cleanups to there's several of them, river cleanups, to make sure that those projects are funded and that they're productive and they're getting the support and the resources and the industry commitment. This is too important.
Right, but
we cannot, right? Oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
Absolutely. But my question always with these sort of programs, and I don't just mean the ones that Coca-Cola is sponsoring and supporting, but is that it feels that they are at a small scale, and that's where my previous question went to, right? If you're cleaning a beach or an island or a portion of the ocean at a time when we know plastics are everywhere, is there just is it a technological issue? Is it an issue of scale? Because it feels like the whole world needs to be cleaned up at some point.
Well, I believe we have to have the innovations and the investments. I'm sure at some point in time, someone said we wouldn't be talking on video screens like this, or they couldn't imagine, their wallet in their pocket in their phone. So we have to dream big. People have great innovative solutions. It requires time, energy, money, and it also requires the permission to fail. If you don't try, you will not solve the problems. If you don't innovate and invest and sometimes fail the 1 or 2 times or maybe 200 times, you won't get to that one solution that is that solution that can help do it. And I think about this work as pieces of puzzles. So while it might feel small, sometimes small things can be big. You might not see where that puzzle picture is until you actually put all the pieces together. And you might have hundreds of tiny little pieces sitting all over your table. But when you look at just one, you're not sure what that really is and if it's going to make a difference. But if you like puzzles, I like puzzles. When you put it together on your table, if that one piece is
sorry
missing,
to interrupt,
right?
I think after the pandemic, we all like puzzles a bit more. We all spend way too much time at home.
I think I'm projecting. I think that's exactly right. And so, and many people watching know, if you can't put that last piece of the puzzle in, it frustrates you and the picture's not complete. But also, if you only look at the one piece, you don't see the larger picture. And so you have to start somewhere and you have to work the problem until you solve it. And we can't give up. We can't afford to give up. Future generations expect this from all of us. They demand it. They deserve it. And we have to be better. We have to be better at Coca-Cola. We have to be better as human beings. And we all have to work together. And these problems can be solved, but we have to start.
You've just mentioned the big picture, and that's a good lead into my next question, which is we're celebrating now 5 years of the Paris Agreement. Over the past few months, we have seen more momentum than ever building on climate action, both from governments and companies. But yet we look at the scientific reports, we look at the figures, we look at global warming and the extreme weather events that shows that it's already happening. So what's your take on the current moment where we have more ambition than ever, but at the same time, the numbers and the scientists are telling us this is not enough?
Well, with ambition, we need action. We need action. We need the investment. And so we can all admire the problem and talk a lot about it, but we have got to do. And I've seen, a lot of companies like Coca-Cola moving to the science-based initiatives, putting the investments in place. We work in partnership with our competition. I know that surprises some individuals, but this is pre-competitive space. We all either win or lose together in terms of climate. And we found during the pandemic, and I think it fooled some of us, that we thought it might be easy to, earlier on, I think everyone talked about, oh, look at this. Now, cars aren't out on the streets, the skies are clear, and we thought maybe we had solved the problem. Well, we didn't solve the problem. We have to act, and we have to be deliberate, and we also have to be very purposeful and transparent around the issues. And so I think sometimes that, people don't want to admit to where maybe they need some additional help. I see asking for help as a sign of strength, not a sign of failure. And I think we need to ask each other for help and permission and make sure that we're really acting with that intent and sense of urgency. We cannot wait, Laura. I know you know this. And we cannot, stand back and think, well, it's too big to solve. It's not too big to solve. Problems are solved in bits and pieces. Most engineers will tell you they look at the larger picture, but they have to start with the process to move the components forward.
So on that, what would you say are the next key steps for the company to take? You've mentioned there are internal conversations about zero plastic waste, but what can we expect to see in reality over the next few months? What are the next commitments for the company?
Yeah, it's a combination of making sure that as we think about our water use, how do we tie that into agriculture and the nexus between agriculture, energy, carbon reduction across distribution, the whole value chain? How do we bring all of those strategic components together? And when we talk about a world without waste, it needs to be not just about a world without plastic waste, it needs to be a world without waste, period. And how do you create those bold ambitions where it's mutually reinforcing and creating regenerative aspects of nature versus depleting? And so regenerative is where we need to move to. And so looking at how we extend a world without waste across all aspects of sustainability, all aspects of our value chain, that's what you can continue to look forward, but at the same time done in partnership with others. And we'll continue to work in a pre-competitive nature and create those investments, as well as report out and be more transparent about it and align it with our business objectives. And so that true integration with the business, we're now in our third year of reporting out an annual business and sustainability report. They're no longer separate. And the last piece is compensation. So it's already in our short-term compensation. I would continue to look to see goals being set in long-term compensation. I've talked about this publicly. But what gets measured gets done. What gets compensated gets accelerated. And so how do we make sure that we are being very clear with our leadership and our teams and our partners that this is important to the business and we need to do this together, and this is something that is a requirement, not an option.
That's great, Beatrice, from Vice President and Senior Communications Officer at Chief Communications Officer at Coca-Cola. Thank you so much for being with us today at the Bloomberg Business Sustainability Summit. Thanks so much again, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it.
Thank you all for joining this session of Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global, and I do hope you enjoyed these discussions. Thank you to all our speakers and moderators for a wonderful program. And again, I'd like to thank our summit advisors, ADM, Ball Corporation, BMO, EY, and Schroders, and our participating sponsor, Qatar Foundation, for making this session possible. And most of all, thank you for being such an engaged audience. The Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global event will continue with several more segments throughout the day. Our next session will look into ways to empower the workforce of the future. It'll air in just a few minutes at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, and I do hope you'll join us for that. Remember to check out the agenda section of this website to see the upcoming program in detail or to rewatch any of the interviews. For more financial and business news from Bloomberg's global newsroom, you can visit bloomberg.com. And remember to follow us on Twitter. Our handle is simply @business. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. I'm Malika Kapoor, Deputy Global Editor of Bloomberg Live. I'm very happy you could join us for the second day of the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. For this second session of the day, we're looking at ways to empower the workforce of the future. As several studies show, younger generations are increasingly mindful of sustainability, and businesses simply can't afford to lose ground on these issues. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge our summit advisor, EY, and I'd like to make just a couple of housekeeping announcements to ensure you can all enjoy the program. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, try to refresh your browser, or you can use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will be able to submit questions for speakers during the interviews. While we may not get to all of you, we will do our best. So to submit a question, just click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question. If you note your name and your location, we'll give you a shout out. Please engage with us on social media. We are active there. Please use the hashtag. It's hashtag #SustainableBizSummit. And now let's get started. So please join me in welcoming Bloomberg's Sharon Chen, who will host the first panel.
Hi, everyone. So thank you all for joining this panel today. The topic of the panel is Empowering the Workforce of the Future. I'm Sharon Chen. I'm an editor with Bloomberg Green. That's our new multimedia platform at Bloomberg that focuses on climate change and sustainability. And I'm really excited to welcome our guest today. We have Julie Lynn Teaglin. She's Europe's managing partner for EY. We have Ashish Advani, the president and CEO of JA Worldwide, and Sandrine Dixon DeCleve, co-president of the Club of Rome. We're really excited to have you all for this panel today. You know, we really want to focus on Gen Z, on these, you know, the new generation of kids, the people who are really passionate about climate change. They are the ones who are going to experience the consequences if we don't do enough to arrest this warming planet. And, you know, they are really vocal and really passionate about pushing policymakers and companies to do more to combat climate change. And all of you have individual programs that you run that deal with Gen Z students and young people, and you're all, you know, deeply involved in listening to their concerns, helping them to develop productive ways of channeling that anxiety that they feel. So I thought we could just go one round and, you know, you guys can introduce yourselves, talk a little bit about the programs that you run, and share one takeaway each that you have from working with these Gen Z kids. Julie, do you want to go first?
I'd love to go first. And first, let me say it's an honor, a real honor to be with you. I am EY's managing partner for Europe, Middle East, India, and Africa, and I do a lot with youth. My first comment would be Gen Z, I think, is really different. When we reflect on it, Generation X was kind of the generation that was fulfilled by their work. Generation Y was considered the me generation. And Generation Z, they're completely different. They're YouTube educated, they're digital native, and they are full of optimism. They don't just believe in climate change. I would say they are fighting for the health of our planet, and they really realize that they have to deal with those consequences. I'm excited to work with this new generation and see not only their optimism as infectious, but optimism for the future based on their desire to really improve things, not for themselves, but for the wider good.
Ashish?
Thanks. I work with Junior Achievement Worldwide, and I completely agree with what Julie said. And Julie serves on the board of JA in Europe, so I know that she shares our values and has also observed how young people, particularly Gen Z, are doing it on their own. And let me explain what I mean when I say doing it on their own. You know, JA has programs in over 100 countries. We serve over 10 million young people. And about 500,000 young people a year go through a program called JA Company Program, where in high school, young people create businesses. And what we found is these real businesses that are created by young people every year, a greater and greater proportion of them are bringing environmental sustainability, not just as a nice to have part of the business, but is core to what they're actually building into their business, using recycled goods, for example, or actually, in one case, using photosynthesis to generate energy to power a battery, really core to what the business does. I would say it's now up to about 70% of these businesses are on their own doing this. So that gives me a lot of hope and optimism for the future. And I agree with Julie that this is, I'd say, a secular trend that's actually happening on its own, even though JA has created incentives and awards to promote it, but we don't even need to do that. It's happening on its own.
And Sandrine, what about you?
I just want to build on exactly what has just been said and bring it probably more from what we're saying at the Club of Rome as 50 years of trying to pursue an understanding of the limits to growth. This generation clearly understands that there is a limit to growth. And it's interesting because what they also understand is they're the change makers. They're the ones exactly that within their entrepreneurial activities want to totally shift the way in which we produce, the way in which we innovate, the way in which we disrupt. And they're integrating that already, not only in the way in which they're setting up businesses, but I would also say that the students of today, so the generation that is still learning, feels that they're not being taught properly to actually do what they need to do to be these change agents. And I think that's part of this conversation too, is they're now starting to push back at university level, within master's programs, really holding universities accountable for not really going into what is complex thinking. What are the multidisciplinary skills that actually these change agents need? What do they need to understand? And my worry, and this is what's coming back from some of our work with young people across the globe, is that many of them are feeling that they don't want to go to university anymore to actually learn. And I think it's still important for us to look at that knowledge base within universities, but then we actually now need to broaden it. And exactly as Julie indicated, the digitalization, the understanding of where we can get knowledge from and where these young people are getting their knowledge and their learning. And I think that's a really important point for all of us to get our heads around and then to think as to when we move forward, how we truly innovate and interact with this generation so that they can be the change agents of the future.
I think that's a really important point and something, that all of you have expressed concern about, which is this whole idea of fake news or kind of this onslaught of information that is available on the internet. Julie, you were talking about how this generation, they're digital natives. They're so involved in they understand how to access information. They have so much information is available to them. But the problem is, how do we teach them to look at things objectively, and how do we teach them where to get good information? And also, what is the risk if they are not getting that? What comes in to fill the vacuum? And I know, Ashish, you work specifically on this topic. I mean, what are some of the lessons that you've learned and some of the things that you really try to keep in mind when talking to young people about credible information and the dangers of fake news?
You're absolutely right that young people on their own are consuming information in so many different ways. And it helps all of us, not just young people, it helps all of us to be reminded to do fact checking and double check, where the source of the information came from. We've actually rolled out a program with Bloomberg to introduce that to young people. We started last year in Italy, where the Rome bureau chief and the Milan bureau chief of Bloomberg gave a masterclass on fake news to help young people be aware that this double checking is needed. And even to have Bloomberg, an authority, say this is so critical as opposed to hearing it from a teacher. In fact, that's one of the things I want to stress. We're collaborating with EY to do a survey of Gen Z. And one of the things that has come out of that survey will be released next year to the public, but I saw a preview this week. And one of the things that came out is young people prefer to learn from not just teachers, but also professionals. And they trust information from professionals differently than from teachers. So to have the Milan bureau chief and Rome bureau chief of Bloomberg talk about fake news is very different than hearing it from your teacher. So that program is now expanding all over Europe to 13 countries. And we're really hopeful that we continue to kind of recognize this opportunity and deliver programs to young people about this topic.
Julie, I saw you nodding. Was there anything you wanted to add on that survey that Ashish mentioned?
No, except we're really looking forward to that. And I can only impress upon what Ashish said. Our Generation Z really does like to learn hands-on. And I think, Ashish, you've said it, they are the can-do generation. As such, the more that we can involve them early on this living design thinking, experimenting, prototyping, and building concept, as opposed to trying to teach them classroom learning, as Sandrine has also highlighted in her comments, the better off we're going to be. But I also would say, Sharon, we need to change how we communicate. If you look at what Generation Z is looking for, they're looking for authentic communication. They're looking for transparency. They're looking to determine, if I think of my own area, long-term value for all of the stakeholders, not just short-term highlights. And I think that's a totally different perspective that needs to be reflective in how we communicate and reach Generation Z. Our tone in the future needs to be completely different, and frankly, will need to be far more digital than in the past and far more associated with the platforms than we've ever been. And so I think Generation Z is not only yearning for that learning that Ashish and JA are giving, but they're also giving learnings back as to how we in the corporate world need to adjust in order to fit that new generation and their expectations. And so I can only encourage us to grab on that, to talk about those themes that are important to them in a very authentic, transparent, and open manner.
Sandrine, you mentioned that you are seeing a lot of this disenfranchisement of people, young people feeling kind of cynical precisely because they have access to so much information and they kind of feel like they can't trust what they are being told. I mean, how do you combat that, and what kind of advice do you give young people?
Yeah, so I love this yearning for learning that Julie has just brought up. I think that's a beautiful way, and it builds really nicely on what Aurelio Pache, the instigator, the first emissary for the Club of Rome, said 50 years ago when he said, there are no limits to learning. And I think that's what we need to do now, is beyond the fake facts, is work with the youth so that they feel stimulated and have the tools to truly carry on with what they want to do, which is ensure that the world is a better place for their generation and future generations. And that means that we all need to think through how we can get more corporate engagement with universities in order to have very hands-on teaching within university structures, but then obviously outside of academia. What we're doing now at the Club of Rome is shifting very much from that ivory tower kind of only intellectual thought leadership into translating that into action. And then one of the specific tools and actions that we would like to work on in an intergenerational dialogue. How do we work with the youth in this generation to really co-design the future so that we're bringing them in already into what the future looks like? And I'll just close with, several anecdotes that Fridays for the Future champions, especially here in Belgium that I've been working with, have been saying, where they actually, in order to have their meetings at very high level with policymakers, Angela Merkel, etc., they have to do all their own research because they're not getting it within the school environment. And so what we need is, how can we create that ecosystem of learning where they can start to tap into different areas where they feel they can get the right facts to make the right decisions and to influence, because the youth in this generation are influencers.
You mentioned corporate engagement, and that's, a big topic that we want to talk about on this panel, which is obviously Gen Z. They're a huge, important consumer base. And like you say, they are influencers. Companies can so easily say the wrong thing. Things go viral. There's backlash online. And, this generation is just so media savvy. They see through a lot of shiny advertising and greenwashing so quickly. It's very difficult to kind of use the same approaches that a lot of these big companies are very used to. Julie, What is your take on that? What are companies doing wrong, and what do they need to do to really communicate with the authenticity and transparency that you talked about earlier?
You know what? I have a very personal belief that I know is shared by a number of international business leaders, that we need to move away from just communicating to our shareholders and communicate wider to our shareholders and stakeholders across the globe around 4 key aspects: what we're doing for our people, what we're doing for our customers, what we're doing across financially, which is always important, but probably most important, what we're doing for society as a whole. And if we can embed that in how we communicate, we're going to be able to take our entire stakeholder base with us. I think that's sharing a complete change to where we've been in the past. And I think that's a change that's being demanded by Generation Z. They're not asking, where are we on decarbonization? They're asking, what are we doing for the planet? What are you doing to give back to society to make it whole again? And how can they be a part of that? How can they embrace that? And so I think it's a very different perspective than what we've seen over the past generations. And, I unfortunately am one of the older ones of us on this call. As you go through numerous generations, it's had a huge impact on society and where we're going. Generation Z is already impacting the direction of travel around embracing that change to do exactly that. And that's why I think, and I started this webcast with the comment around them providing a lot of optimism to us. I think all of those motives around the can-do optimism, them wanting to participate, to contribute, to see how they fit, needs to be embraced in that communication. We need to get away from pretending we're doing something and actually doing it. And I think that generation is demanding exactly that. That's authentic communication.
Sandrine, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree. And not only are they giving us the optimism, they're also giving us the realism. I mean, they're the reality check. They're holding us accountable continuously. And I think if you look at, for example, the leadership that's really worked right now in terms of COVID communication, it's in particular the young women that are leading in the world. So take New Zealand, take Finland, who have decided to communicate directly with this generation and who from the outset made them part of the decision making and indicated that they were clearly carrying a risk. Because of that, the risk levels from COVID went down because they assumed the responsibility and because the communication was so transparent. And I think this is what we need to get back to, is if we speak to these young adults as young adults, rather than telling them to go back to school, like many policymakers did when the Fridays for the Future movement came out, then I think that we will probably get the respect that we all need to carry out some of the decisions that we have to do in an intergenerational level. And this is really fundamental because we are faced with a convergence of very deep tipping points: climate change, biodiversity loss, and health pandemics. And we need these young people and the other younger generations to work with us to really solve some of these issues. So I think it's really important that we look at not only the learning aspect, but also, exactly as Julie says, the transparency, the way we communicate, and also take on board the way they've already shifted their lives. I mean, they're not interested necessarily in buying more cars. They're not interested in necessarily buying more things. They're the ones that have stimulated the shared economy. They're the ones that are stimulating a new mobility economy. And we need to listen to this and really see the shift within the economic thinking also of these new customers, because they've shifted their thinking.
Ashish?
Yeah, I want to build on what Sandrine and what Julie have said. One thing that's challenging in building authenticity is when you include, for example, imagine if we had a young person on this panel, which theoretically we're talking about what young people think, and having one young person would seem like a logically good idea. But we also have to recognize that one young person doesn't speak for the entire generation. So how do you have an authentic conversation with somebody to say you're speaking for your entire generation across the world? It's so difficult. So one thing we found at JA is one-to-one relationships between adults and young people, create that mentorship, even reverse mentoring arrangement. It's amazing how when you actually spend time through, let's say, a job shadow experience to get to know a young person and their goals and to see the world from their perspective through their eyes, your own perspective changes. And we've heard from so many corporate executives how a job shadow experience helped them as much as they help the young person change their perspective on things which are critical business decisions and organizational decisions which impact the world. So at least from my perspective, one way to build the authenticity is through mentorship relationships, not just having young people serve on panels or having young people be in the room for discussions. You need to go one step further to build that authenticity and change.
That was a really
Can I
good
build
point
on
about
that,
the
Sarah?
makeup of this panel.
Can I just build on that? Because I think Ashish is bringing up a really important point, which is this is intergenerational conversation, means that we can learn as much from that generation and other generations before us as they potentially could learn from us. And I would add to that what it does is it also creates an openness in terms of diversity. And because we're in a world where things are becoming so interwoven and complex, the more diversity, I mean, we've talked about gender diversity, we've got to have cultural diversity, and now age diversity and generational diversity is just as important. And this is really starting, I think, to be a very enriching conversation that we're having at the corporate level and some of my board conversations, as well as the policy level, and then obviously at the academic level and the learning level. And I think it's really shifting the way in which we think about the world and decision making.
That actually brings us to the next topic that we wanted to talk about, which is really inclusive leadership and inclusive thinking. And, when we talked earlier about how young people really need more tools to learn how to think more comprehensively and more critically, one of those things is being able to assimilate and have access to many different viewpoints. And Ashish, I know you feel passionately about this as well. I mean, what are some tools that you use, to enable this to happen, and how are you able to kind of help young people think about things from many different points of view?
Well, let me start by saying that the G20 also believes this is a priority. The nonprofit sort of leaders in civil society got together and were advocating for things on the agenda to bring to education ministers at the G20. And one of the things that was on the agenda and did get prioritized is having global thinking in education. I was really happy to see that. And I was actually quite surprised when it led to the consensus that it did, partly because I think we've moved during COVID to a lot of leaders and communities looking very inward, not looking very outward, which is natural in times of crisis, which is exactly why during this moment in time, it's so important for education ministers to prioritize global thinking, prioritize the idea of even being inclusive in the way we think of who's in the room for these conversations. I gave you the example of the one-to-one mentoring. I will say, just imagine if many of our corporate leaders had a chance to spend a little bit of time with a young person from a different part of the world with a different diverse perspective. And there was some reverse mentoring, even if it was just for a day, a job shadow day, it would fundamentally change perspectives. It costs no money. It takes up very little time. It's just a job shadow. It can be done virtually as well. And it changes perspectives and brings diversity and inclusion in a very creative, cost-effective way.
Julie, what about you?
I think we started this conversation and I said that Gen Z is different. I believe Gen Z has a fundamentally different perspective about diversity and inclusion. It's not something extra, it's something baked in. It's something automatic. It's something they demand. And what I love is that I think we have a real chance, a real opportunity to change some perspectives by leveraging that generation. And I love Ashish's mentor and reverse mentor program. I can only encourage that. But I would even go one further by building on what Ashish you're doing at JA, and that's baking entrepreneurship into education. Sandrine, this picks up on a comment that you made, that many of our Gen Z feel our education systems today are inadequate in terms of preparing them. I can only reinforce the necessity for us to give them experiences, diverse experiences to make this happen. By leveraging entrepreneurship, our Gen Z will really experience the fact that diversity and inclusive leadership, it's not just mandatory, it also is a key factor for performance and better performance. If we could get that baked in, that this isn't something of corporate social responsibility, it's not a nice thing to do to go fix the minorities. It's something that's mandatory to drive good entrepreneurship, to drive great performance. It's absolutely needed. And I really feel that that generation is demanding and expecting it. And so when you think about that reverse mentoring that Ashish talked about, and you think about ways to adapt the education system, I can only encourage it to be experience focused and hands-on on a win-win situation for both sides. And I'm confident that will include elements of living diversity and inclusion, not just talking about it in PowerPoint slides or baking it in, but really making it come to life. And that brings me again to the optimism I feel about this generation. I'm confident we can do something here.
Sandrine?
Yeah, I agree. And I would say even the generations that are coming next also deserve to have a built-in new process, because it may be a bit late for us to get everything right with the Gen Z generation. Some of them are already moving on. But I think what we need to do, and that's why we've actually participated in a series of real calls for action around the way in which we teach. I sit as a chair in a new think tank in the European Commission on Innovation and Research and the Societal and Economic Impact. And we've been really trying to look at recrafting what does research and innovation mean within an academic environment, as well as other centers of learning, which can be corporate centers, which can be other types of learning exchanges at very different levels. But in addition to that, I think what's really fundamental is we have to think about our educational system. And, you know, Ashish was talking about global thinking. I still believe that thinking is important. Giving the opportunity for young people to be able to think, that not everything has to be pulled into what type of business you want to lead or what kind of career you want to have. Growing up in the United States and also seeing the way European teaching is very different, I think there is a real need to ensure that we give a well-rounded, holistic approach to understanding what are the key wicked problems and how you unpack those tensions, all the way from primary school through to university and beyond. And that needs to be integrated into the way in which education, and that's why these educational ministers need to understand the way in which we build programs all the way from primary up is going to develop the influencers of the future. And that is absolutely fundamental at this time when we have this convergence of tipping points and these complex issues and challenges before us.
Yeah, I think so. We have 3 minutes left, and I think, you know, the big takeaways were really how this new young generation, Gen Z, you know, so many things are non-negotiable for them. So many things that were nice to have are now need to have. But at the same time, because they grew up with the internet, they grew up with all this access to information, they are just more discerning consumers of products, of advertising, of news, of all this information. And, you know, companies just need to be so much more authentic and transparent in how they communicate with them. We have about 30 seconds left for each person, you know, if you want to wrap up anything that you still have on your minds. Julie, do you want to go first?
I think Gen Z provides us an amazing opportunity, Sharon. I think we should be hands-on, we should welcome that, and we should embrace the change. And that means every organization, be it for-profit or non-for-profit, needs to consider how can we support and help this new generation.
Sandrine?
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think Gen Z is really pushing us to think differently, us in terms of the other generations. It's asking all the right questions. It's testing us to give the right information, the right tools for them to truly be influencers and game changers. And I think we need to listen, and we then need to think through what does that mean from a policy level? What does that mean at the corporate level? What does that mean in terms of civil society engagement? So we have to look at all of those different areas where we can influence together and start to put in place the structures for the generations that will come after, while we also try to mentor, exactly as Ashish has indicated, and learn from this incredible Gen Z generation.
Ashish?
Well, let me end on an optimistic note, as Julie started us on, and say that when we did the survey with EY, which went to over 5,000 young people from 50 countries plus, one of the conclusions is that twice as many young people are optimistic about the future over a 10-year time horizon as cautious or pessimistic. And that, to me, fills me with hope. It also reinforces the fact that they're coming up with solutions on their own for sustainability problems. So let's get out of their way. Let's help them succeed. And the world will be a better place in a few years.
It's a great note to end on. Very encouraging. Thank you all for being part of this panel. I really appreciate you all taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. It's been a pleasure.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. My name is Jillian Goodman. I'm an editor at Bloomberg Green, and I'd like to introduce our guests, Dr. Carol O'Donnell, the director of Smithsonian Science Education Center, and Trinavia Rocker, Chief People and Culture Officer at Under Armour. So welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I'd like to start by just asking each of you to describe your roles a little bit. This panel is about Gen Z and sustainability, and especially keeping Gen Z engaged and employed. And I think you each have a very you have very different and interesting perspectives on that question. So Trinavia, why don't we start with you?
Hi. So in addition to having my regular HR responsibilities, building performance management systems, building leadership development programs, the reason my title is actually more descriptive than most is that this real fundamental of people and culture. People makes companies, and culture is the manifestation of the everyday lived experience of teammates. So I spend a lot of time in the details of the teammate experience in terms of their experience with their leadership, the way they want to experience the company, the way in which they engage with each other. So we take a much more holistic, kind of consumer-centric mindset, if that makes sense, when we think about what those day-to-day experiences are for teammates, and really trying to craft them in a way, curate those experiences so we can get at the moments that matters most for teammates. And so, yes, we do all of our traditional HR things, but we're also really focused on how to transform a workplace and a workplace of the future.
Mm-hmm. And Carol, could you describe your work with the Smithsonian? And inside and outside, I suppose.
Yes, and I think would say it's very different. We at the Smithsonian, which is this massive museum, education, and research complex, our sole vision is to increase and diffuse knowledge. And so we at the Smithsonian Science Education Center, which is just one of 30 plus different organizations that make up the Smithsonian complex, we are focused specifically on grades K through 12. And so we are looking at the much younger generation. You might even include Generation Alpha in there, these very little guys who are only 5 or 7 years old. And so we are looking at what is it that we can do for very young students to prepare them for a future that we really don't fully understand. Lots of predictions are made, but what is it that can happen in grades K to 12 in educating youth on STEM education in particular to prepare them for a workforce that and a society that is has a lot of questions ahead of us. So that's our job.
Mm-hmm. So, I got a chance to catch up with you both before today. And one of the things that Trinavia, you and I talked about is something actually that, something that we talked about is the needs of Gen X being different from the needs of Gen Y, millennials, my generation, being different from the needs of Gen Z. And I was wondering, in practice, what that means for you, how you've tried to address those different needs in your work, and the big questions for you, I guess, in your work.
Sure. So when we think about
how we have differentiated Gen X, Gen Y, Millennial, Z, and of course soon coming Alpha, we tend to think of the biggest differences, right? So I think at the core, you have to always decide that everybody wants to have purpose and meaning. So that is consistent and true across the generation. So we start with that frame, but then we also think about each employee segment in terms of how they came into the world, this moment in time in the world, and how does that frame their experiences? I'm an X, right? And so I have some Z kids, and our worldview is based on the way we came into the world and what critical things were happening at the time of our birth. Were we experiencing recessions? Were we experiencing greater advancements in technologies? I think the biggest difference with Z that I see is that they are true digital natives. And so they have a set of tools and voice that we haven't seen in any previous generation. And they are okay using that voice. And so I see that, some of the things that we tend to take for granted is that they also bring along the other generations, right? And creating voice and using social media, using technology to really advance causes, to have voice. In traditional workplaces, there's kind of these hierarchies that historically existed. But when you have open voice, because you have voice, whether you're internal to the business, whether you're online somewhere, it just creates a level of voice that this generation requires that you listen more because they will speak whether you're listening or not. And so I think that differentiation is just what's a little different than the other generations. And they're pulling the rest of us along. So they also create coalitions, and it's pretty exciting to see what can be done because they're willing to use their voice and use the tools that they have at their disposal in this generation that we didn't have before.
Totally. It's funny, thinking about growing up in this day and age, like I'm really glad that I didn't have Instagram in middle school. I'm really glad that I didn't have TikTok when I was that young. But on the other hand, as you say, it does, there is an empowering aspect of it. This generation is so savvy and, as you say, is so outspoken. And I wonder, though, from, an internal HR standpoint, when you have people in management, probably the upper management, who maybe doesn't think it's super appropriate that someone's, tweeting out their views, or feels that they can just walk into the CEO's office and say what's important to them. So I guess this has always struck me as a big challenge of dealing with these generational issues is, how do you deal with these generational issues in your workplace?
Yeah, and again, it goes back to something that sounds overly simplified, is we always come back to our core values and our purpose. What are we trying to achieve collectively? Because we hope that they're there. Under Armour, we make you better. We make athletes better. We exist because we empower those who strive for more. And because we have a very clear purpose, because we have very clear values internal to the business, we use those to drive conversations, even if those conversations are sometimes uncomfortable. We also use those to, try to create some semblance of how we engage with one another. And so when we say that we last week we had a leadership meeting where we were focusing our attention on radical candor, right? How do we have open conversations all the time? And then how do you behave that way in front of your teammates so they can have that same conversation with you, always in a respectful manner? And I don't think trying to quell voices doesn't really help you. What you get the most of is trying to listen. Whenever we try to suffocate voices or stuff them out, we're actually really stuffing out creativity, debate that's really needed to move the needle forward. So instead of trying to control it, you try to create the environments that it can happen in a healthy way.
And, the other thing I think that this access to technology and this fluency, native fluency with technology has produced is a degree of fluency with just information. And Carol, this is something that you and I talked about, is STEM education from very early on, and the need to, reach people when they are, 5, 6, 7, when they are in that K through 12 period. And so I was hoping you can describe, your experiences with young people and with creating the workforce of the future.
Yeah, I would say historically, STEM education, which was never even referred to as that in this very kind of interdisciplinary way until maybe a couple of decades ago. But we never really paid attention to the workforce. So, educators didn't really have conversations with people like Trinavia. We were ignoring the fact that we were preparing students for something that they would enter into once they left school. It was really just about content. And that was it. We were trying to educate students to learn facts and knowledge, which, by the way, changes over time. Pluto was a planet, 30 years ago, but it isn't considered to be a planet today. So teaching students teaching students just content alone isn't good enough anymore. So there's this much more integrated, even transdisciplinary approach to learning that prepares students for a time at which, if that content or knowledge or those facts do change over time, that they're prepared with the skills that they need. So, today, educators take a much more futuristic and focused approach to educating youth, where we're not focused on the disciplines themselves specifically. So it's not so much teaching you science, technology, engineering, and math. It's teaching you what one of my board members calls strategies that engage minds, the disciplinary skills and the practices that are needed that will kind of transform no matter what environment you're in. So whether it's collecting evidence, reasoning from evidence, argumentation, making certain that students are thinking critically, solving problems. And those are the types of skills that, as we know, many of the people who are in the workforce are looking for in their future candidates. The other thing that we've really started to recognize is that as we have shifted from teaching in a very disciplinary way to a more multidisciplinary way, to then interdisciplinary, to now very transdisciplinary, we are now recognizing that students have to think about the problems that they understand exist within their community or in the world itself. And many of the panels that have come before us have talked about climate change or biodiversity loss or the plastic production and consumption. And so the question becomes, we can educate students not just on scientific topics, but on its application in the real world. So it's a much more socio-scientific approach to teaching. And I think that a lot of corporations are looking for, they recognize that many youth who will be looking for jobs in the future are looking for companies that align with their interests and their beliefs. So let's say, for example, the panel before us talked about Fridays, future Fridays for Futures or Future for Fridays, and Fridays for Future, where Greta Thunberg and others are recognizing that going to school and learning content and skills is not good enough. They want to be able to act on that knowledge. And so at the Smithsonian and Smithsonian Science Education Center in particular, we're trying to educate children on not only the underlying science of, for example, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which has mapped out these goals for the future, 2030, but we're also trying to get them to act against them. And I would love to talk more about ways that we're trying to actually get students to move from just executing an action that someone tells them to do, like, oh, hey, recycle plastic, make certain that you are not consuming too much, to them actually being much more informed and understanding why they're doing that, to being much more considered about those actions, recognizing that if I make a decision, it's not just an environmental one, it's also an economic one. It might be a social one, it might be a cultural action. So Absolutely. Bringing those perspectives together. And I think the future workforce wants students who are thinking that way. Multiple perspectives.
Yeah, Trinavia, as you're listening to this, I guess, how are you thinking about bringing the next generation into the workforce and supporting them? And, this is what's coming. How do you think about
Thanks, Carol.
we're doing a new change in your workplace? Yeah, got a little preview there.
Yeah, well, I think Carol makes a really great point when she asks this. There was one little word, and it's a word we use so common in English language that we forget. Why? This generation wants to understand why, and why is actually the equivalent of purpose. I don't want to do something for the sake of doing something. I want to do something because it has meaning. I don't want to do rope activities, you know. I don't want to do this thing that you say is important versus what's important to me. So I think for organizations to be successful going forward, they have to understand, one, their own purpose, why they exist, and then different people will be attracted to that. I think when we talked, Jillian, we were laughing because, you know, if you go after everything that everybody wanted you to, you wouldn't be anything, right? You would stand for absolutely nothing because you would sit down for anything, right? And so being very clear about who you are as an organization. And as we think about what it means to empower this next generation, the workforce, you have to really, words really, really, really matter. Empower. That means they already have power. They already have a point of view. They already have a perspective. So how do you enable that? How do you give them the tools to do that? Give them the creative space to do that? I will tell you things that we began to do at Under Armour. I came in last year and we really took a step back with the organization and say, how do we empower teammates? We have what's called teammate resource groups where teammates can really coalesce around topics that makes most sense to them, particularly in the D&I space. We also have a team that's focused on sustainability in terms of our Green Machine teammate resource group. But we also did things like stepping back and giving teammates more hours to volunteer their time to matters that makes the most sense for them. Right. And so in addition to their vacation time and, our holiday time, they actually have, a whole another 40 hours plus any other time that they need to invest in things that make sense for them. And so when we say empower, it really is about how do you enable that? They're going to have voice, again, regardless. You just hope that voice and who you attract to your brand, to your company, is you want to attract critical thinkers. You actually want people who believe in something, right? And so I think this generation, because it holds us accountable. And I think this generation is one that will hold us accountable for for living up to all the ideas of conscious capitalism in a way that we haven't seen before, right? That capitalism and care for others, care for the earth is possible all in the same prism. And so I'm excited more than anything because my kids push me in a way, I still have that parental relationship that's a little off at times. I want them to have voices usually with other people. And I was like, that was for other people, how you have a conversation, not me. But the debate, I think it's important. And I think the work that the Smithsonian is doing, that Jillian, you're doing, even bringing these topics to life in a practical way, Carol, the education is going to be important for organizations. I don't care how much you try to hold on to it, it falls down. And so how do you embrace it? How do you incorporate it? How do you adopt it? And I think as we build more critical thinkers, as we think about people who are not so self-centered, I always just say being an Xer, like we were the first kind of latchkey kid groups and we were quite independent. And we kind of centered on self a good bit. But this group is about the collective. And I think organizations will be smart to really begin to adapt practices. You can't shift your whole organization, turn it on its head. Every organization has an ethos. Every organization has its own origin story. But it's important to listen. And what I've found is that by creating voice for some, you create voice for most. And if you believe that voice is important in other public discourse outside of the workplace, you have to create it and nurture it inside the workplace.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's so impressive to see the way, Carol, you talked about Fridays for Future and the way this generation is really building movements among themselves, again, like really natively. And I guess one thing that I think about, and that, I think a lot of people think about with regard to this generation and activism is, we've seen the boomer generation was notoriously activist until they weren't. I think we all assume that our generation is different. We all assume that like this thing is going to be the thing that sticks, that we're unique, whatever. And so I guess, when we think about the future, and how I don't know, it's not like it's so simple a project as like incorporating this generation into our lives. That's very simplistic and not the way anything actually works. But I guess just as we look to the future, what do you expect of this generation? How, as they, mature into adults, what do you expect of this generation? Carol, you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think they may demand more of the people that they work for. and I would love, Trinisha, your kind of perspective on this. It feels as if they understand that, at least this is the way we're approaching it, is that we're trying to get them to recognize around in their place, what are the problems that exist and what can they do to contribute to those problems? So giving them agency. And a lot of students, when we start in on the programming that we engage in, which we call Smithsonian Science for Global Goals, many of the students don't believe that they can make a difference in their community. And so it's not just teaching them science or technology or engineering and math. It's also about teaching them these social and emotional skills. I talked earlier about the importance of perspective taking. If you work and you talk about this, like working on a team, right? So you've got these teammates. We start from a very young age of getting students to work in collaborative groups, making certain that they recognize that not everyone in that group is going to have the same perspective or the same views on an issue, and developing those social emotional learning skills early is really, really critical to their decision making, which is an important skill that you talked about that they need as they get older. The other thing I think too is that we want them to, you talked about empowerment. We want them to recognize that there is more to work than just the paycheck at the end of the day, although that absolutely is crucial. But we want them to, they're not going to stay with a company that I don't believe they agree with. And so we're trying to get them at a very young age to recognize that they can ask questions, they can look for places that agree with them in terms of the way that the kinds of decisions they're making. So for us, it's not just about educating them in terms of content and skills, but it's also about making certain that they are asking the right questions, are acting against those questions, and that they're also bringing that knowledge home to their parents. So, I'm a mother of 4 adult children. I think you said you're also a mother of your children are adults as well. It's O2. And it's really important that we're having these intergenerational conversations. So another job of educators of K through 12 is that we know that what students are learning in school, they're bringing home to their families. They're having conversations either over the dinner table or as they're heading out the door. And those intergenerational conversations do have an influence on the way adults think. I know that I learned from my own children in the conversations I have with them. We have evidence from somebody by the name of Lawson, who published a paper in Nature that talks about the importance of intergenerational conversation. So if we educate our youth, for example, on climate change at school, they're going to bring that knowledge home, and they're going to influence the way other generations think about the topic. So I think that's really crucial.
Yeah, and so as you try and, build your organization into the future, Trinavia, like how are you thinking about, I guess, what is the long range of your planning? How are you thinking about this group as they grow? And then, of course, forward planning for yourselves, incorporating yet younger people into that culture.
Yeah, as we think about, Carol talked about at the very top of our time together, not only just Gen Z, but we're beginning to think about Generation Alpha, right? Like, what do they need? Because organizations take time to shift. And most organizations, whether it be companies, whether it be a government, whether it be whole countries, are always in the midst of change. And I think when I think about long range, what we want to create is we want to create the aspirations and the ideas of empowerment. We want people to feel a sense of equality and inclusivity that allows them and enables them to engage across a wide range of topics that are important to them. If we believe what we truly believe as a company, if we believe that we empower those who strive for more, then we have to change the shape of our organization in terms of who has power, who has voice. What do they need to be successful? I was laughing with my husband a few weeks ago. We no longer have the chains of retirement plans that we did in the 80s and 70s, and some of us still had them in the 90s. So you don't have those typical kind of chains of why people stay at companies, right? I need my pension. You only have purpose. People stay because they believe that you do something that matters in the world and they're a part of helping you do that, and that you create for them agency again to do the things that matter for them. And so organizations have to really understand what brings people, what keeps people, what motivates people. And even if I always just say, even if teammates come and they don't stay long, hopefully we've imparted to them a level of empowerment to bring their voice to work, to bring meaning to their work, so they can really change the world. When I think about teammates today that I'm sitting, I think I was telling you, Jillian, when we were talking, the average age of our workforce is about 31, 32 years old. So a relatively average young group. And so you can only imagine, you can only imagine the types of kind of the spread of conversations that we have. And one thing that I hear most from my teammates is they want to continue. They think it's complete, but we know that isn't actually how the world works out. They want to continue the work that the prior generations did not complete in terms of creating a more just, fair, equitable world. They want to continue that work. And they express it in very clear terms, in ways that my generation didn't, my parents' generation didn't. They're very clear that what's most important to them is that we have diversity, that we have equality, that we care for the earth that's been entrusted to us, and that we do unto others better than we would even want into ourselves. So they're moving us to the platinum standard. And I love it because they are very unequivocally clear. They're not shady or shaky about anything that they think. It just comes out too. Sometimes let's reframe.
Totally.
But
I'm sorry, we are
most
out of time today.
Oh, great.
I'm so sorry we're out of time today,
okay.
But I hope that we can continue to engage on these questions in conversation with each other. And I hope that our audience will continue to engage with you after the session. Carol Trinavia, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks so much.
Thank you all for joining this session of Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. We hope you enjoyed these discussions. A big thank you to our speakers and moderators for a wonderful program. And I'd like to thank our summit advisor, EY, for making this session possible. Most of all, thank you to you, our audience, for being so engaged. The Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global event will continue with several more programming segments throughout the day. Our next session will look into a number of topics, including catalyzing the opportunities presented by the green recovery and driving ESG value. That's going to air at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Remember to check out the agenda section of this website to see the upcoming program in detail or to rewatch any of the interviews. For more financial and business news from Bloomberg's Global Newsroom, visit Bloomberg.com. And remember to follow Bloomberg on Twitter. Our handle is simply @business. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. I'm Malika Kapoor, Deputy Global Editor for Bloomberg Live. I'm so pleased you could join us for the second day of the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. We're on to the day's third session now, and over the next hour and a half, we plan to explore a number of different topics, including the green recovery, collaborating to cut CO2, and ESG driving value. We just have a couple of housekeeping announcements to make so you can all enjoy the program. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, just try to refresh your browser, or you can use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will be able to submit questions for speakers during interviews, and while we're probably not going to get to all of you, we will do our best. So to submit a question, just click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question. If you note your name and location, we will give you a shout out. Please engage with us on social media using the hashtag #SustainableBizSummit. So let's get started. And I'm thrilled to introduce Christy Mitchum, Chief Executive Officer of BMO Global Asset Management. As a reminder, BMO is one of our summit advisors. After Christy's remarks, we'll hand over to Claire O'Neill from WBCSD, who will moderate the first panel.
Hello, I'm Christy Mitchum, CEO of Bank of Montreal's Global Asset Management Group. Thank you for joining me today. We are very happy to be participating in Bloomberg's Sustainable Business Summit because it aligns with BMO's commitment to a sustainable future and our pursuit of sustainable objectives and positive social impact. The upcoming sessions will make the business case for sustainability, specifically around climate change and healthy work environments. SOS 1.5 will focus on how investors are working to combat climate change, including staying within the 1.5 degrees Celsius safe operating space. These are important topics to BMO as well. At BMO, we are leaders and practitioners of sustainability. We've practiced 20 years of active engagement with investors, covering principles such as climate change, sustainable cities and communities, and responsible consumption and production. In fact, we've been carbon neutral for a decade and recently reached our goal of matching 100% of power usage with electricity generated from sustainable sources. We've launched 12 new ESG investment products this year to support our vision of responsible investing. And the Wall Street Journal named BMO as a top 15 sustainably managed company. We're the only Canadian company in the top 20 and the only bank in the top 50. We are committed to remaining a leader in this space. After all, BMO's purpose is to boldly grow the good in business and in life. Thank you again for attending. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day's sessions.
Hello, we were waiting for Christy Mitchum, who was going to be doing an introduction, but I'm not sure she's joining us. So I'm going to step into that space and say thank you very much to everyone for joining us today. And thanks to Bloomberg for hosting this sustainability event, so incredibly important. It's almost 5 years since the Paris Agreement, and one of the things that has changed so much is the commitment and focus of the private and financial sectors to this whole question of sustainability and what we need to do to rapidly decarbonize the world. I'm in a moment going to introduce the panelists, who are the people that you have dialed in to listen to. But just a brief word about myself. I'm Claire O'Neill. I'm the Managing Director for Climate and Energy at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Before that, I spent 12 years in politics in the UK government and helped drive forward many of the UK's ambitious policy moves. But one of the reasons for coming out of politics and joining WBCSD, which has been around now for over 25 years, is that when we talk about rapid decarbonisation, improvement in sustainability, it's not just the how, so it's not just the why, it is the how. It's about how do we actually deliver on these solutions. And WBCSD was originally set up after the Rio Earth Summit in 1991 as the place where the private sector would come together to do sustainability, where we would collaborate. Of course, it was respecting all of the questions around competition law, but collaborate in a safe space to solve problems. One of the things we've learned as we really accelerate this decarbonisation journey is the importance of the whole value chain, the ecosystem that surrounds a particular company, and how important it is to collaborate along that value chain to decarbonise. And we have launched at WBCSD a programme which is called SOS 1.5, a Safe Operating Space 1.5. Of course, it's science informed. And we are working now with several dozen of our members to both help those members accelerate their own decarbonisation journey, but also work in ways that we can really amplify this collaboration through new tools, through new metrics, through ways of measuring emissions. So we are, I think, really providing the answers in many cases to how this decarbonisation is done. But what I'd like to do now is introduce three people who represent extraordinary companies who are seizing this desire to improve sustainability in their businesses, and also the opportunities that come from that. We've got a good cross section of businesses and regions. So we're going to be hearing today from Bayer, Matthias Berninger, who is the Chief Sustainability, is the Senior Vice President, Head of Public Affairs and Sustainability. Bayer will need no introduction, but just in case you aren't familiar, it is a massive global organization focused on human and veterinary pharmaceuticals, consumer healthcare products, agricultural chemicals, seeds, and biotech. And has been extraordinarily ambitious in the climate and sustainability space with, for example, aims to make production sites carbon neutral by 2030, and also focusing very much in the supply chain and a lot of innovation, particularly with those considered right at the bottom of the supply chain, the farming community. So very much looking forward to hearing from Matthias in a moment. We then have Mary Draves joining us from the USA, representing Dow. Dow, again, we talk about chemicals as these hard to abate sectors. This is also terribly difficult. Dow has set out to be one of the leading decarbonisation exemplars in this space. Very strong carbon reduction targets, intending to be carbon neutral by 2050 on scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, which is an extraordinary lift for a chemicals company, and has also been amazingly innovative in this conversation about how do we reduce plastics waste, really innovating in the plastics and packaging space. And then last but by no means least, we're going to hear from Matthias Lelièvre, who represents Engie Impact. Engie, obviously a French-based company, but operating right across the world, a #1 leading producer in energy from renewables, innovating into areas like floating offshore wind, and really working with its clients, not just to decarbonise its own footprint with very ambitious targets around its use of renewable energy, but working to also decarbonise its value chain. And I just did also want to highlight another really important goal, a commitment to gender equality in management in the boardroom. Again, part of the overall sustainability agenda. So I'm going to turn first to Matthias with really a question, which is, tell us about your net zero strategy. How did this come about? What are the key opportunities that you saw? And how much does this working with your value chain accelerate the pace of action that you can deliver?
Yeah, thank you, Claire, for having me, and also for the opportunity to talk about a topic that is dear to my heart, but equally important to Bayer's company strategy. When I joined Bayer about 2 years ago, I did a back-of-the-envelope calculation. Bayer is a key player, for example, in the agriculture sector, which represents roughly 25% of all carbon emissions. The market share of Bayer Crop Science is roughly 25%. So you realize that the emissions in Bayer's value chain are close to those of India. And that just gave me an understanding how big the systemic relevance of a company like Bayer is in the space. Secondly, I think that companies have to put their strategy where their mouth is. So Bayer, like many other businesses, have welcomed the Paris Accord. They have agreed with it. But of course, in a consequence, you also then need to agree with the requirement of carbon reductions. So we teamed up with the Science Based Target Initiative, which I think gives a good framework for reductions, both in your immediate supply chain, scope 1 and 2, but also with your suppliers. And we have signed up to their 1.5 target degree goal. We also have signed up to the UN United Nations ambitions for business to be at 1.5 degrees by 2050 with the amount of decarbonization UN Act. How do we do that? Well, first of all, we really reduce our own carbon emissions through roughly $500 million investment in energy reduction and the purchasing of green energy. Dare I say that those who do that early on will probably get quite good deals on green energy, so it's not that costly to move to renewable energies, but 100% renewable strategy plus an investment in energy reduction is really important. We also innovate in new products that in the process require less carbon emissions or cause less carbon emissions. And we have committed to invest in carbon removal projects for the remaining bio emissions. So by 2030, our goal is to have achieved what the governments of Japan, the European Union, China, and hopefully the United States will set as a target, and that is to be carbon neutral or to reach net zero emissions by 2050. In the case of China, of course, 2060, but to be very honest, doesn't make that big a difference. A very important thing we have decided to do is to include decarbonization in the management compensation. So 10% of the salary of Bayer CEO, but also the top 500 in the leadership, will depend on achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. And our goal for the first 4 years is to remove more than 2 million tons of carbon out of our value chain in order to achieve the first milestone of our long-term compensation. But the single most important impact that we can have is in innovation in agriculture. In rice that emits less carbon, for example, methane emission, in short stack corn that will in the long run reduce the carbon emissions of the corn crop systems quite dramatically, in empowering farmers to remove carbon out of the atmosphere and store much more carbon in the soil. So in changing the paradigm of innovation just to increasing or securing yield per hectare, to also removing carbon out of the atmosphere. You see in the background picture, kind of the picture depicting this year's Chemistry Nobel Prize. 8 out of the last 10 Chemistry Nobel Prize are in the area of the biorevolution. The last one for gene editing for Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna. We believe that the about 6 billion we invest every year in innovation needs to be fully geared towards achieving the global goals on sustainable development in the social space, but also in the space of decarbonization. We also believe that we need to invest heavily in increasing resilience. So farmers, like almost no other community, suffer from the effects of climate change. So how can we make sure that food systems are more resilient is another big topic for us at Bayer.
Thank you so much. I mean, and I just wanted to amplify a couple of points you raised. I think you highlight very strongly how doing something that is climate positive has so many co-benefits, and in particular, the area of agriculture, which is both an extraordinarily deep pool of emissions, which often is not recognised, but also the ability to actually create different economic pathways, better yield, better soil sustainability from the work you're doing. So these co-benefits. Could I just go back just with a quick question? I noticed it was very interesting to hear about your management compensation structure being linked to decarbonisation targets. That is a move that I've seen some companies do, but it is by no means common. I also noticed that you have an external sustainability council. You were very committed to governance, if you like, of this journey, and also for transparency. We of course have the TCFD metrics that are there, and having this sense of the targets, the innovation and the investment, but also the governance and the transparency. How much do you think that means that Bayer's targets will be delivered? This ecosystem of support that you have put around the goals.
Yeah, for us, the Sustainability Council already has been proven invaluable because they also look at our innovation pipeline. So they ask the right questions. If you think about the top 50 companies in the world spend 310 billion euros on innovation every year. If those investments were geared towards achieving sustainability targets, we'd be faster in achieving progress on the SDGs. And that's a focus area for the Council. They also hold our feet to the fire. So what we heard just today about Brazil, that there are 11,000 square kilometers of deforestation of rainforests, is something that is not acceptable. So we need to stop deforestation. Otherwise, the conversation about decarbonization will fall short, because without those forest systems, we neither have the rainfall patterns people need, nor do we have the absorption of carbon. And therefore, this is something, a council where people like Braulio Diaz, who led the Convention on Biodiversity for many years, holds our feet to the fire, no pun intended here.
Thank you very much. Mary, I'm going to come to you because, again, the level of innovation that Dow has been investing in, particularly in the areas of plastics, but also looking also for new solutions for the sort of harder to abate processes. Tell us a bit about your company's journey and some of the sort of high points, if you like, lessons that others can learn.
Sure, I would be glad to, Claire, and thanks very much for having me today. I have a few graphics. We're going to bring up some slides to walk through this, but you know, our sustainability journey really began, and it stretches back to our beginning, really, with Herbert H. Dow in 1897. Mr. Dow was really committed to saving energy and reducing waste and focusing on our safe and efficient operations. You know, as we look at today, and we entered into our merger with DuPont in 2016 and concurrently spun out in 2019, you know, Dow continues at this time to double down on sustainability efforts, reaffirming our commitments to sustainability and accelerating our activities in sustainability across all of our operations. You know, so what does a one-year-old company with a 120-year-old history in sustainability look like? Well, it's fresh and newly defined, but also very purposeful and very familiar to many of us as we look at sustainability as a long part of our culture and our value system. As we take a look at how sustainability is infused in everything that we do, and this is Dow's ambition, you know, as we introduced our ambition, we want to be the most innovative, customer-centric, inclusive, and sustainable material science company in the world. And I think that this element of sustainability is closely aligned also to our ESG commitments, very similar to my colleague from Bayer, and how we set our strategy and frameworks. You know, as we look at our ambition, sustainability is not new. It's something that we've been doing for a long time and arguably is part of our culture and values for well over 123 years. You know, it really starts at the top. We have a very strong top-down commitment where we've leveraged many things. 30 years ago, we created a voluntary board committee that oversees our EH&S and sustainability performance and principles so that they're addressed in everything that we do. Our CEO is deeply committed and extremely passionate, talking about sustainability and executing against sustainability, spending 25% of his time on sustainability-related items. We've also established cross-functional ESG reporting teams that help us meet the disclosure opportunities and the disclosure expectations of our stakeholders. You know, and sustainability goes way beyond just these items, is that it's embedded in all of our businesses, in, you know, our business functions. You know, how do we deliver against sustainability? Our employees are also engaged in sustainability activities. You know, they are deepening their sustainability acumen by participating in our sustainability academies, and also they're able to participate in grassroots community of practice where they have an exciting, if they're excited about recycling or they're excited about a circular economy, they can become engaged. To further cement our sustainability practices and principles, An ESG metric has also been included in our performance award to further hold us all accountable for reaching these sustainability targets. As we look at what is the foundation of our history, it's really about us setting ambitious sustainability commitments. And Dow is on its third set of 10-year goals in sustainability. Our first decade of sustainability goals was largely about our footprint. How do we work to reduce the impact of our operations? We saw dramatic reductions in energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, and water use. Our second set of goals focused on our handprint, really producing sustainable outcomes alongside our customers to address world challenges. And in these 2 decades, we saved over $6 billion of economic value, or they delivered $6 billion of combined economic value. We're now in that third set of sustainability goals, which really addresses our blueprint. And it's about collaboration with NGOs and governments, academics, to tackle global challenges and to really challenge our thinking. As we look at where we are now, in 2019, Dow completed its spinoff from Dow DuPont, and we set forth on this accelerated roadmap of our sustainability targets. And we asked ourselves, what are the most critical sustainability needs of our industry, and where can we make the most difference? What are the biggest issues that get at our license to operate, and which represent the biggest opportunities for the world writ large and for our customers? The answer really became circular economy, climate protection, and safer materials. Really a world that's carbon neutral and without plastic waste. Climate, as we know, and circular economy are among the greatest technical challenges that we have, and Dow technologies and products are critical to addressing both. We believe that a sustainable future is attainable, but only if we come together to address these issues. In June of this year, we announced new targets for protection of the climate and also for stopping waste and closing the loop in terms of plastic waste. So our protection of the climate was about us reducing further our absolute emissions by 5 million metric tons, and then becoming carbon neutral by 2050. Stopping the waste and closing the loop, enabling recycling through our actions and partnerships, and making all of our products recyclable. All of this in conjunction with our communities, with NGOs, and with other partners to make this happen. As we look at the comprehensive approach that we're taking to tackle carbon neutrality, no one size fits all in this area. So we're looking across several pathways, because together they will be able to get us to the end result of carbon neutrality. So we're optimizing our facilities, processes, and developing low carbon technologies. And we're developing materials that can help our customers reduce their own carbon footprint. To reduce emissions, we've created renewable portfolios. We are understanding carbon capture and sequestration capabilities in Europe. We're innovating new cracking technologies, and we're continuing to work on understanding where and how we can continue to improve our energy efficiency. Our objective, a resilient carbon portfolio and increased long-term value, about decreasing our carbon exposure and working to optimize the entire equation. So meeting these targets will take innovation. We know that. Investment and collaboration like never before. And we need to work across the value chain with our customers and governments, and to manage both risk and regulation and create that value through science-based technology. Our focus is really on a dual horizon approach, balancing short-term progress with long-term solutions. Climate change is one of our greatest technical and social and economic challenges the world has ever faced. Our products and technology can help solve the problem and address both. As a leading material science company, we have a responsibility and opportunity to take action, and we're doing just that. And our new sustainability targets also align with Dow's purpose to deliver that sustainable future to the world through our expertise in material science and our collaboration with our customers and partners. So Claire, I really appreciate the opportunity to share Dow's story.
Thank you, Mary. I mean, a couple of things jumped out at me from that. One is your continual improvement. You as the CSO clearly managing to persuade the organization that you need to be refreshing these sustainability goals. I loved the idea of the footprint to handprint a blueprint. Many companies we know have not even yet set out their footprint. In fact, in a survey of 9,000 companies done by Boston Consulting Group, only 9% had actually set a target, and only 11% had even started to understand their own footprint. And lastly, your point about CEO commitment. One of the big things that gets the boulder rolling, we again understand from that work, is the commitment of the CEO, their desire to actually shape the organization and then to move the process along. But congratulations, a really fantastic story. Coming a little bit closer to my home again, coming back now to France to talk to Matthias from Engie Impact. You know, utilities have been at the forefront of this transformation because the decarbonisation of energy has been really the first mover for the world. Tell us a bit about what Engie's doing, and in particular, the collaborations that you're developing to really accelerate your journey.
Thanks for having me, and really glad to be part of this panel with great stories that my colleagues just shared. The story of Engie is kind of amazing as well, in the sense of really 5 years ago setting this ambition to reposition itself from a traditional energy player to be that global leader that support clients to accelerate their transition towards a carbon neutral world. And the big reason was, obviously for ourselves, a sense of responsibility. We by definition are a big emitter, and the second reason was the economic opportunity, and I will come back to that. But the first step of this obviously was our own footprint and our own transformation and reducing our own carbon footprint. So really what happened was really a first phase where we made significant progress with a massive portfolio rotation. So we divested, we shut down, we transformed all the assets that we used to operate that were heavily carbonized, coal, oil, and we used the proceeds of this movement to reinvest massively into the technologies that are part of the future, renewables and centralized, decentralized, low carbon infrastructures. And we're talking here about, massive movements, tens of billions of asset of rotation. And we did that very fast, 4 or 5 years. That allowed us to decrease, on top of, our own efficiencies and working on our behaviors, our carbon footprint by more than 50% over the last 4 years. And we are now on an SBT certified trajectory to continue to decrease that footprint in the next decade. Today, we have installed 25 gigawatt of renewable power, and we plan to add 3 to 4 giga per year. So, it's a massive opportunity and big volumes that we are talking about. And on top of renewables, we are an industry leader in key growth areas such as microgrids or electric vehicles, recharging infrastructures, because we believe that these are the next technologies and the next wave that are going to change massively the world, really. And finally, we have obviously our detailed plan to reach carbon neutrality. And really what is interesting listening to what Matthias was saying or Mary was saying, I think there's a lot of commonalities in the way we looked at that transformation. The C-level engagement, it's really a vision led by our chairman, Jean-Pierre Clamadieu, and then by the executives of the group, and then the way to make it happen. Because it's nice to have targets, but really the challenge is to get to action and operations and change. And really the takeaway for me is first, reaching carbon neutrality, it's a massive transformation. Second, reaching carbon neutrality, it's both long-term planning and short-term obsession for action and results. And third, I would say, is the fact that carbon neutrality is a massive economic opportunity. And maybe I can spend a little bit of time on those three key areas, because I think that's really what we see with a lot of our clients as well. First, the notion of transformation. It's super transversal by definition. So it's not anymore on the side, about reporting and compliance, about influence internal, and it's across operations, it's across your finance, in your financial department, it's across your commercial department, the way you think at innovation, right? That was mentioned by Marie and Matthias before. So that holistic approach is key, and that's the way we approach it also internally. The notion of being strategic, I think we see that shift in the last 5 years. Those conversations used to be technical conversation. Now they are strategic conversation. It's a C-level conversation, and that really changed dramatically the focus and the willingness to see action and results. And the last thing is really around how do you organize internally so that you manage carbon the same way you manage cash in a company, in a way. So data driven, how do you make sure you really equip yourself to do that at scale? And so it means that you need to put the systems in place. And honestly, what we see in the market is that companies are not well equipped today to do that with the same level of rigor, transparency, and frequency that we need so that the day-to-day actions and trade-offs and decisions are taken always with carbon in mind, and then the leadership behaviors, right? Matthias mentioned already the alignment of incentives. How do you make sure that the incentives are set in a way that the behaviors of your teams are aligned not only to manage your bottom line in terms of dollars, but your bottom line in terms of carbon? So that's the transformation mindset that you need to change and really be consistent with a carbon neutrality ambition. Long-term planning, it's obvious, but we're talking 20 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years forward, so it's super long. And then at the same time, you need to show progress, like every 2 years, every 3 years, you need to show that reduction. So that need for operation is strong, and that's where it starts, honestly. And as NG Impact, we surveyed our clients and all the large companies who set goals for themselves, and only 25% are really on track. Getting to operation is tough because it's super granular, it's super local, and so how do you do that and be successful with that is really a key challenge. And lastly, I would say for us, it's a massive economic opportunity. I talked about renewables briefly, but on top of that, there's really a digital opportunity. How do you really help with this idea of measuring right and at the right level of granularity? How do you have the right platform to do that? And we developed our own system that now we bring to the market to do that. And then it's the creation of NG Impact 18 months ago to support our clients, have this C-level conversation, think about transformation business case, strategy, carbon roadmap, focus on action. What can you do now? And what you should wait for? What are the technologies that are ready? How do you look at that market? And the more complex, the more global, that's where we come in and help more than 1,000 clients today in the world. And so we see a great momentum through our activity, which makes me hopeful that the world might be actually on time for the next decade and really see that reduction that we all need to protect climate change.
Thank you very much. I mean, fascinating. A couple of takeaways for me. I love the idea of the long-term target, but the short-term obsession. This sort of getting up in the morning and thinking about what is it we need to do today to cut carbon. And your statement about managing carbon as you manage cash is incredibly powerful. One of the things I feel, I know both myself and Matthias from Bayer have political experience. I'm not yet convinced that politicians get up in the morning and think about managing carbon as they manage cash. I think that other things do play in. So again, this sense of actually embracing carbon as part of the business decision making, and with the examples you have all provided of really driving transformation, is incredibly impressive. I'm watching the countdown, so I'm going to bring us to a close and say thank you all so much for taking the time to share your own experiences. And I'm really proud that you are member companies of WBCSD. I'm excited about what we can do together. And I think this power of collaborating to achieve success is incredibly strong. So thank you all so much. And thanks, Bloomberg, for focusing on this important topic.
Thanks for having us, Claire.
everyone. I'm Carol Massar, Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV. I'm delighted to be talking again with the president of the Rockefeller Foundation, Dr. Rajiv Shah. Raj, it is so good to have you here because I know you guys are having, like so many of us, a year like no other. You're busy because there is so much that ails us at this time. We have, of course, the global health pandemic. We have the inequities in our society. We see these divisions, these gaps, whether it's wealth gaps or healthcare gaps that have just been widened because of the pandemic. You at the Rockefeller Foundation have been working on these kinds of situations for decades, for years. But tell me how this year is like no other, and perhaps maybe provide some opportunities for us to do better going forward.
Well, thank you, Carol. It's wonderful to be with you. And you're right, this year has been like no other. The Rockefeller Foundation has been around for 107 years and played a role in the pandemic of 1918. So maybe I can't say like no other ever, but certainly in recent times, this has been an extraordinarily tragic year. And it's tragic because basically this crisis, COVID-19, which is fundamentally a public health crisis, has exposed and exacerbated the deep inequities in the society in the United States and frankly around the world. I mean, we've seen that over and over and over again. Minority communities in the US and around the world are hit so much harder by COVID in terms of morbidity, mortality, death rates, and the like. And we know that economically, the consequences for those at the very top have been manageable. In fact, America's billionaires have probably gained almost $1 trillion of wealth in the digital acceleration that has been unlocked through this period of time. But most Americans and working families are just getting crushed with 20 million unemployment claims on a regular basis, and with the fact that, 60% of American households, more than half, went into this crisis before anyone ever tested positive, without the ability to muster $400 to deal with an emergency. And this has been a critical emergency that has exposed how extraordinarily unstable our society is when it becomes so inequitable.
So how do we, because what I'm finding is we're all talking about, okay, we know the inequities that are out there. They've been there for a long time, but they've been really pronounced in 2020 here. So how do we make sure that when we look back 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we make sure that we have set the course to put us, the world and its citizens, on a better course, that we don't look back and say, we missed an opportunity to help the climate, to help individuals, to make the world more prosperous?
Well, the good news is there's so many times in our history where we have said we're going to reimagine a different future and work to make that happen. And we absolutely have to do that right now. We cannot recover to the status quo or recover to what happened before COVID-19 hit our country and our planet. The reality is that was just too fragile and too inequitable of a society on a freight train towards disastrous climate change outcomes. So we've been asking ourselves, well, how can you reimagine the future? We can actually imagine a future where 2 to 3 billion people who are fundamentally left behind by globalization are brought into a global economy based on big investments in renewable electrification and inclusive growth in country after country. In wealthy nations, we're making those kinds of investments right now. We have to do it smartly. Otherwise, we're going to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to put 20 to 30% of GDP back into the economy in the form of economic stimulus. But the opportunity is there to re-envision the future and build back to a condition that's both more inclusive and fundamentally more sustainable.
Well, and, talk to us about some of the work that you guys are doing, because you, from what I understand, you are making specifically a commitment when it comes to fossil fuels.
Yeah, well, I know many of the participants in this conference are investors and business leaders, and we, like other partners within the Rockefeller ecosystem, are making a commitment to effectively remove our investments in fossil fuels. And over time, we manage an endowment about $4.5 billion. Over time, we've brought down our fossil fuel exposure to something very, very small, and we will divest of direct investments in fossil fuels because it's not consistent with the future we imagine and the future we're working so hard to achieve on behalf of a sustainable planet. In doing so, we actually are following the footsteps of our sister organization, the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, and so many other courageous members of the Rockefeller family that have come out publicly as heirs of the traditional Standard Oil fortune, and made the point that society needs to rethink growth, capitalism, and sustainability for the future. So we're proud to follow in those footsteps.
You know, it's interesting. We talk so much at Bloomberg about, you know, you can really make a difference by what you do with your money, how you spend it. As an individual, as a corporation, the supply chains you work with, as an investor, what you invest in. We know ESG has really taken off this year specifically. So talk to me, too, about the role of investors in kind of this plan that you envision, this mission that you are setting out, that where we can look at the pandemic, look at the climate, look at the energy poverty that the world, a big bulk of our world is dealing with, how we can make it better, improve those three pillars. But what's the role of investors in all of this? What's the role of leaders in all of this?
Well, leadership is where this all starts, and investors just have to be more, have to own the leadership mantle much more significantly. If there's one thing we've seen, is you simply cannot count on public sector leadership from government to solve all of our problems. And so, you know, I would encourage all the investors here to just make the simple pledge that you'll look at your portfolio and demand that you're proud of everything you're investing in from the perspective of its overall impact on society. That's ultimately what ESG investing is all about. And you could even go farther than that and look for very specific instruments that have unique social benefits. Many years ago, I was involved in creating something called the International Finance Facility for Immunization, basically one of the world's first social impact bonds. And just yesterday, the Financial Times reported that that instrument was reapplied to raise $500 million from capital markets to immunize in developing countries and make sure they get the COVID vaccine. So adventurous investors can look for sort of safe, structured, reasonable ROI investments like that, and be even more active than simply checking the box on ESG investments as they run their portfolios.
But I think what's also interesting, right, we've seen all these relief packages come out, Raj, from governments, right? And I know in the U.S. we're trying to potentially get another one through. The EU has come out, too, specifically a lot of money to commit to improving the lives and helping reduce some of the impact because of COVID. But we can take that money and use it in a smart way, correct?
Well, we can and we have to, because, you know, we're not going to get this chance again. I mean, just to put it in perspective, most industrial countries in the OECD have been able to do somewhere between 20 and 30% of GDP as stimulus for recovery, for dealing with the crisis itself, in terms of just an economic infusion into their economies. The EU has set the mark for saying that, okay, 30% of that commitment of more than, I think it was 28% of total GDP, is going to be used for a green recovery. And that's I think, a great example of what countries need to do across the board. So as we in the United States start debating what a real recovery package looks like, making sure that it is implemented in a manner that drives sustainability and that it reaches a scale that actually will lead to an inclusive and green recovery is critical. I would also make the point, though, that while rich countries are able to do 20 to 30% of GDP, large emerging markets have done 6%, and lesser developed countries, about 70 nations around the world that hold, you know, billions of people in their population, have done 2% of GDP. That is an absolute disaster. What that means is over a decade, you'll see even more divergence between the haves and the have-nots, even more instability from nations that are already fairly precarious and simply not able to enjoy the benefits of globalization and growth and economic participation. And so we have been advocating for $1 trillion green recovery specifically for those lesser developed countries. And that's a recovery package, actually, that can be implemented by existing institutions, the International Monetary Fund, multilateral development banks, and it can be done at very minimal cost to industrial countries that are the shareholders of that institution. So this is the time for bold action. The bold action has not yet reached much of the world, and we have to make sure we make that happen.
How do we make that happen? Is it collaboration of governments, private partnerships, investors, everybody, kind of all the stakeholders having a seat at the table and pushing it forward?
Yeah, I think it's two big things. I mean, first, you're going to have to see strong, coordinated public leadership. We saw some degree of that kind of leadership coming out of the global financial crisis, and Gordon Brown and President Obama really drove a global effort. But even that led to hugely inequitable outcomes with very, very slow growth as austerity measures really took hold in Europe and elsewhere for the decade after the crisis. So this time we have to learn from that experience and understand that now is our moment to make big, bold investments. This is the only chance we're going to get to make sure that a reasonable percentage, the EU target of 30%, goes into a green recovery and green infrastructure, and that it's done in an inclusive way that doesn't leave out 70 countries around the world just because they don't have central banks and they don't have the domestic wherewithal to protect their populations. After World War II, the United States looked around and saw a Western Europe in an absolute state of precarious demise and launched a Marshall Plan because we understood that our long-term stability was dependent on lifting up Western Europe to higher living standards, democratic governance, and to become real trading partners. That's the mindset we need now. This isn't really charity. This is about investing in the long-term stability of the global economic system by recognizing that this time around, the recovery has to be inclusive and it has to be green. And we've tried to pioneer a few ideas to help make that happen.
What's slowing it down right now? Because it seems to me so logical, but I can also see policymakers in different countries just say, well, listen, we're just trying to make sure our people have food on the table. I can't think about these green initiatives. What's your answer to something like that?
Yeah, I'd say that global cooperation is at a real all-time low. I believe that a change in administration in the United States, no matter what you think of the actual policy constructs and politics, will lead to improved global cooperation. I served as the head of USAID under President Obama, and the reality is I just saw firsthand how this world needs American leadership. And so if America retracts and says we're going to go it alone, the natural tendency to come together and tackle big global problems with a sense of shared urgency gets lost. We have to rebuild that, and we have to rebuild it starting with American participation and Chinese participation against these efforts.
I want to go back to collaboration and public-private partnerships. I mean, Raj, you guys at the Rockefeller Foundation, you've done this. You've got programs in India and Africa where you've been able to pull, whether you work with Tata and some others, where you're actually, we're talking about a lot of things, and I think people are like, okay, these are concepts. No, you've actually done it, and it works, and it makes a difference. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, the way we work is we embrace public-private partnerships that help lift people out of poverty and create inclusive growth. And so I'm glad you mentioned the Tata Power partnership. It's a joint venture between the Rockefeller Foundation and Tata Power to basically bring renewable energy in the form of solar mini grids to people who don't have electricity. And most people would say, well, gosh, everybody has electricity. Actually, that's not true. 1 billion people on Earth don't have any meaningful electrification. They don't even have the electricity to turn lights on in their homes consistently. Another 2 billion people on top of that experiences their primary constraint to growth, employment, and labor productivity improvements, the lack of access to reliable energy for industrial purposes and the like. And so what has changed is for probably 50 to 100 years, the mindset of how you achieve electrification has been you build a big coal plant, you connect it to a massive grid, you have a public utility run the whole thing, and you invest a lot of government money. That's still true in some places. But in most places now, thanks to technology and some business models that Rockefeller's helped pioneer in places like India and Myanmar and East Africa, we now know that you can start a small solar mini grid business and sell productive power to the world's poorest people on a commercially viable basis. And I was in India in November before we had to stop traveling and met with women who were our customers. And frankly, they were paying 26, 27 cents a kilowatt hour for power. They were happy to do it because it allowed them to run sewing machines or power tools or, construction equipment or rice hulling equipment for their post-harvest processing. And they were lifting their families and their kids out of poverty. And our Tata program is $1 billion joint venture that is currently building out 10,000 of these mini grids, doing it using modern technology, AI for remote management, smart meters for billing people appropriately. And we estimate that's going to help 25 million people in India move out of poverty. That can be replicated across Africa, in other parts of Asia, and in Latin America. And we're now in a series of partnerships to do just that.
What's interesting is I think about the virus. I've said this a million times on air. It has taught us that we need to think about community, right? I mean, the whole idea of wearing a mask, it's, protecting yourself, but protecting really others. And I do think this sense of community in terms of what you are talking about, that if we can help raise up individuals, by giving them power, I mean, they become part of our global economy. And it ultimately is about creating prosperous lives for them, but also a prosperous world, correct? I mean, there's a reason why we want to kind of raise everyone up.
Yeah, I'd say prosperous and stable. I spent a lot of time in Afghanistan where American foreign assistance, which accounted for less than 2% of the cost of the Afghan war, paid for and allowed 8 million girls to go to school. Those 8 million girls will grow into women who lead that nation long after American troops have left. America famously, after the Korean War, made big investments in reconstructing an economy in South Korea. And we've now seen South Korea as one of our largest trading partners, accounting for more jobs in the United States than our trade with the country of France. So in the same way, I think we have to think of this not as charity, but say we have in this moment the opportunity to bring 2 to 3 billion people truly into a productive modern economy. That massive influx of labor, of ingenuity, of talent has the potential to sustain genuine economic growth, job creation in our nation for many, many decades to come. And frankly, we have a chance to do it sustainably. We have a chance to do it with renewable energy. We have a chance to do it with new battery technologies. I mentioned a project that was successful at 27 cents a kilowatt hour. This year, we'll have the price down to 15 cents a kilowatt hour simply because of technological advances, mostly in energy storage, but also some other areas. That's the mindset we need. Where can we innovate? Where can we invest? How can we build a more inclusive and a more sustainable future? Because, Carol, the alternative we see, China today is investing in 102 gigawatts of new coal-fired production of electricity in 27 nations, all of which are the types of countries the Rockefeller Foundation works actively in. That's the alternative. And frankly, we need to come together with China and say, let's do this in a manner that's green. Let's make sure it's inclusive. And let's rethink globalization so that it's not just for those who already have a lot, but it's really a ladder up for billions of people who don't.
Raj, I'm glad you brought up China because, as everyone said, whatever issue that's out there, that's, any major global issue, you can't think about China and their role in this. Do we need to have China obviously be a part of this and be part of the communication and the actions in order for it to really make a difference?
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, look, China is the second most important economy in the world, and soon will be the biggest. And in reality, in a multipolar world, you need real U.S.-Chinese cooperation on big international efforts, and a true global green recovery will require and demand Chinese participation. The good news is, China launched the Belt Road Initiative. That's the closest thing that the world has today to a Marshall Plan. I think Chinese leaders have spoken in detail about their understanding of building a global environment that is connected to and from which they both contribute and benefit. The question is, can you do it better? When we did the Marshall Plan, we did it with a lot of American companies. The Belt Road Initiative is very heavily focused on Chinese finance and Chinese companies and certain Chinese technologies like coal, and sort of evolving beyond that to embrace the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, for example, and all the transactions that are done under the BRI, to embrace real renewable electrification strategies for the bottom 2 to 3 billion people around the world, to embrace genuine partnerships with other industrial nations in expanding the remit of that effort and approaching it in a really cooperative way. It can either be a threat to American leadership around the world, or it can be an opportunity to collaborate and build a global community that is far more inclusive, far more sustainable, and as I've seen firsthand in some very tough places, also more stable, more safe, more secure. And that is the world we need to build, and we need to show some leadership to get there.
Okay, so all right, so we've done a lot of talking. You've talked about kind of the tools are there, right? We've learned from the financial crisis. I'm thinking of leaders who are listening, investors who are listening. So what is it, one piece of advice, one action item or two action items that you think people need to kind of go back to their offices, go back to their home, working from home, and just say, these are things we need to work on so that we can build a better future, a greener future, but that's also very beneficial to the world at large?
Well, I'd say the one big thing, no matter what walk of society you're part of and what part of the business community you're part of, is just really understanding how are you providing value towards a sustainable and inclusive economy. Really having a crisp understanding of that and making sure you're investing in the right things in that regard. Part of it, then there are more specific recommendations. Everyone should be thinking about ESG investments, and that should be a significant portion of the portfolio. Anyone managing an endowment should look seriously at divestment and understand that, whether they can make that happen within the contours of their institution and take on that responsibility. I think anyone who is running a larger or even a smaller operating company of some type should be looking to see, are they able to turn their corporate engine into an engine of service delivery and growth for those who have been excluded from the last decade of economic performance, and frankly, the last 4 decades in the United States, and those that are getting crushed during this COVID crisis, which includes essential workers in America. And there are infinite opportunities, especially for many of our tech champions, to rethink how they are treating their employees, what it means to be a gig worker, how you maintain flexibility, but also provide the essentials that create for dignified work, healthcare, education for children, real notification of the time you're asked to work, and respect for the time you're waiting for a car ride to pop up on your app and you go pick somebody up. As the economy changes, we need corporate leaders and investors to take much more leadership over these issues, and everyone has a role to play if you really think about how you are affecting the nature of the future of our economy.
If we all do this, right, and if we all think about these 3 major problems that you laid out, the pandemic, climate, and also talked about energy poverty, if we do this and get it right, what do you think will be the outcome and in what time frame?
Well, we're convinced that you can end energy poverty in a decade. And while that might sound like it's one slice, it's one of many problems, we actually know that it is the most correlated issue that keeps people trapped in poverty and that robs people, especially in developing nations, of their capacity to improve their human productivity. So solving that problem in the next decade can literally bring billions of people out of poverty into a modern global economy, enable them to use digital tools and have access to growth, opportunity, and dignity that comes with income and upward mobility. I think that's a major, major win for humanity. I think second, acting now on and recognizing that the stimulus actions we take are once in a lifetime actions, effectively, especially for anyone in public service, because lifetime is short in public service. Getting this right matters, and we have to learn from the global financial crisis. We cannot have a slow and sluggish set of actions that effectively leave out the bottom 60% of working households in the industrial world. Our politics won't sustain that in the future.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've got to get this right. Are you optimistic that we will?
I am. I'm an optimist. I've seen us rush to create a vaccine, 3 of them potentially for COVID. I've actually, over the course of 20 years, seen us vaccinate hundreds of millions of kids who would have otherwise missed those vaccinations because of real public-private partnership. We're embarking on this fight against energy poverty with the support of the world's largest energy companies and the world's smallest energy storage innovators. I mean, people have a yearning to make a difference in the world. And somewhere along the way, capitalism and corporate culture kind of puts that yearning in a box. And if we can reconnect people to their sense of purpose and help them recognize that their actions now will define, the planet in the future, and give them a chance to look back on what they did in this moment with pride, I'm very optimistic that we'll succeed.
Well, and you guys have definitely been succeeded at the Rockefeller Foundation with all the actions you've been taking. You gave us some great things to think about, some really powerful things. Raj, thank you so much. Dr. Rajiv Shah, of course, president of the Rockefeller Foundation. Raj, thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Welcome, everybody. I am so lucky to have here Anne Finucane. She is Vice Chair of Bank of America, Chair of the Board of Bank of America Europe, and she also heads up the bank's efforts, the Environmental, Social, and Governance, Sustainable Finance Department, Capital Deployment, and Public Policy efforts. She joins us here on one of the key questions of the day, which is how do you create beneficial programs and policies that help everybody, the environment, and help get more diversity at the top of boards, while also making money, because ultimately investors need to do that. And thank you so much for being here. I want to start there, this idea of whether ESG efforts are more public relations at this point, or whether they're increasingly a business case.
Well, thanks for having me, Lisa. It's a business case, although I think in the early days, you could make the argument that they were more public relations focused. ESG, environmental, social, and governance, actually, we have been able to, through a series of reports in our research department, be able to demonstrate that those companies that really live the qualities of ESG are less volatile, have, in general, higher returns. They certainly have lower attrition. They could have higher customer satisfaction. So from maybe just a broad risk management point of view, ESG is a pretty good bellwether for the kind of company that you're running. And then more specifically, particularly in the environmental space, this is where real products and services can be produced and accrue to the value of a company and a country in a way that I don't think we probably anticipated in the early days.
When you think about the ESG efforts that you focus on, are they primarily identifying public companies that do have investors, and figuring out what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong? Or is it helping to funnel money toward less loved areas, perhaps, of the economy and capital markets, where perhaps there are efforts that are doing good things for the environment or in creating a more diverse society?
Well, it's a little of both. So from a client perspective, I can't think of a company that doesn't want to be seen as effective in the ESG space. I'll just give you some reasons why. Your top investors, institutional investors, as ours do, ask you about your ESG portfolio, meaning, what are you doing on the environment? Are you carbon neutral? If you're not, how are you going to get there? On the S, what are your social contracts with your employees? How well do you treat them? How well do you pay them? What are your maternity, paternity leave? What are you doing in the area of mental health, and so on? On the G side, what are your governance practices? How do you run this company? And so if every one of your top investors are asking those questions, and they are, so I meet with our top 50 investors along with a team of people from the company. And I would tell you 5 years ago, you might have somebody ask you about ESG, but it was last minute and half the room would leave to get a cup of coffee. Today, you have 3 or 4 people across the table, and they're all asking that question. And there are metrics that they're evaluating. So they're either looking at the rating agencies, so I'm talking about MSCI, Sustainalytics, Dow Jones, et cetera, or they're looking at the standard setters, TCFD, SASB, and others. And then there's yet a third category of people that are kind of just evaluating how you're doing in specific areas, carbon disclosure, what kind of reporting are you doing overall. And all of that is entered into that conversation. And all of that is one of the indicators of what kind of company you are. So no matter who you are, you're being evaluated, including us and other financial services companies. Then for us working with our clients, if they're seeking to get to carbon neutrality, and many companies are, and eventually I think most will be seeking net zero, which we can get into in a minute. But to get to carbon neutrality takes quite a lot of work. You have to reduce your water usage. You need to retrofit with energy efficiency all your buildings. You seek to build new buildings with LEED certification. You then buy your energy from renewable companies. And even when you've done all of that, you probably have something left that doesn't get you to carbon neutrality. And that means you have to purchase offsets. That is essentially a carbon marketplace. You're purchasing from a nonprofit, a forestry development, something in the space that is accretive to the environment. The problem with that is there are not enough offsets in the world if we were all to try to get to carbon neutrality, and therefore you're going to have a marketplace soon enough in the world of offsets where companies, investors are going to invest in offsets because they are a coming commodity that people will need to buy to create carbon neutrality. So there's this circular economy happening, and it's quite real. It's happening as we're speaking. It isn't just kind of an idea.
It's funny, as you talk about this, I think about Tesla, for example, which has made a lot of its money this year based on exactly this market that you're talking about. I do wonder how much, some people will say this is whitewashing the metrics. You create metrics and then you can be really creative with them and make a picture that looks nice, but maybe doesn't actually have the impact that you're going for. How do you measure impact? Do these metrics accurately get you there?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's hard to whitewash when you have TCFD and SASB evaluating everything you're doing. That's quite difficult to whitewash or greenwash. The other thing is, did you reduce your carbon footprint? Did you or didn't you? You can't whitewash that. You either did or you didn't. You prove it. You sort of, you provide your data to the greenhouse gas protocol and they evaluate. You don't assign yourself carbon neutrality, it's assigned to you. So for everything that you do, there's always a third party that evaluates and either gives you that stamp of approval or rejects it. So it would be rather difficult to greenwash, whitewash, whatever you want to call it, because there's a third party evaluating that in every case. And as I say, if to get to carbon neutrality takes a lot of steps. They're pretty transparent. They may be hard to do, but they're not impossible to understand. And you have a third party that evaluates you. But for a bank, that's a business opportunity because we have thousands of clients, tens of thousands of small businesses, hundreds of thousands of really small businesses and millions of customers. But just using the companies, middle market and up, all of them, in their seeking to get to carbon neutrality, need financing to retrofit for energy efficiency. They may need financing to make the flip to renewable energy. The energy companies who are heretofore very focused on fossil fuels as they try to buy renewables, they may need financing to get there. So for us, we see lots of business opportunity. And they are, I think, kind of prosaic in the saying that they don't sound so exciting, but they're quite real.
Yeah, and also I wonder how much you're involved in trying to broker some of the carbon neutrality issues. You're talking about the markets sort of around and the ecosystems around trying to reach carbon neutrality. Is that something also that you're looking at as far as a financial instrument and a financial service in a way to some of these companies?
Yeah. So we are looking at that. We're kind of an early adopter or an early adapter as well. The adaptation came in our own carbon neutrality. We are carbon neutral. The adoption came years ago when we started to underwrite green bonds, and actually we're a pretty big issuer of green bonds too. But we saw their value. So a green bond, just to make it simple, is not much different than a municipal bond, meaning it's quite safe and it has a reasonably low return, but it's safe. And in almost all asset management, you need some of that in your overall portfolio. The value of green bond is you have to audit the activity to demonstrate it had some green value. So for instance, helping the city of Los Angeles move from traditional lighting to LED lighting, they needed to, a bond needed to be issued to make that happen. They needed financing to make that happen. But in creating the LED lighting, they also reduced their electricity bill considerably. So now they had better quality electricity, less greenhouse gas emissions, and lower cost. If you can reproduce that 1 million times over, you've got a cleaner planet and you've got financing that works. That's what we're talking about. So yeah, we're trying to help people in that way while also doing it ourselves. We also see that there's a fair amount of stuff, if you will, that's sort of just happening. So if there were roughly $50 trillion in investable assets in the institutional investor community, about a third of those right now would fit within the ESG framework, and they would not have fit within that 3 years ago. So people are making decisions to put less money behind pure coal play or pure fossil fuels. And remember that fossil fuels largely energizes the world, let alone the country. So you can't eliminate them, but you can work with companies to try to reduce it. Anyway, there is about a third of the investable assets today through institutional professional money management is done in the ESG space. And that's huge leaps in just a few years.
Where do you expect it to be perhaps in 5 years?
I don't know about 5 years, but I think in 10 years, they could all have some aspect of ESG. If we all were to, well, let me put it a different way. I'm not going to talk about mid to very complex multinational companies. Europe is passing a Green Deal. It's not like the Green Deal that we put forward out of Congress here in the US. It will become law probably in another year. The regulations will be written, and essentially companies will be signing up to be net zero by 2050 and about halfway there by 2030, maybe 2035. They need a game plan to do that. That doesn't just happen. They have to first go and become carbon neutral, and they go to net zero. Net zero essentially means if you were a financial institution, it's easiest to explain it. We become carbon neutral, but in order to be net zero, every single company that we bank also has to be carbon neutral. So if I were a manufacturing company, I not only would have to be carbon neutral, but any vendor that worked with me would have to be carbon neutral, and then you get yourself to net zero. Well, that also means that there's got to be a huge buildup of technology and science, whether it's hydrogen or nuclear or battery operated, whatever it is. There's a whole lot of activity that will be invested in, so that what you're not talking about is scolding people into carbon neutrality. What you're doing is getting them there through science and technology. And that's a big marketplace. That's a huge transition. And I think that there are components that will be maybe in all investing, which is, I'm not trying to paint the world of an environmentalist. I'm simply saying I think this is a reality.
No, I think that's fair. And I think that it matches what we're hearing out of a lot of the top investors, in particular sovereign wealth funds and other publicly tied institutional investors. We were talking a lot about the environmental aspect of ESG. I'm wondering about the social aspect, particularly when it comes to diversity. And I'm wondering about, Bank of America and getting diversity into the upper ranks of the bank. What has been the main obstacle to doing that till now?
Well, I think it's an effort for all of us to reflect the communities in which we work and live. So the seeking diversity is crucial. And by the way, you'll be more successful for it. We ourselves are a pretty diverse company. About 40% of the population is diverse in some way. Our board is diverse. Our incoming lead independent director is African American. Our management team is diverse both in terms of people of color and gender. But we could do better. Can't we always do better? And the way to do better is to make sure that right from the early days you're recruiting. So right out of college, you're recruiting a diverse slate of individuals to come into the company, and then making sure that we're creating sponsorship within that to bring someone along over the years, as all of us need sponsorship. It seems to me that in almost all these large companies, it's in about middle management that we start to see some erosion of people of color, and also with women. So we've been making a real effort to try to create sort of a linked sponsorship and to double our efforts here. As a matter of fact, for any position in our company that comes open, we make sure to have a diverse slate of candidates so that you're really looking at a group of people that you think, could this be filled by somebody that looked a little different than the person that once filled it before? But it's a journey. We have to stay at it. I will tell you that every senior manager in the company is evaluated by our CEO for one's efforts and success in this area.
The pandemic complicate the ESG cause?
Yeah, a little.
It does? How?
Well, it just, it's very difficult when we're all trying to do something with higher unemployment rates. It's hard to start a small business or support a small business when it's virtual or the doors are shut. So sure, it slows things down. I think we're trying to do a lot of workarounds. It doesn't hurt on what we're doing with the universities. That's worked out pretty well. And actually, we're up and running with that. It hasn't hurt in terms of putting money behind affordable housing, the early stages. It hasn't hurt in terms of putting money into the healthcare system because that's needed. But I would say for small businesses, sure, it's holding everybody back, because if you're running a restaurant or a construction company or any number of companies that if you could just get bigger, you would, do better and it would be better for your community. It's a little hard to do if we're all, not available to walk in the streets and to walk into the store or sit down at the restaurant. So, yeah, it's hurting.
Well, and it raises a question, and it sort of goes to the heart of this debate that Milton Friedman kind of is at the heart of, this stakeholder versus shareholder capitalism. And he came out with shareholder capitalism. Ultimately, companies have to do right by their shareholders. People said, well, you have to broaden that out. And as stakeholder capitalism means you are accountable to a broader group of people. And there is a question with some of these efforts of whether a company can really do some of these things if they don't pay off in the near term, if they can really engage in these efforts and whether they're profitable for them and they're doing right by shareholders, or if some of these programs ought to be more governmental run. I mean, how do you sort of make the argument that some of these efforts need to be profitable in order to be self-sustaining, and that they're in the benefit of both the shareholders as well as the companies, as well as the communities?
Well, I don't think you have to be so binary. I appreciate what he said, and he's a brilliant economist. I'm neither of those things, but I would tell you that shareholder capitalism has expanded to be stakeholders. Why? Well, if you have a employee base that feels they are well paid and respected, you have lower attrition. That's huge for any big company. if you have a customer base that feels that you are listening to them, that you weren't just thinking of the bottom line, you were thinking that perhaps you would take a longer view, that it's certainly more productive and lucrative, if you will, to keep the customers you have and build that relationship. But you don't just do that on a transactional basis. So it takes some investment, and often an investment in their community. You can't have a diverse workplace if you haven't made some effort to reach out and make that diverse community comfortable with your company. And that may take some effort. And certainly you can't have a thriving business if the world around you is collapsing in so much as there's food scarcity or a drought, water scarcity, and these things are environmental issues. Large populations of people with asthma. So it'd be very convenient if all we had to worry about is the numbers, but there are human beings involved in this. And I think you have to expand the aperture to actually be successful. And I will tell you, just using our company as an example, in 2009, we were in the throes of the financial recession, and you know that banks were held in low regard. 10 years later, we're a company that has got a diverse board, a diverse management team, very heavily invested in ESG, very heavily invested in a sort of a social contract with our employees. Our employee attrition has never been lower. Our customer satisfaction has never been higher. And I would not use this year as a good example of how one is doing, just given some of the displacement. But in general, this company has done very well, both for our shareholders and for our employees and for the communities in which we work and live. So I'd consider that a success. And it was important for us to think that holistically to make that happen.
I know that you're also chair of the board of Bank of America Europe, and I'm wondering, in general, Europe makes a lot more noise around ESG efforts than the United States in many ways. Do you think that as a whole, the companies as well as the investors in Europe are leaps and bounds ahead of the ones in the United States in terms of adopting ESG parameters?
You know, not really. I mean, I know that that's the common sort of line, but I don't actually think that. I think we're capitalists in the US, and so we're very comfortable with that. That is not necessarily the go-to position in Europe. There are capitalists, there are socialists, and so, but they're democracies, and the mindset's just a little bit different. I will tell you this, I do think Europe is ahead of the rest of us in terms of making the environment into true legislation and thus regulation, so that there's no wiggle room for getting to net zero. You got to get there by 2050. Now, I'm not sure everyone knows quite how to do it, but you know where to start, and you're starting, and they are going to reward the companies that do it, and they're going to punish those that don't. And if you're a multinational, so I'm talking about a multinational in the US, if you're Ford or Bank of America or GM or Amazon or Apple or you name it, you're not going to just do it in Europe. You're going to apply that same set of remedies to the rest of your company. It would just be it would be hard to believe that you would apply it one and not the other part of the world. So it'd be just beyond what I could think we would do. You'd be seeking to be more efficient. So to seek to be more efficient, you would apply it across the board. We're going to be carbon neutral as a company, period, or we are, but we'll be net zero someday, period. Some of it will be legislated as it is in Europe, but it will, I think, one day be legislated in the US. The Biden administration has already said they are committed to the Paris Climate Agreement of 2015, which, by the way, requires us to get to net zero. So I think we're going to see huge changes in the US, maybe not legislatively, not at least initially, but there are some things that you can do through executive order and through the business community that will make this quite real.
And Finucane, thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. It's good to be with you.
It was really nice to speak with you, and I hope you have a great afternoon.
You too.
Thanks.
Thank you all for joining this session of Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. We hope you enjoyed these discussions. Thanks again to all our speakers and moderators for a wonderful program. And thank you to our summit advisors, ADM, Ball Corporation, BMO, EY, and Schroders, and our participating sponsor, Qatar Foundation, for making this session possible. Most of all, thank you for being such an engaged audience. The Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global event will continue with several more programming segments throughout the day. Our next session, entitled Investing in Change, will air at 12 noon Eastern Time. You can check out the upcoming program in the agenda section of this website and rewatch any of the interviews. For more financial and business news from Bloomberg's global newsroom, you can visit Bloomberg.com. And remember to follow Bloomberg on Twitter. Our handle is simply @business. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. I'm Malika Kapoor, Deputy Global Editor for Bloomberg Live. I'm thrilled you could join us for this, the second day of the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. This is the fourth session of the day, and it's focused around investing in change. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge our summit advisor, BMO. And we just have a couple of housekeeping announcements to ensure you can all enjoy the program. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, just try to refresh your browser, or you can use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will be able to submit questions for speakers during the interviews, and while we may not get to all of you, we will do our best. So to submit a question, just click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question. If you note your name and your location, we will give you a shout out. Please engage with us on social media using the hashtag #SustainableBizSummit. And now I'm pleased to introduce my colleague Shanali Basak, who will moderate the first panel.
Thank you for joining us, everybody. I'm Shanali Basak. I'm a financial reporter here at Bloomberg News. And with me, I have three guests to speak about their engagement with corporations and very many issues that the pension system faces when it comes to climate change. So with me today, I have Adam Matthews, the Director of Ethics and Engagement at the Church of England. I have Bertrand Millot, who's the Vice President of Risk Management, Fixed Income, and Head of Climate Risk at CDPQ, and Ann Simpson, the Interim Managing Investment Director and Board Governance and Sustainability at CalPERS. So we have representation from around the world. Thank you all for joining us today. The place I'd like to start with is corporate engagement, just because so many of you have done so much in such a short amount of time to directly engage with corporations around the world. And maybe you can get us started here about, in the past year, some of the biggest strides you've taken.
Well, thank you very much. It's lovely to be here at this event with Adam and Bertrand. CalPERS works very closely with other funds, and the Church of England and CDPQ are two of our closest allies. The most important, I think, initiative this year for us has been the growth of Climate Action 100+. And this is an initiative that CalPERS co-founded just a few years ago to address the systemic risk of climate change. When we say systemic, we mean something you can't diversify out of, and which could have a knock-on effect across sectors and impact in the portfolio. So just yesterday, we announced that the assets under management by signatories to Climate Action 100+ has just gone over the $50 trillion mark. And the companies that we're engaging collectively are responsible for the third source of emissions on the planet. So the biggest source is China. The second source is the United States. And number three, if they were a country, would be these 100 companies. So we're taking on the very biggest, the systemically important carbon emitters. And the way that we're doing it is by having this shared ambition with our fellow investors. We're also seeing a lot of work on issues on human capital management. I think, of the 2,000 or so companies that CalPERS engages every year, we, this season, ended up voting against the reappointment of 900 directors on company boards that lack diversity, number one, so they're missing out on a huge pool of talent. And number two, the engagement was not fruitful. We weren't making progress. So I think, engagement for a big pension fund like CalPERS, it's very much the Teddy Roosevelt advice. You speak softly, but you carry a big stick. And the stick that you have is your ownership and the voting rights and stewardship that come with being an equity owner.
I'd love for Adam to also weigh in on this, because just over a year ago, we had this great story written by our colleagues at Business Week about your engagement through Climate 100 with Royal Dutch Shell, even though the Church of England was a smaller investor in the company. And so can you speak to us about how you work with a range of investors to influence such changes?
Absolutely. I mean, it goes to the heart of the matter. Look, however big you are, whether you're $1 trillion, $7 trillion, or $3 billion, none of us are big enough to influence the change that needs to happen at a systemic level in the time that we've got left. So therefore, coming together with like-minded pension funds with very clear asks, which CalPERS convened through Climate Action 100 and all the global investor networks, gave an opportunity for 500 funds to very clearly articulate their expectations of companies to align to the goals that society has set in the Paris Climate Agreement. And there we want to see net zero commitments, and we want to see business plans and lobbying that align to that. And so the engagement with Shell really has been on behalf of that 500 group of investors, now over $50 trillion, which is a huge percentage of their shareholder base. And it's been a very deep, detailed dialogue and discussion with Shell over the years. And I lead with a fund manager, Robeco, in Europe, and we have a much larger group of funds sitting behind us as well that are involved in dialogues. But on a weekly basis, we're in touch with the company 3-4 times a week. We're regularly talking with the board, we're talking with the CEO, we're talking with the lead directors. We want to see the core commitment which Shell made, that they're going to take responsibility for their Scope 3 emissions, which is about 80% of their impact. We then wanted to see that translated into short and medium-term targets, which we achieved. We then want to see that connected to their executive pay, which we achieved. And equally, we wanted to see that translated through to the way that they lobby, which they equally committed to. And now we're in a really detailed discussion, because at one level, you've got that sort of assurance. So they're on the same page, they're facing to the same goal of society's target of Paris. And now we're working with the company. How do we put in place the transition plan? What does that mean for you as a business in Shell? How do you align capital expenditure? And equally, what are the levers you as a company can pull that are in your control, but what are the ones that aren't in your control that you can influence, but you don't determine? And there's a common agenda between us as a CA100 company investor, them as a company determined to commit to achieve net zero, working together to really drive the transition through a lot of their customers, through the demand side in the auto sector, shipping, aviation, that ultimately is going to determine whether a company like Shell transitions. So we're now into the detail, we're into the really complicated phase of engagement, and the opportunity really is for a company like Shell to transition with the support of their shareholder base, and that enables me as a pension fund to remain invested in them, and for that company to succeed, and our pension funds to have their pensions paid for down the line.
I'd love to get the perspective of CDPQ on this as well, but also persuading companies to change must also meet some resistance. What are the challenges that you face when you're engaging with companies?
Well, thank you. I think you need to have a realistic dialogue. Not all companies are the same. Not all companies operate in the same industry. Some of them, especially in the power sector, for example, are regulated. So there is stakeholders, government stakeholders need to be taken into account. You need to take these realities into consideration when you interact with these companies and be so that they listen to you. If you apply across a broad brush approach across the board, then it's going to be difficult to be relevant to that specific company. So you need to be quite educated and take into account those circumstances. This is where science with regards to climate change can be helpful also, because the trajectories for decarbonization of various sectors are dependent on those sectors. So one needs to be intelligent about these things and be selective. It is, it's very, very important. Engagement is very, very, very important. I can't stress that enough. It is a lever that we as investor and long-term asset owners have to change the companies, to make the companies that we invest in change, whether it's climate change, whether it's diversity, whether it's other issues, governance, etc. Those aspects are very important. And we, as Anne said, we have the levers, we have the stick. There is a lot of talk in the investment industry about greening portfolios by divestment. To us, that is an abdication of our responsibilities, because it doesn't change anything to the planet. It just offloads the thing from our book to somebody else's book. And we think we have a much more important role to play by actually pushing companies to do the right thing. And that is within their activities, but also what they buy, how they market themselves.
So this seems to be a conversation that's quickly advancing across the world. But of course, here we are with a huge problem across the world. Do each of you believe that change is happening fast enough? Anne?
Absolutely not. When we think about the planning that's going on for COP26, you don't know whether to laugh or cry that it's taken 26 years to get to the point where we're really digging in on climate change issues. So on that, no, but the point now is the urgency is evident. And the other thing I think it's important to remember is that investors have a hugely important role in the climate change transition, but the progress will only be made if we have the accompanying policy and regulatory pieces in place. So for example, for CalPERS, we think there's an urgent need for carbon pricing. There's the great externality of causing global warming currently gets a free ride in the economy. And yet all the time, effort, money, impact on not just investors, but workers and communities, all that, getting that right means we need a policy framework. Mandatory risk reporting, I think there's good progress being made on that. But right now, investors understand these huge risks and the opportunities. And yet we are working from almost improvised data, even though we've got some very good frameworks like TCFD, which we support fully. So there is a need, if we're really going to drive this forward on the financial side, we've got to have mandatory climate risk reporting integrated into the financials. That's number one. Number two, we've got to get the economics priced. So we need carbon pricing, we need the removal of subsidies for fossil fuel. So it's this coordinated approach that will enable us to pick up the pace. Because if we're talking about net zero by 2050, we have got no time to hang about at all. I think the important thing about Climate Action 100 Plus, as Adam was saying, is that we are now at a stage of very detailed discussions and time-bound transition actions that are being taken by companies. So we have just launched for consultation with signatories a benchmark which will track what companies are doing on short, medium, and long-term timeframes on a whole range of very specific issues that include the items that Bertrand and Adam have mentioned, but also CapEx. And we also have a placeholder in this benchmark for the notion of the just transition, which was set out in compelling detail in the preamble to the Paris Agreement. And we all know that the transition has to be managed in a way that protects the most vulnerable, but we're not yet there with the business community stepping forward with plans that can lay claim to this being a just transition.
Now, you kind of front ran me on a question here that I think is one of the most important, as the U.S. is about to face a new presidential administration where green initiatives are very high up on the agenda. I think there's something that we can learn about the needs of the world as well here. Adam, maybe you can address here what you think Greater Europe needs to be doing to address this problem on a regulatory perspective to be able to make your job easier.
Well, look, it's a partnership. It's a partnership with governments. It's a partnership with the finance sector. It's a partnership with companies. And those that commit to the long-term goals of Paris, those that are committed as a pension fund, as a company, as governments to net zero, and then translating that into targets in shorter, medium-term timeframes, you're all pointing in one direction. And now the key thing really is, how do you then ensure that you've got the enabling regulatory change that can mean that we can go faster, that means that we can bring more finance to play, to share the risk, to play our role in driving that transition. So I think the opportunity with the incoming Biden administration, working together with Europe that's committed to net zero and looking to use its stimulus post-COVID to really sort of energize the transition, looking at new ways in which you can utilize hydrogen, economy, etc. I think these are opportunities, but also not to forget, you've now had Japan, you've now had South Korea, you've now had China also commit to net zero. So there is a real ramping up of government commitments. It's got to be converted into that short-term set of measures that really, in particular, how we're using the stimulus packages to ensure that we're incentivizing transition. And a fund like ours, I mean, we have a large element of our funds invested passively. And for us, it's really important. We don't think being passive means that you're passive in your responsibilities. And we've been able to embed the insights of Climate Action 100 and Transition Pathway Initiative into an index that double weights. So we double our investments in companies that are committed to net zeros, to reward them, to incentivize. And I think we can also do a lot more in the finance sector. But one other area that's absolutely critical that Climate Action addresses is that relationship with public policy lobbying that companies undertake. And we're looking very closely at how they resource trade and industry associations and the lobbying they do of governments, of the regulatory systems, of parliaments, of legislatures, because there they need to do that consistently with their commitments. And there we are really wanting to see evidence that there's good practice, because ultimately, as I say, it's a partnership and the opportunities for us to lobby together for the right regulatory change that aligns us to achieve in Paris.
This question also applies to CDPQ as well, and wondering what the role of Canada is in this discussion here too.
Well, I will just reinforce what Adam and Anne were saying, but maybe I'll address the question and the way we look at this, which is there is the side of clean tech, but there's also financing the transition. And we're pension plans. We have a fiduciary responsibility. We are relatively conservative because people, our beneficiaries, expect to see pensions at some point in the future. And so the way we've addressed that question is to create some small funds to invest in research in green tech, and we've partnered with family offices. We do a little bit of venture as well, but only a little bit, because we need to remain on the low risk side of investments. However, we are a very large active investor. And so when it comes to transition, we've been financing renewables. We're one of the largest shareholder of a very large power, green power company in the US. We have increased our green investments by almost doubled actually in 2 years. We've set targets. And so we, in summary, or using an image, we're not so much invested in developing the latest battery technology, but we're certainly invested in financing utilities with billions of dollars to install batteries, to install green power, to install solar power, so that that transition happen. We have a lot of capital, and therefore we tend to invest it in places where that capital intensive industries at the time when these things are being deployed.
Now, I'm really glad you brought this up also, because we're also getting a question from our audience. From Katie in San Francisco is asking Anne particularly, how is CalPERS looking to invest in the new wave of clean tech companies?
Well, it's not such a new wave. CalPERS actually invested, before I came to CalPERS had quite a big clean tech portfolio, and we lost hundreds of millions of dollars. And I think it was a good example of moving too soon, moving early. Where we are now, if you look at our own TCFD report, there's CalPERS investment strategy on climate change. It came out in July. You'll see a lot of detail about what we're doing in each asset class. So clean tech is obviously a very broad category. But in private markets, we have almost 20% of our assets are in what sometimes is dubbed climate solutions. So that's renewable energy, water storage, energy efficiency, as specific investments, and sustainably certified buildings. Which is also very important, because you have to sort of look at all of your asset base and see where emissions are coming from and where the opportunities are. So we don't, as Bertrand said, we have not at the moment got venture capital exposure, largely because I think we're so big. I don't think we do a very good job in markets where you need to be very nimble and very flexible. But certainly in our private asset classes, this is turning into quite a big opportunity set for us. Then, again, echoing Adam and Bertrand here, the real action on the take-up of technology is going to be in the companies that need to adopt, integrate, invest in the technology that's going to bring their emissions down. So I think right now there's a huge amount of technology that is ready for deployment. The innovative end, the venture capital end, the life sciences projects at universities, this is all a wonderful part of the financial ecosystem, but it's not something that we are very well suited. And we don't have financially, we don't have a good track record in that area.
Is it an area also that you are looking at over at the Church of England, Adam?
Yeah, the pensions board, obviously we invest across multiple asset classes, and we absolutely look for opportunities to align our investments to supporting the transition. And that is a key part of the role of many of our managers. We are increasingly going into private markets, and we see real opportunities there to be at the sort of forefront of supporting those new businesses that are going to be part of the solution. But equally, just through the way that we've managed to establish the passive index, the FTSE TPI Climate Transition Index, there we've seen a 36% increase in green revenues that we're now exposed to in the past year from putting $1 billion in that fund. So we are finding different ways in different asset classes, be it infrastructure, property, private markets, where you can look for those opportunities to support the transition as part of a strategy to mitigate the risks that we as a fund are facing in the transition and to benefit from the opportunities, all in the interests of serving our beneficiaries and the world that they're going to retire into that isn't hopefully going to be ravaged by the extremes of climate change. So I think it's hugely important that funds look for those opportunities, both on the positive as well as sort of managing those risks.
We have another question from the audience, and I think we only have time for one of our panelists to answer it. So I'm opening it up to you. What do you think about the evolution of carbon markets, both compliance of cap and trade credits as well as voluntary offsets?
I think they are a great tool to price carbon markets. It's a necessary thing. Policy, as was mentioned by Adam and Anne earlier, is also very important. Carbon pricing by governments, but cap and trade is a great system. Again, governments need to make sure that they reduce the amount that is available for trading, i.e. tighten the cap. With regards to, so it's a great tool for the transition. With regards to offsets, one needs to be very, very careful about the quality of these things. There is a lot going on. Some are regulated, some are not. So the ones that are not so good are basically not worth the paper they're written on. So one needs to be very, very careful about these things, but it's also useful. But in the end, one must think that we need to go to a world where there is zero carbon. So I mentioned a transition. It's good to go from now to maybe 2030, 2035, 2040. But at some point, there should be nothing to trade, hopefully, if we get there in 2050.
Last question also to throw out as well. I know, Adam, you had mentioned divestiture often doesn't make sense to you. And it's a huge topic. I know it's something that pension beneficiaries fight for a lot. Are there instances in which divestiture does make more sense to you?
Well, look, it's about how you assess the risks that you have within your portfolio. Ultimately, you want to see as many companies set themselves on a pathway to the transition. We will make judgments in terms of which companies we think have got credible plans. There's now tools available to investors to determine that. The work that Anne's referred to on the Climate Action 100 has a benchmark that really will test whether companies have proper transition plans. And that enables us then to assess whether those companies are ones that are likely to manage the transition, have the capabilities, have the strategies in place, and those that aren't. And then it's for funds to make decisions as to what's appropriate to their own approaches in investment. We as a fund do make disinvestments. And I think the thing that we try to create with our passive fund is that ultimately, if you've got the plans, if you've got the disclosures, if you're making the commitments, commitments and you're properly evidencing it and that's independently verified, then we're willing to double our investments in you. So there's a real positive here. The door's not closed to anyone, but there are companies that are refusing or resisting, and actually you do sometimes have to draw a line, and we as a fund do. But ultimately, let's get as many companies on the right path working with us in the common interest of achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement and ensuring that they succeed, our pension funds succeed, and the climate is addressed in a way that means that everyone has a world to retire into that doesn't have climate emergency events all the time.
And do you believe investors in the US will be quicker to divest?
Well, divestment is a problem because all you do is sell your shares to someone else. So if your objective is to manage your risk and you dispose of the asset, that's fine. That's just part of the normal investment process. On climate change, the problem is if we walk away and hand over our shares to someone else, the company's off the hook and we are still exposed to the risks of those emissions going up into the atmosphere. So this issue about divestment as a solution, it might be a solution for making your portfolio be de-risked in certain ways, which is, I think, Adam's strategy. But also, you're not managing the risk of those emissions. And bringing those emissions down is the real goal.
One of the key ways we could do that is through bonds. I think there's a great deal of work for us all to do in relation to the finance in bonds.
Yes.
Denying the debt, engaging your equity.
Mm-hmm. It always ends up being one of our biggest questions. And I really thank you to our panelists for joining us for this half hour. It's never enough time, and I hope to talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good day. Stan Barclay here, CEO of BMO Capital Markets and a proud sponsor of Bloomberg Sustainable Finance Week. I'm here today with Michael McCain, CEO of Maple Leaf Foods, and we're here today to talk about sustainability. Michael, perhaps first you could take us through your philosophy as you've moved forward and thought about sustainability for Maple Leaf.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. It's wonderful to be with you again. So in short, Maple Leaf has adopted a very deep, purposeful commitment to the role of sustainability in our enterprise. It's rooted in the belief system around shared value, combined with some strategic imperatives that are important to the growth of our business and the role that sustainability plays. We've defined our vision as an organization to be the most sustainable protein company on Earth. And as a result of that, we've baked the essence of sustainability, defined broadly, by the way, into all elements of our business strategies and our day-to-day activities. So it's fundamental to the organization that we serve.
And Michael, maybe you could bring a little bit of that to life. When you think about baking it into your entire business, maybe you could give us an example of where you're putting sustainability in.
Well, first of all, the broad definition is important in the sense that we've broken it out into 4 pillars. We believe that a sustainable enterprise, beyond the obvious of financial sustainability, occurs with better food, better care over the animals in our stewardship, a better planet or planetary commitments that we make, and also the role that we play in the community. So we have very specific initiatives to advance all 4 of those major sustainability pillars and very concrete actions attached to each. I probably would bring the most focus today on our environmental sustainability commitments. We started some 5 years ago with very aggressive goals and objectives to reduce our footprint by 50% by 2025. We're well on the way to accomplishing that. I think we've got somewhere in the vicinity of 24-25% reduction since we made the commitment. But we actually doubled down on that in 2019 by doing 2 things. The first is we signed up at the time as one of only 290 companies around the world for science-based targets to establish new absolute targets to 2030 that were validated and approved by the Science Based Target Initiative, 290 companies around the world that made such aggressive commitments. And secondly, we became the first large-scale food company in the world, and I say food company, not just meat company, but food company, to become carbon neutral now, not sometime in the future, but now. And we felt that that was an important commitment, aligned with our overall purposeful journey of becoming the most sustainable protein company in the world. So we've got a broad range of initiatives. Those two and environmental commitments certainly stand out right now, but we've got across the full array of what we've done. Finally, I would say it does impact on many of the non-obvious things that we do in Maple Leaf, not the least of which is the project you and I worked on to convert our financing package to sustainable finance. And so that I think is also an illustration of how it's baked into most everything that we do these days.
Let's go back a little bit, Michael, in terms of you achieving carbon neutrality. I presume that was quite a bit of work on behalf of Maple Leaf. What were kind of the key planks that you worked through to achieve that?
Well, first of all, we follow the model that most environmental stewards would advocate, which is a very simple progression from avoid, reduce, recycle, and then finally offset. So we have a range of micro projects across the organization to avoid emissions in the first instance. And reduce our emissions where we possibly can. As I mentioned a moment ago, we've had 25% in the last 5 years. We've set ambitious goals for the next 10 in absolute terms, not in intensity terms. So that makes them even more aggressive for an organization that also intends to grow. It's involved capital commitments along the way to improve efficiency of everything from our manufacturing efficiency in emissions from our manufacturing sites. But it also involves progress in some really advanced technologies around agriculture, things like regenerative agriculture and applying components of regenerative agriculture today and in the future in our operations, and because we go right back to the farm, deploying technologies like anaerobic digestion to convert methane into actually a renewable fuel source. So there's a lot of components to this. There will always be in an organization like ours a tag end of emissions, and against that backdrop, we've also acquired just to compensate for that in the near term to get us to full neutrality now. A portfolio of offsets, but we both know that the world of offsets is a bit of a wild west. So we set very, very high integrity conditions around what those offsets would look like. They had to be local. They had to be new vintage. They had to be inside our industry. They had to be all verified, fully verified as such. So we've got a very high integrity set of offsets portfolios that deal with the tag end. And the interesting part at the end of it, Dan, is that it creates this virtuous cycle, almost like an internal carbon market. The more we reduce our emissions, the more we save in our investments in offsets. And that's a pretty kind of cool byproduct of all this as well.
No, and I'd compliment you because when I think about the robustness of that program, from, as we would call it here, end-to-end thought process, and then putting that together to arrive at a total package around sustainability and meeting one of your 4 pillars, as you highlighted earlier. I wanted to transition to a conversation around the world's first sustainable loan in Canada. BMO and Maple Leaf partnered on that. I thought maybe we'd walk through why that was important to you to create that sustainable finance loan, and then the approach you took around the targets and how you're going to meet them.
Well, the attractiveness for us is beyond the obvious that it connects directly to our vision statement, our purposeful journey as an organization around sustainability. Is that you made it very clear to us, Dan, that it was a win-win for the Maple Leaf organization and BMO. In that we had a financial break there was a slightly lower cost of the financial package that was put before us in sustainable finance, provided we made certain commitments around improving our sustainability footprint. So we went through the process of agreeing on what those commitments that we would make in order to get the financial benefit of that sustainability linked loan. They're commitments that align with the science-based target commitments that we've made as a general organization. So we feel confident in making the targets. We also feel confident in making the commitments to you that we intend to reduce our footprint by that amount, and then we get the financial gain of offsetting that of a lower cost of finance. So really was win-win-win. I think demonstrated, and really appreciate the fact that your organization led this and brought it to our attention.
Yeah, and I think just to add some commentary to that on the win-win, as you're aware, Michael, we put together a $400 billion commitment to mobilize capital in sustainable finance. We view ourselves as wanting to be one of the leading voices in the transition of change to take us to a place with a better world. You can define that around ESG, so both environmental, social, and governance. And this was a key link for us in demonstrating to the marketplace how we want to mobilize capital around our sustainability agenda.
Well, you certainly delivered that for us, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, we're very excited by the progress that we've made this year. Very interesting development for you as a company as you've started to embrace plant-based food. Maybe you could talk a little bit about the backdrop to that, the why, and I think it fits into your shared value thesis that you explained earlier.
Well, it does. I mean, it certainly is linked to the thesis of sustainability in the sense that the world needs a more balanced profile in protein consumption. It doesn't mean that the meat industry is going away, but consumers have said that they want to eat more protein, and in pursuit of more protein, they want a more balanced diet. So it certainly fit our sustainability agenda, but there's also a tremendous commercial opportunity. So we started our investment process about 5 years ago, and we're on an incredible journey to support that business for us, for Maple Leaf.
Well, Michael, I think I'll wrap up here. That was an outstanding discussion about your commitment to sustainability. I was very encouraged to hear about how company-wide it is, how embedded it is in your values, and how now you're delivering on your purpose. So, Michael, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan. Wonderful to be with you again.
Hi, everyone. Thanks very much for joining our panel today. I'm Derek DeCluet. I'm the managing editor for Canada for Bloomberg News, and it's my pleasure to welcome these three esteemed panelists today. We've got Alison Fenton-Willock. She's the global head of ESG for the Blackstone Group. Steve Mennel is the chief climate officer at Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation in Ottawa. And on the West Coast, Patrice Impey is chief financial officer for the city of Vancouver. Welcome to all of you. Alison, we'll start with you. Sorry, Alison, we'll start with you. Blackstone Group has got some pretty aggressive goals when it comes to helping the companies that it owns transition to a more sustainable future, to a lower carbon footprint. Talk to us, I guess, first of all, about the carbon emissions part of that and how you guys execute it.
Yeah. So, starting in 2021, across all of our new investments at Blackstone, we are committing to helping those portfolio companies reduce their emissions by 15% in 3 years. The target is new for the firm, but the work is not. In fact, Blackstone has had a chief sustainability officer on our team for the past decade. And we've always worked with companies across our portfolio to help them reduce their energy consumption and therefore reduce their energy costs and their energy-related carbon emissions. And what we've done in recent times is just taken that program and taken the 10 years of experience and the 10 years of learning that our chief sustainability officer and his team have accumulated, and we've formalized it into a program that we can launch at scale across the broader portfolio. One of the things that we have always prided ourselves on at the firm is that we are a responsible investor. We take our commitment to ESG seriously. We take seriously our commitment to being responsible stewards of our investors' capital. And so we do a number of things on that front. The two primary ways in which we do this work is by making sure that we're really rigorous about our diligence before we invest. And then once companies are in the portfolio, we really try to be active owners. I think this emissions reduction initiative, what it demonstrates is, our sort of pivot now to, in addition to those things, which we have to remain focused on because we're investors, we are also saying, you know what, we have a platform, we have a scale, and if we leverage that platform, we can make meaningful impact against some environmental issues like climate change by launching an initiative like this one, where we are actively helping our portfolio companies and holding ourselves to that target of, aggressively reducing emissions across the portfolio.
Patrice, the city launched green bonds in, I believe it was 2018, was the beginning of that program. Can you take us through how that got started and how the framework is evolving as we head into I guess, what will be the fourth year of it next year?
Mm-hmm. Well, the city of Vancouver has been a leader in environmental sustainability for many years. We had our Greenest City Action Plan, which guided us since about 2010. And just recently, our council approved the Climate Emergency Action Plan. That's a very aggressive sort of multi-year plan that looks to reduce greenhouse gases in the city of Vancouver by 50% in the next 10 years and moves us to achieve our goal of being a carbon neutral city before 2050. So, that we've got those frameworks in place and they've really been guiding us. So when we were looking at developing our green bond framework in 2018 and initiating the first green bond, the team, really looked at the market for green bonds, and we were, a really good fit. There was lots of good alignment with what the city was doing on the environmental side. But even then, we really recognized that was only a portion of what the city was all about, and didn't really, our ESG goals and objectives are much broader, and our mission is and mandate for the city is much broader too. I'll just share this mandate, or the mission for our city is to create a city of communities that care about our people, our environment, and our opportunities to live, work, and prosper. So the concept of social sustainability has been a big part of the city, from the origination of the mission. Just maybe some examples on the social side that the city does is we've got an equity framework, and that's put in place to really sort of help with our decision making across all of our plans, make sure that we're advancing the equity agenda as well as advancing our other goals. So in the case of the Climate Emergency Action Plan, that lens was applied, and the actions are also going to really focus on resulting in improved affordability, improved access to transportation, and access to jobs for all residents of the city. So that's one example. Another would be our Healthy City strategy. And that is one that looks at things like access to affordable childcare. And that's a real challenge in the city of Vancouver right now, access to healthy foods, to community programs. So very much a wellness lens. And this year will be the first time that we actually apply that wellness lens to the city's overall budget. So we'll be presenting the budget to council next month, and it will have a wellness lens to it as well. I think the other thing I might highlight is just on the ESG side is our investment portfolio. In 2016, we implemented a responsible investing screening process. So all of our investment partners, complete that screening, and we use those ESG scores, in our investment processes. So we've got about $2 billion investment portfolio. So those are some of the social things that we've been doing on the city side. And so it was really kind of a very logical evolution for us to look towards a sustainability bond and social bond to really capture more of what the city does. And of course, a sustainability bond will allow us to look at green and social, or green or social on its own, or green on its own. So that framework is what the city's been developing right now, and have just put that in place, so really like to align better with our mission. I think the second driver of us looking at the sustainability bond is just our capital plan. A municipality in BC can only issue debt for our capital program or our capital project. So the green bond was very helpful for a portion of our capital plan, but the rest we were still having to issue a traditional bond. So with a sustainability framework, we'll be able to look really across, be able to capture much more of our capital plan when we go to market for our borrowing. And just as an example, a lot of things sort of cross both the social and the green bond structures. For instance, in looking at maybe building a new library, libraries are there really for equity purposes. It's to make sure that all residents have access to digital or traditional information. And so in building a new library, that's really your goal. It's a social goal. But the building itself could be a net zero building and therefore also achieve the climate objectives. Similarly with affordable housing, which is there for social purposes. But if it's passive house design or net zero, it achieves that goal as well. So the sustainability, transitioning to a sustainability framework, which we've just done, is really sort of fits well with the mission, but also allows us from a financial side to really finance much more of our capital plan through a sustainability bond.
Steve, as the Chief Climate Officer, part of your job is to make sure CMHC, the National Housing Agency of Canada, is playing a role in a sustainable housing system. But what does that mean exactly?
Well, as you can imagine, housing and climate change are very closely related. Housing accounts for about a fifth of our greenhouse gas emissions if you include direct heating and cooling costs, as well as all of the carbon that's emitted with respect to transportation associated with that housing. So making different housing choices can have a very dramatic impact on carbon emissions. But there's another side to it, which is that housing is very much affected by climate-related events. Floods and fires are the most obvious ones, and we've seen, as everyone knows, an increase in the frequency of these events, and they're becoming much more severe. So we see a fairly urgent need to start to adapt and adjust our housing system to accommodate these events. Our financial system isn't as aligned as it could be and as it should be to some of these climate-related risks. And a significant part of our mandate is becoming one of trying to ensure system stability by filling some of the gaps that are emerging in the system. And I'm talking about things like both homeowner and rental investors' inability to get complete insurance coverage for things like fires and floods. And when there is an inability of the market to offer these products, the risk of these events tends to then get transferred into the housing finance system. And as under our role as the federal agency charged with ensuring stability of that system, we are looking at a number of reforms that would enable the system to more reliably assess those risks, to analyze those risks, and then ultimately to build them into all the decisions that are made across the system. So we're working on both sides of the equation, adaptation and mitigation of climate change, looking at how all of our tools, programs, commercial products can be aligned and adjusted to both help us mitigate the effects of greenhouse gas emissions, but also to align our housing system and our financial system to a different kind of economy that we will be seeing in the future.
Alison, back to you on the emissions front and the broader ESG front. How do you track and measure the progress that you're making, and what do you think is the next set of goals that Blackstone will take on the environmental front?
Yeah, so our target covers what we intend to achieve at each of our companies in the first 3 years of ownership. We have partnered with Schneider Electric, who's a global specialist in this area, to help us with tracking that data across our portfolio. As you can imagine, a company of Blackstone's scale and with a portfolio of our size, data and tracking and measurement and reporting against our target is something that we were very interested in making sure that we got right. And so we've partnered with Schneider Electric to help our portfolio companies with tracking their emissions data, and in turn, help Blackstone with aggregating that information across our portfolio. So we think the data that we get from Schneider will help us with doing that. The way that we also collect data is we start that collection process really early in the deal underwriting stage. At the time that we're looking at an investment, we have a very good idea of, through the diligence questions that we ask, what level of engagement will be required to achieve our goal. And then we just continue working with that company after they are in the portfolio. So we start even before the investment is made, and then follow that up with tracking and measurement afterwards. And in terms of, next steps for goals, I can highlight two other initiatives that we recently launched alongside our emissions reduction program. One was a commitment by the firm that whenever we are making any control investments, that we will try to achieve at least 1/3 diverse representation on our portfolio company boards. And again, this is something that we have a history in doing. If you look at calendar year 2019, the independent seats across our private equity portfolio that we filled were filled with women, 50% of them. And so we have demonstrated success already in the past, just looking at our placement rate over the past year. What we're committing to is striving for at least 1/3 diverse representation going forward across all of our portfolio companies. And we've also launched alongside that a career pathways initiative where we're really helping our portfolio companies to rethink the traditional channels of recruiting that they normally use, and really helping them to tap into underserved communities and tap into really high quality pools of talent that might just reside in communities where the candidates themselves aren't aware of opportunities at Blackstone portfolio companies, and the portfolio companies might not have a way of reaching that talent pool. And so we've launched this program that will allow us to work with some really high quality nonprofit partners in reaching candidates and then partnering them with openings across our portfolio. And so I think those examples serve to highlight just how broadly and how comprehensively we think about sustainability. It's not just for us, it's not just environmental sustainability, but also social as well.
And what obstacles do you find you run into as you try to implement these things in target companies or potential investments?
Yeah, so the obstacles are not about convincing anyone of the merits of it. That people generally get the idea and they understand what it is that we're trying to accomplish and understand the value of it. I think one of the biggest challenges in this space is just data and metrics and knowing what are the right metrics to capture. How do you do that? And putting robust systems in place to make sure that we are getting the actual performance indicators and the pieces of data that will help us to track performance and monitor success against our goals. We are tracking ESG data at the firm in the same way as we track financial information. So just as we go out to our portfolio companies every quarter and we say, report to us on your financial metrics, we're baking in ESG data into those same pipes and plumbing to really send the signal that this is information that is just as important as your revenue numbers, for example. But I think that will continue to be a challenge, especially with regard to figuring out, in the ESG space broadly, what are the frameworks and what are the metrics that industries will coalesce around. And so, that's just something that we continue to keep our eyes on and continue to try to move forward.
I'd like to get the city of Vancouver's perspective on that challenge of measuring. You mentioned the equity goes a lot, far beyond the environment into other goals. How do you guys measure it in the city? And maybe give us a couple of examples.
Yeah, so we do have, with our sustainability framework, we do identify some of the metrics that we'll be tracking, and so that is on our website at vancouver.ca. But maybe a few of the examples. Certainly on the green side, the environmental sustainability, because we've got such a strong program through originally our Greenest City Action Plan and now our Climate Emergency Action Plan. We very much, partners with the sustainability team to develop really the metrics around that and making sure that were things that we're able to track. Certainly the obvious one is greenhouse gas emissions reduction. So, measured in the number of tons. And another one would be mode share. So we work very hard as far as shifting, trips within the city from vehicles to walking, cycling, and transit. That's been very successful. I think we've overachieved our goals in the first 10 years. And more than 2/3 of trips are done within Vancouver are walking, cycling, or transit. So a big initiative there, and those are tracked very closely. On the social side, affordable housing, we've got a housing strategy, and we have targets for the number of homes that get built, and a specific target around affordable housing targeted to residents who earn less than $80,000 a year and might not be able to easily, rent or purchase in the market. And so looking at ways that they can have some subsidized rent and supported rent through our affordable housing programs. So we do have quite a few metrics that we align both to the sustainability framework and as well as within each of our departments. So same challenge of making sure that we're embedding for each of our departments and each of our initiatives that combined metrics, with the financial, green, social. And so we do that both through those strategies, like the housing strategy or the climate emergency action plan, and then also through our individual departments' goals and track.
So Steve, Allison, is overseeing her company oversees a huge property portfolio. Obviously, at the City of Vancouver, there's municipal infrastructure and firehouses and transit and so on. But you've got the unique challenge of CMHC's overseeing a housing system that's millions of individual homeowners. So, what are some of the products or ideas that you guys are developing to try to bring, more sustainability to that issue where to that area where you're dealing with so many individual decision makers, if you will?
Mm-hmm.
You're right. We do touch on millions of individual decision makers every year, and we currently do offer a wide variety of products and programs that really cover the full spectrum of the housing system. But I will highlight a few areas that we're looking at, which in particular will have an effect on climate. The first one is through our mortgage insurance programs. So as you're probably aware, we offer mortgage insurance for both homeowner loans and for loans to rental investors who mostly provide moderate and low income rental housing to their tenants. We don't currently look at the carbon footprint or really any climate characteristics of those properties when we're undertaking the mortgage insurance for them. And we are looking at ways that we could encourage or provide incentives to make those properties more climate compatible and to use climate information, including energy efficiency, flood risk, other aspects that have an effect on climate, such as density or proximity to transit, in making those mortgage insurance decisions. Similarly, when we administer our housing programs that are largely focused around constructing new affordable housing, we currently do look at the energy efficiency profile of the building that's being built, but we think there are opportunities to take a much more strong look at some of the other climate attributes, some of the ones I just talked about. And the last area that I should mention is that we are looking into creating a form of green housing bond or a climate compatible housing bond. We currently operate a very large securitization program where we securitize mortgage loans under our mortgage-backed securities and Canada Mortgage Bond Program. We are looking at a bond that would appeal to investors who wish to invest in climate compatible mortgage loans that would help, again, encourage the flow of capital to investors and homeowners have properties that are more climate compatible. So we're as I said, we're looking at the full suite of programs that we have and trying to find ways to influence and create the kinds of incentives that we think are needed to make our housing more climate compatible.
How might a bond like that work? Give us a bit of insight into some of the factors.
An example might be, as I mentioned, you would probably look at the energy efficiency of the housing of the house itself. So we would want houses that are highly energy efficient, well insulated, and have heating and cooling systems that are low carbon. You would also look at some of the other characteristics of the house. Its density is a very important one because density of housing affects things like our transportation choices. The denser the housing, in general, the lower the car usage and the more opportunities there are for people to walk, to take transit, and so on. So when we look at those things together, we might come up with a climate compatible index or a score of some sort, and then apply that to the mortgages that are being insured and then subsequently securitized under our programs, such that properties that exhibit those characteristics would receive a treatment under these programs that would result in perhaps a lower mortgage rate or other favorable underwriting.
We've got just a couple of minutes left, and I'd like to hear from all of you on one of the criticisms that is made of both governments and companies when it comes to climate goals is that they're too far off in the future. We hear a lot about net zero by 2050 and goals sometimes at the corporate or government level that go even well beyond 2050. What do you make of that? Criticism that a lot of this stuff is just really being, where the hard work is being pushed off into the future. Alison, we'll maybe start with you.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, I'll give you the perspective from an investor. We look at the companies that are in our portfolio and look at the length of time that those companies are in our portfolio. And what is within our control is to say, while this company is in my portfolio, what can I do to forward this agenda? What can I do to help this company become more resilient? And so that's what our carbon reduction initiative is all about. That's what our environmental work that we do with our portfolio companies is all about. While I have some influence over this company, what can I do that will help that company become more environmentally resilient and therefore more valuable, which serves a dual purpose of both, generating a good impact for the community, as well as being positive for the funds through which we invest in those companies.
Patrice?
Yeah, I mean, certainly speaking from the government perspective, the governments can actually, change things under their control, but a lot of what they do is influence, and they can do that through changes in regulations, building regulations, building bylaws and codes. But there's definitely areas where they don't have control necessarily over the timing as much, for sure. I think one of the things with the Climate Emergency Action Plan that came up as a sort of a follow-on to the Green City Action Plan was really to create that sense of urgency and that it is a crisis, and really to set some very aggressive shorter term goals versus just the goal of being, a carbon neutral city by 2050. In the Green City Action Plan, which was started in 2010, we set some very specific goals for the next 10 years, which we're now just coming to the end of. And very clearly, you can see where we've achieved the goals or exceeded the goals, and some areas where we haven't. But I think the idea of having a specific target that people can work toward and having those metrics, it really, really changes the approach and the urgency of making change happen. And we've seen that happen at the city with some very aggressive policies to sort of make those changes. And Our building bylaw changes in Vancouver are some of the greenest and really forward-looking, so that you can address the impact of housing. I think buildings create about 40% of or half of the greenhouse gas emissions in the city of Vancouver, and then the other half is pretty much vehicles. So it's pretty impactful for some of that work that we can do, and it just shows that the urgency has to be there when you can set a target, but it does make sense to set sort of an earlier kind of 10-year boundary as well.
Steve will give the last word on that to you.
So I would say that on the adaptation side of the equation, there are many things that we can do fairly quickly. I would encourage every homeowner to look at ways to reduce flood risk in their home. There are some basic, simple, cost-effective things that you can do to your house to make it more resistant to flooding. Yes, it takes a longer time to have a significant effect on the mitigation side, partly because we only add about 1.5% to our housing stock every year. So it takes a very long time if you're trying to get there through only addressing new housing, which is why we think there needs to be a greater emphasis on retrofitting existing housing. We need to look at ways to accelerate the retrofit of existing housing, both multi-unit and single-family housing, to make it more energy efficient, to make it to use low carbon sources of heating and cooling. So retrofits are certainly going to be an emphasis of what we're looking at in the future.
That's all the time we've got for this panel, but Alison, Steve, and Patrice, thank you so much for joining us and giving us the view from your organizations.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Derek.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining this session of Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. We hope you enjoyed these discussions. A big thank you to our speakers and moderators for a wonderful program. And again, I'd like to thank our summit advisor, BMO, for making this session possible. And most of all, thank you for being such an engaged audience. The Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global event will continue with several more programming segments throughout the day. We're taking a break, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Eastern Time for a session on the circular economy. For more financial and business news from Bloomberg's Global Newsroom, visit Bloomberg.com. And remember to follow Bloomberg on Twitter. Our handle is simply @business. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. I'm Malika Kapoor, Bloomberg Live's Deputy Global Editor. I'm so pleased you could join us for the second day of the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. Today's fifth session is focused around a key topic in the sustainability space, advancing the circular economy. Before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge our summit advisor, Ball Corporation. And now we just have a couple of quick housekeeping announcements to ensure you can all enjoy the program. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, try to refresh your browser, or you can use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will be able to submit questions for speakers during the interviews, and while we may not get to all of you, we will do our best. So to submit a question, just click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question. If you include your name and your location, we will give you a shout out. Please engage with us on social media. We are active there, and you can use the hashtag #SustainableBizSummit. And now I am thrilled to welcome AB InBev Chief Procurement, Sustainability and Circular Ventures Officer Tony Milken, who will start us off with a presentation on why circularity matters.
My name is Tony Milliken. I'm the Chief Procurement, Sustainability, and Circular Ventures Officer for Anheuser-Busch InBev. I've been with Anheuser-Busch InBev for 12 years. And just to give you a little bit of a thumbnail about Anheuser-Busch InBev, we produce or manufacture, brew 1 in every 4 beers that are consumed around the world. My responsibilities are for $35 billion in purchases a year. And we operate in 50 countries, and we have commercial operations in over 100 countries. And we got 500 brands, everything from Budweiser to Corona to Stella, and there's so many to talk about, but not enough time. So let me just talk about the reason I'm here today is to talk about circularity. My introduction to circularity started with Peter Lacey. And let me give you just a little bit about Peter Lacey. Peter Lacey is the Chief Responsibility Officer for Accenture. He's also the head of European strategy for Accenture. And he wrote a book that came out in the third quarter of 2015 called Waste to Wealth. And so I'll give you a little bit more about that in a second. He also came out with a second book in the fourth quarter of 2019 called the Circular Economy Handbook. The two books dovetail together. But let's go back to Waste to Wealth. Waste to Wealth, I read it over the holidays of 2015, and it changed my perspective on my responsibilities inside the company and my responsibilities to society in general. And so Waste to Wealth will be the genesis of my conversation today. So let's just talk about circularity. I see it as the key to sustainability. It's in the simplest form, it's a building block. So let's just, let me identify why I say it's simple. If you look at the sun or wind, if you don't harness those two things, you're wasting an opportunity. So windmills capture the power of wind. Solar panels capture the solar rays from the sun and create renewable energy, as everybody knows. But when you start thinking about it from an end-to-end business like Anheuser-Busch, you start to think about those building blocks a little differently. So I'll just give you an example. Packaging, which we're a huge consumer of packaging. We look at it from an end-to-end standpoint, and we think about how do we reuse packaging? How do we reduce it? How do we recycle? And then how to rethink it. And so let's just use a bottle, for example. So a bottle reuse would be just an idea of how big Anheuser-Busch is. 40% of, a little over 40% of all our beers are in returnable packages, returnable bottles. And so those bottles have a life of upwards of 20 times they come in and they go out, and they're used by the consumer. So that's a reuse. We have the largest circular system in the world through that bottle system. Now, if you kind of look at it on a reduced standpoint, we look at our 12-ounce one-way bottles, And we say, okay, when I came on board 12 years ago, we were averaging about 225 grams for a 12-ounce bottle. We're down to 185. And we have designs that go towards 150 grams per 12-ounce bottle. Then there's a whole aspect of recycling. And for everybody here, it's better to reuse a bottle over and over than it is to make what I call a virgin bottle. And it just less carbon, less use. I mean, it's very smart on a recycling standpoint. It's better than for it to go into a landfill. And then let's talk about rethinking. Is how do you get those bottles back into use? You know, there's collection systems, and so we're working with communities around the world on how to collect bottles instead of them going in the landfill, making sure they get back to furnace and then reused in a bottle manufacturer. But I want to take it a little further. When you talk about our raw materials, then you think about reuse, reduce, recycle, and rethink. But I want to kind of focus on the rethink part here. So when the biggest component in beer is barley, and we buy a lot of barley. And so in the brewing process, we take the barley seed, we create malt, and what we do there in the brewing process is we extract the carbohydrates. And the carbohydrates are somewhat like sugars. They feed the yeast, and then the yeast produces alcohol, which is why you get the beer that you have. But the one thing about the barley seed is it's more than carbohydrates. It has protein and fiber. And so when you rethink the ability from a circular standpoint, well, why would you not find the protein, and why wouldn't you find the fiber and be able to extract that? And so conceptually, when you look at all the barley we used around the world, if you could get the protein out of it, you would be able to feed 20 million people their entire year's worth of protein. All right, so think about that. 20 million people, their protein requirements for a full year is in barley seeds that we use in our brewing process. So we have now rethought that, and we're backing a company called Evergreen Ingredients. It's scalable. We have enough barley to help support a company called Evergreen. And here's the interesting about the Evergreen process, innovative process. It takes the protein out of the barley, and the protein is what I call a Ferrari. And what I mean by that as a Ferrari is that A, it's water soluble, B, it's tasteless, and C, it's odorless. And for people that are looking for proteins, it checks all the boxes. So think about this. You could have a cup of coffee, you could have a cup of tea, you can have a Coca-Cola, you can have a Pepsi, you can do all these things. You can have a glass of water that has this protein in it, and now that drink is fortified. And so that's just one avenue of opportunity on circularity. So when we look at it, the brewing process isn't the end of the life of that barley seed. There are many other things. So let me also kind of throw this at you. Fiber, tons and tons of fiber in that protein. But that fiber we know can be changed into or upcycled into xylitol. It's a sugar substitute. And so for every bit of chewing gum and some confectionery products out there, xylitol is in there. If you also think about that fiber, it can be made into nanocellulose. And so there's a lot of uses for nanocellulose, which it would take me another 10 minutes to explain. But also, there's the ability to take that fiber and for digestive aids also. We don't even know yet all the different opportunities on fiber. I think fiber is going to be an amazing play for the Evergreen Ingredients Company. Let me just kind of pull that together. So if you're hearing what we're talking about is about end-to-end thinking about our supply chain, our materials, all the way to the end of life. And so as we play that, let me play a little further some things that are interesting. We have a 100-plus sustainability accelerator. We started it in 2018 by concept. 2019 we came out, and let me explain what the 100-plus accelerator is. It's a concept that says that we're a really big company. We have a lot of scale, but we acknowledge we can't do it by ourselves. We know for a fact we cannot do what it takes to be environmentally friendly, sustainable, and circular in that by ourselves. And so the 100 plus, without any AB InBev branding, is meant to go out and crowdsource our problems. So let me just kind of back up a second. 100 plus is very simple. 100 plus, it means for us, we've got 100 plus challenges to tackle around the environment, okay, as a company. We also know there's 100 plus things for the world that needs to be solved. We also look at 100 plus, meaning that we as a company want to be here for the next 100 plus years. We also know that this earth, and me as a parent, I want this the earth to be healthy for the next 100 plus years, okay? So that's the concept, is create a flywheel where we go out to the world and crowdsource to solve our problems. And so the very first year we came out with 10 challenges, and we had 650, a little over 650 entrepreneurs and startups that submitted their proposals to solve the problems. And then we down-selected down to 20 of those companies. And what is interesting is in this 100 plus accelerator, we bring these companies in, we put them through a boot camp of 10 weeks, we give them an opportunity to pilot their business, their concept, and their proposal in our business. And after 6 months, if the pilot is successful, we give them a contract. And then if anybody knows our company, we have a tendency to scale quickly. So if you come in and you're successful and we give you the contract, we're looking to take you around the world. One other thing is this. We then take those 20, and I'll just give you the facts. Of the 20 companies we did business, brought into the accelerator, 17 of them were successful. And those 17, then we take and we bring them out. We announce to the world who they are. We invite PEs, venture capitalists. We invite green funds to come. And in that cohort, over $200 million of funding to help them seed and grow faster. So we're now into the second cohort. We got over 1,700 proposals from entrepreneurs and startups. We're in the process of finalizing. We've already put them through the pilots. We started with 17 this time. We'll be announcing those successful companies in a couple weeks. And then we will start our third cohort in 2021. Now, let me just kind of give you a little teaser here in 2021. We're expecting a couple very, very large CPG companies to join us. Not an opportunity at this point in time to announce who they are, but I expect in the first quarter, you're going to be very, very surprised with the people that are going to join us. And so why does that matter? All right. I told you we spend $35 billion, and we're out now crowdsourcing to solve problems. Okay. But if you bring on 3 or 4 other equivalent sized companies, then you're talking in the $100 billion of scale opportunity. And then if you just do a simple multiplier of 20 times, because that's basically what you're looking at, for us, we're actually looking at a 20 times multiplier just on our 35 billion, how we affect suppliers and who we work with and how we build our supply chain. You're looking at $2 trillion of opportunity. And so that flywheel we're creating called the 100 plus sustainability accelerator, now we grow the diameter of it and we speed up the flywheel and we create a monster opportunity to solve the world's problems. What you will find out when you talk to people within Anheuser-Busch InBev, from the board of directors down to the people that actually making our beer and delivering the beer, you'll hear that people say sustainability is our business. And what I'm going to tell you right now is we live it, we love it, and we also know this. When we look at other companies coming together with us, we're better together. And so I'll sign off here. If you want to keep track with what's going on with Anheuser-Busch InBev on sustainability and circularity, hit me up on LinkedIn. It's Tony Milliken, Milikin. Just hit me on LinkedIn. I keep it up to date, and you'll keep up to date with what we're doing. I want to thank you for your investment and your time with me today. I wish you the best of the holidays, and hopefully see you on the other side in 2021. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lauren Keel. I'm the General Manager of Bloomberg Green. I'd like to welcome you to this Ball Corporation Advisory Board Spotlight. And I'm joined now by Ball Corporation's CEO, John Hayes, for a discussion on defining real circularity. John, thanks so much for joining me.
Yeah, thank you, Lauren. It's great to be here with you.
As a result of the pandemic this year, we've seen a big uptick in the use and the reliance on single-use packaging. And I know you at Ball Corporation are rallying around this idea of real circularity. So can you tell me what real circularity is? How do you define that?
Well, real circularity is real simple. It's the continuous use and reuse of materials from which products are made. And I think, the past was very much more of a linear model where people would make product or take raw materials, make product, and then turn it into waste. And candidly, our systems are not designed in the world to do that over and over and over again. We produce over 750 million tons of waste each year, and less than 15% of that is recycled. And what I often worry about is the compounding effect of that 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, and what kind of environment we're leaving for our children, quite honestly. And so I think real circularity is an attempt to address that by reclaiming those materials that actually have economic value as well.
And in your opinion, what's driving the motivation to address that at this time? What's driving that shift to more circular economy?
Well, I think the world, people, consumers have woken up to the fact that we are polluting our planet, full stop. And as I said before, if we do that over and over again, we are not going to like the outcome we have. I remember back in the 1990s when I was growing up, seeing television commercials talking about taking your favorite plastic water bottle or beverage bottle, or taking your shampoo bottle or your snack packaging made out of plastics and recycling it. And that all sounded fine and good, and we would put it in the recycling bin and we'd think we'd be finished. But the reality is our systems are not set up to address that. And the vast majority of those products ended up being burned, thrown in the landfill, or polluted in our planet. In fact, less than 10% of all of that plastic in history has ever been recycled. And so we got to change that dynamic.
When people hear the name Ball Corporation, they may think about your history of making glass or plastic containers, but now you're completely focused on aluminum. So is that shift part of the transition to a circular economy? Is that related?
Well, Ball has been around, as you mentioned, been around 140 years, and we have such a long and rich history. We've been in the glass business, as you said. Most people remember us for glass. We've been in the plastic business 3 different times. And about a decade ago, it was clear to us that from a sustainability perspective, the plastic bottle business was not sustainable. We were being pressured at that time by our customers to use recycled content. The reality was that it was cheaper to make bottles out of virgin material than it was out of recycled content. And it woke up our eyes to the fact that this is not sustainable. It's not economically sustainable, it's not socially sustainable, and it's certainly not environmentally sustainable. So we got out of the plastic bottle business and went all in on aluminum, because when you think about aluminum, it is the best product out there from a circularity perspective. 75% of all aluminum ever produced by man is still in use today. Each and every can in the world, on average, has over 70% recycled content in it. And the recycling rates are quite strong in most places of the world because there's economic value in recycling. In fact, the lowest place of recycling rates is here in the United States, where we've become, if you pardon my language, but fat, dumb, and happy, and we don't look at the economic value of these things. Our systems are not set up for those types of things. So the reality is our recycling rates of 50% mean that 50% of the aluminum products we use, while that's great and much better than many other substrates, there's half of it is still being thrown away today. You contrast that with Europe, where it's over 75% recycling rates, and you go down into Brazil, you have 97% recycling rates. It's because people understand the economic value of it, the social value of it, and the environmental value of doing that.
You mentioned that Ball has been around since 1880, so 140 years. How has the company seen an evolution over time of prioritizing these issues?
Well, it's I wish I could say I've been around for all those 140 years, but that wouldn't be the truth. But Ball's been in over 50 different businesses, and we've morphed and changed over time with the changing dynamics of the world. I mentioned we've been in the plastic bottle business 3 different times. We just are launching a brand new product here, aluminum cup, for the same reasons that we've been talking about before. We are littering our planet with plastic, and from a plastic cup perspective, there's over 90 billion plastic cups used in the world today, and if we can make a small difference as we go forward by getting people to realize that there is an alternative, and come join us and join the aluminum circularity bandwave, if you will, because that's what we've done as a company. We've morphed and we've changed and we've grown over time.
At Bloomberg Green, we look frequently at companies making climate commitments or sustainability commitments, and we often see that there are a range of catalysts that are motivating them to make those commitments, but also quite a slew of challenges that they can run into as they seek to put them into place. So I'm curious, in your personal experiences, what would you say are, let's say, the one greatest challenge that you've run into as you've worked to make this change to being an even more sustainable company and focused on circularity? And then what's the one opportunity or success that you've seen?
Yeah, I think both the challenge and the success that we've seen is one and the same, and that's creating coalitions to affect the change that's needed. Within our own walls, we can control much of that, but it's outside the walls. And I mentioned recycling. We have a very important part to play in recycling, but yet we don't control it. The consumer controls it in terms of their behavior. The policymakers control it in terms of producer responsibility and incentivizing companies to do the right thing. And companies themselves play a very important role. And so it's a challenge trying to herd all these cats into getting people focused on doing the right thing long term. But at the same time, we've had some great success doing that. You're going to hear later on today from a couple of partners of ours, closed loop partners that actually invest millions of dollars of equity to help affect this change. In Open Water as well, that's created a product that is taking what is often viewed as quite simple water, but doing it in a sustainable way using aluminum as an infinitely recyclable material.
We've talked about your customers and we've talked about these external partners, but I'm curious to hear about your internal side of this, what you're hearing from your employees as you make this transition. How are they responding? How are they taking part in this?
Yeah, they're very excited about all this, and as they should. As human beings, we want to be emotionally connected and be part of something bigger than just ourselves and have purpose behind what we do. And when we're talking about sustainability and making sure that our world is healthy for the next generation and the generation thereafter, it's tough not to rally around something like that. And our people have not only embraced it, but have driven it and have pushed us out of our comfort zone as a company and have made us better because they believe in what Ball stands for. And as I said before, we've been around 140 years, and there's a reason why we've been around for 140 years. We have been sustainable from an economic perspective. We generate economic returns. We have been sustainable from a social perspective, where we invest in the communities and our people in which we live and operate. And then lastly, on the environmental sustainability, I mentioned the story about getting out of the plastic business, but I could give similar stories about other businesses that we saw. It's not the right thing to do long term, and people rally around those companies with purpose. And I think it's very important in today's world.
And in our last minute, rallying together is crucial here. So I'd be curious to hear what you would advise to other companies, perhaps even in different sectors than yours, who are looking to make this journey to be more circular, to working together. What advice would you give them?
I would say don't be afraid to get out of your comfort zone and think differently and think critically about what we've been doing. As I said before, this whole take, make, waste linear approach that we've, as society, not just in the industries we compete in, but in other industries as well, that is a very linear approach, and we have to bend that curve, because if we don't, I worry greatly about the future of our planet and the future generations that are going to be living on this planet. So it's up to us. We've always talked about it's the next generation that's going to inherit this. Well, maybe it's our generation that needs to put a line in the stand and start doing something about it.
It's a great place to leave it. So thank you so much again, John, for joining us, and thanks to Ball Corporation. Now I'd like to introduce my colleague, Jess Schenkelman, who's going to join us for a session on circular economy revolution. Thanks again, John.
Hello, and welcome to this Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit panel on the circular economy revolution. I'm Jessica Schenkelman, a reporter on environment and climate change at Bloomberg, and I'm joined here by a panel of 3 experts to talk us through the challenges and the opportunities of moving away from a linear economy, a throwaway economy, one in which raw materials are used and then just discarded, to one where raw materials and plastics are embraced and taken and reused over and over again to reduce the plastic soup in our oceans. Here with me today is Nicole Doucet, the Chief Executive of Open Water, which is seeking to avoid plastic pollution by serving water in 100% recyclable aluminium bottles. She's based in Chicago. Also, Ron Gonen, he's the co-founder and chief executive of New York-based investment firm Closed Loop Partners. And also, I'm joined here, so he's in New York, and then also I'm joined here today by Clarissa in Barcelona. Clarissa Moraski is the chief executive officer of Reloop Platform, a nonprofit which works with governments to try and shift policies to one that favor circular economies. We can't see the audience, but we'd really love you to ask as many questions as you want into the chat box, and we will put those to our panelists. So, Clarissa, I'd like to start with you. You're based in Barcelona, and the last couple of years in the European Union has seen exponential change in policies on the circular economy. In many ways, you might say that they're leading the way. For our audience members, some of whom are in the US and not based in Europe, can you just take us through what's the current policy landscape in the EU? Where are they really leading?
Well, about 4 years ago, they introduced something called the Circular Economy Package, and it was a whole slew of legislative changes that focus on ultimately getting more material reused or properly recycled. And it encompasses things like extended producer responsibility, which forces producers to pay for the end-of-life management of the products that they sell, or forces mandatory recycled content. And I hope you can still hear me. I think we have a Wi-Fi problem, maybe.
I can hear you. Can you hear us? No. Okay. Well, we can just move over to. Well, I'll ask Ron a question, and then we'll come back to Clarissa because she can't seem to hear us. I want to stick with the topic of policy, Ron. Obviously, we've just had a seismic change in the elections in the US. What difference can a Biden administration make to an investor like yourself who's looking to put more money into the circular economy? Where are those policy opportunities? What is it that you want to see him doing?
The transition to the Biden administration, I think, is going to have a tremendous impact on opportunities in the circular economy. One thing I will say is that the way the United States is structured when it comes to policy around packaging, as well as policy around waste management and recycling, is generally at the state and local level. So whether you have a Republican administration, a Democratic administration, or an administration like the Trump administration, which had its own interesting and unfortunate way of looking at whatever it was trying to do. Most of what happens in the United States around these types of issues is at the state level. That being said, there are opportunities for the federal government to step in and provide additional subsidies and investments to promote the collection of recycled material, the use of recycled content and packaging. And the one area where I would say it has the most impact is the federal government is probably the largest customer in the United States. And that's for almost any product or service ranging from coffee cups to plane tickets. And so if they put policies in place around federal government purchasing that focus on the use of recycled content, ensuring that anything they buy doesn't end up in a landfill. That's one area where you could actually see tremendous impact at the federal level, and we hope to continue to see some tremendous policy achievements at the state level, which we've actually seen in the last few years.
And as an investor, where are the opportunities you're looking at the moment? Because obviously, circular economy ranges across the entire economy. It goes from plastic to technologies. What are you excited about at the moment?
I would say one of the things that we're most excited about are small-scale modular solutions. I think oftentimes when you see a movement get momentum, you'll oftentimes see investment opportunities that require a significant amount of capex, so like 200, 300, 400, $500 million type facilities, because that's what some of the larger asset allocators need in order for them to get involved in a space. And so it's almost like projects get developed that are designed specifically for what the asset allocators have available to put to work, as opposed to just designing the product or project that will provide the greatest return and the most impact. And where we think that is in small scale modular solutions that avoid the transportation of material from point A to point B to point C to point D back to point A. If we can keep it all at point A, that's where you're going to reduce costs and get great returns.
So it's very much in the infrastructure side that you're interested in.
In the small scale local infrastructure side.
Yeah. And Nicole, what's the role of businesses in this? So you produce water in aluminium bottles. Why is it that gets recycled so much more easily than plastic?
Well, it comes to the economics of it, right? I think that at the end of the day, there is a market for scrap aluminum that doesn't always exist for recycled plastic. And so there's all these economic incentives that exist for aluminum to actually make it all the way through the cycle and back into the shelf as the same product. So there's that part, the part that, when you take an aluminum bottle and an aluminum can and put it into the recycling bin, there's money to be made in the process of recycling it. And then the other part is that aluminum doesn't lose any quality or volume in the recycling process. And this is also different than plastic. Plastic gets downgraded every time it goes through the process. And so, you're talking about two very different materials, both from an economic perspective and as well just from, the recycling process itself.
And is there something about the economics of plastic, Ron? Is there something around the subsidies that make it harder to recycle? If there was a change in subsidies, would that change the market?
Yes. So one thing to keep in mind is there are multiple types of plastics in the market, all with varying degrees of value in the recycling stream. So there's 7 different plastic categories, starting with PET, which is what's in your beverage container, HDPE, rigid polypro, so on and so forth. And as I mentioned, each has its own value. So some plastics are actually very valuable in the recycling stream. So PET, HDPE, and rigid polypropylene are very valuable to recycle. Not as valuable as aluminum, but valuable. You have other plastics that have no value. And so one thing that I think is important as part of the conversation around plastics and recycling and circular economy is to graduate the conversation from saying plastics to being very specific about the type of plastics that's being discussed. In terms of subsidies, where subsidies would have the most impact is actually an elimination of subsidies, which is that the fossil fuel industry, which is the driver of virgin plastic manufacturing, plastics that's made from fossil fuels, receives billions in federal subsidies and has done so for the last 30 years. And so eliminating that subsidy to the virgin plastic producers would create more of a free market and enable recycled plastic to be more attractive from a pricing standpoint, because it's no longer competing against a product that is heavily subsidized by the government. Pure capitalism would actually work in the benefit of plastic recycling in that scenario.
And I want to bring Clarissa in now. I'm sorry we lost you earlier, but I think you're back. Can you hear us?
Sorry. Yes.
So tell us, is this what's happening in Europe? Are they addressing unfair subsidies to fossil fuel industries? Are they focusing on specific types of plastic, the more valuable types of plastic, as Ron is suggesting?
Well, I mean, they're doing a major overhaul, modernization of their legislation, and it does include not necessarily focusing on the subsidies, although they're looking at certain economic instruments to try to have that same effect. But one thing they are doing is they are forcing producers or brand owners to take on the financial obligation of managing end of life. So that's basically forcing producers to internalize costs that were formerly externalized, where municipalities would have to pay or taxpayers would have to pay. And that's a major shift. And they've been doing it already for a while, but they're sort of ramping it up a bit. And they're also calling for targets and forcing producers to be part of programs where they meet certain targets, like aluminum, for example. Aluminum is a great material, but we really need to capture as much as possible. And I'm not talking about 50%. I'm talking upwards of 90% is what we should truly be targeting. So these are the kinds of policy shifts that are occurring in Europe. And what we're seeing, which is so interesting, is that some of the big traditional industries and companies that would be opposed to legislation are actually in favor of legislation, because for them, it levels the playing field, that every producer in a certain category of producers, let's just say food and beverage producers, are treated equally, the small, the medium, and the large, and they all have to take on a share of that end-of-life obligation. That's where we really start to see movement. And when we have that injection of funds and even potentially that commitment of producers to procure recycled resin, like Ron was talking about, that's when you start to see the investment naturally occurring. And that's when that free market starts to really kick in and we start to see the circular economy accelerating.
One of the things I struggle to understand is how the issue of plastic waste is at the forefront of so many people's minds. Everybody I know recycles and makes such a big point of doing it. You know, you see someone throw a Coca-Cola can in the bin and it's just like the worst thing you can possibly do. Why is it that consumers are so concerned about this, but yet we seem to be so far behind on doing anything about it?
Well, first of all, I don't think all the consumers are concerned about it, because if all consumers were concerned about it, we'd have much higher recycling rates in America, and the recycling rates are really quite low. And the truth of the matter is, I think somewhere along the lines of over 80% of the household population have access to curbside recycling. So given the level of access, I think you can't say that all consumers want to recycle. I think that's part of it. So, yeah. Ron, what are your thoughts?
I think that in parts of the United States where you have excellent recycling service and infrastructure, you see very high recycling rates. There are too many parts of the United States where there simply isn't good infrastructure or service, or there's no infrastructure or service. So when they say 85% of American households have access to curbside recycling, that might mean that they get collection once every 2 weeks, whereas they get garbage collection twice a month. So if you talk about a family with kids and there's lots of chaos and you're asking them to go above and beyond to recycle, you're probably not going to get them to recycle. But what we found is that if you provide households with good infrastructure and good service and explain to them the value of recycling in their community, you get high recycling rates. There's just too many parts of the United States that still lack that infrastructure and proper service levels.
I think it's also important to differentiate between someone actually putting, let's say, a plastic bottle into the recycling bin and then that plastic bottle actually getting recycled. They're not the same thing. Oftentimes, consumers are recycling. They think they are recycling, and yet those materials are not making their way throughout the chain. And this goes back to what Ron was talking about, especially with plastics, where virgin plastic oftentimes is cheaper than recycled plastic. And so the secondary market sometimes does not exist for recycled plastic, which means that there's no incentive for recycling companies to actually make that product into something.
So that's an important point, and to provide some specificity to that point, we need to upgrade the definition of recycling and recyclable to, is that product marketable for a profit? So the fact that something can be sorted at a recycling facility and put in a bale, and it could technically be sent to somebody who could turn it into something, is not sufficient. It has to be a commodity that the recycling facility can do all of that at a profit. If it can, then it's going to end up just landfilling it. And the numbers that are good to keep in mind for folks is it costs about $70 a ton to process material that comes in from a recycling program and get it into a bale that can go out into a market. And so, for instance, aluminum, our recycling facilities can sell it for about $1,000 a ton. So aluminum is a great product to manufacture with and use as packaging, because recycling facilities make enormous margins on it, and they pass a lot of that back onto the municipality. On the opposite end of the spectrum, if you have a commodity like glass today, where you might get a couple dollars a ton, technically it's recyclable. Technically, you can turn it into another product, but you're basically asking recycling facilities to do so at a loss, and that's not sustainable from a financial standpoint.
That's really interesting. It makes me think about the used cooking oil industry as well, where there's a huge demand for restaurants to put their cooking oil they've been frying food in out on the pavement, people to use and turn that into biofuels. So you're saying that the question really is, how can you make those materials that are less profitable to reprocess more profitable? And it sounds like you're suggesting that the key is in better technology, to better infrastructure to be able to do that.
It's that, but it's also bringing the question to the forefront of who pays. And what I mean by that is that when you put a product into the market that is made from aluminum, for instance, that product is going to get collected, it's going to get sorted, it's going to be sent to a company that recycles it into a new product, and that entire chain, everyone is making money. If you use another material type, like a plastic that has no value, it either needs to be subsidized by the recycling facility or it needs to be sent to landfill. In both of those cases, it's usually the taxpayer that ends up carrying that cost. So today, the answer of who pays, it's the taxpayer, the citizen. And I think what needs to change is who pays or who benefits needs to be the producer. If you're using aluminum and that aluminum generates tremendous value for the local municipality, you should get a benefit out of using aluminum. Maybe it's a tax break, maybe it's some other recognition. If you're a company that's using a commodity or packaging type that doesn't have a market, and therefore the municipality, the taxpayer, the recycling facility needs to pay to landfill it, you, the producer, should have to carry that cost. And that's the fairest and most transparent and frankly most capitalistic way to manage the system to everyone's benefit.
Thanks, Ron. I just want to remind the audience to please put your questions to the panelists as well. I took a break from covering climate change and environment for a couple of years, and just as I was leaving the beat in 2017, China stopped taking the world's trash. It was a really big deal at the time, because a lot of the waste from Europe and other countries was being sent there and not being recycled. Clarissa, did that have any impact on the circular economy? Did it encourage more countries to look at what they were doing with their own trash and start trying to use it more wisely?
Well, it's interesting because we had a first experience, which was before the China ban in 2018. We had in 2008, we had the market crash. If you remember, that was the beginning of that little recession for 2 years. And the same thing happened. All of a sudden, all shipments or most shipments to China and other countries stopped. And municipalities and MRFs in America, sorting centers, were faced with the fact that they couldn't move their material. And one would have thought at the time that they would have considered more domestic opportunities instead of relying on this foreign market, but they didn't. And when the market got better around 2010, the material continued to get shipped to China. About 50% of the paper, about 50% of the plastics left the shores of America, valuable material, headed for China to be sorted and recycled in China and often sent back to America. So it did have an effect now. America is struggling with a lot of material that they're sorting, or they're just not sorting it because they know they're not going to move it. But this is the opportunity. In the chaos, we have the opportunity. This is a signal to producers that if they want to continue using these materials, which they do, they have to pay, as Ron says, they have to make those investments so that we can start to sort the material better and actually recycle it, process it, and procure it here in America, because we don't have China anymore to take our badly sorted plastics like they have for the last 16, 17, 18 years. So I think it's a reckoning, and it's a good thing. That it's very, very painful for a lot of facilities and a lot of municipalities, but it was a little bit of a false economy because there was a lot of material that wasn't necessarily getting recycled. Some of it was, obviously, but not all of it was. And we just sort of started running anything we could through this blue box or yellow box and sending it to a sorting facility, and they could generally sell it or blend it into a bale of material that what they were selling and ship it to China. And that's over now. So it's really forcing us to rethink how we move our materials and forcing us to think how we design our materials. And I believe that brand owners, the ones that make the design decisions, are really now faced with this, having to deal with this problem that they were shipping to China for all these years.
And I also wanted to ask about the pandemic. I'm interested, Nicole, in the impact of the pandemic, both on your business, but how you think the pandemic has exposed the fragility of supply chains.
Yeah, so it's definitely been a challenging year, I think, for most businesses. For us, a lot of our business was built on what we call on-premise, which is water that's consumed at, let's say, a restaurant, a hotel, an aquarium, etc. And so when all of those places closed down back in March and April, it hit us pretty hard. Things are getting slowly back to somewhat normal now, and so we've also focused a lot more on the retail side, so more traditional grocery stores, etc. In terms of supply chain, I think that it's affected all of the supply chains in the world, from not just cans, but everything else. And what has happened on the aluminum side, the 12-ounce standard can has actually seen such an increase in usage from people consuming beverages at home in single-serve quantities that there's actually a lot of struggles with capacity in making standard 12-ounce cans. And so all the beverage producers that use cans are really struggling to get their hands on cans that are made domestically rather than importing them.
And also staying with the topic of the pandemic, we have pilots here in the UK, such as Loop, where you buy your products from the supermarket in containers that you then return to try and reduce the amount of packaging that you're throwing away. There's a question from Jennifer, who's wondering whether projects like that could also take hold potentially in the US.
Who are you asking the questions?
Is that? Do you want to pick who answers that?
You go, Ron. Sorry, yeah, you go.
So just as an investor, full disclosure, we're not investors in TerraCycle or Loop. We always, anytime I give a panel discussion, I always want to make sure I disclose who we're investing in and who we're not. So we have no stake in TerraCycle or Loop. I think the model that they're helping to bring to market is really important. I can't speak to Loop's specific business model or is it priced correctly or not. I can just speak to our support for reusables as a major solution and opportunity in the circular economy space.
Great.
Yeah, and I would echo. Yeah, I would echo what Ron is saying. I will say that we've just finished a studies of reusable packaging, and some of the things that are really, really important are the logistics, obviously, the transportation, and the ability to scale. If you really want it to have an impact, it can't just be sort of luxury brands or for wealthy people that can afford large deposits on beautiful packaging. It has to be scalable. So I think that there is an opportunity. There may be a need to have more standardized packaging. So the same bottle may be used for a variety of brands of shampoo or whatever. But certainly in the immediate, the home delivery style of selling groceries is very much open to reusable packaging, because you've got a natural reverse logistics. You've got that natural ability to get the empties back, bring them right back to your warehouse and manage them. So certainly as a starter, that seems like a reasonable place to go. In terms of retailers offering reusable packaging and taking back reusable packaging, that's probably going to take a little more time, because retailers have to get into this new space of realizing that they're maybe not just in the business of selling products to customers, but offering the service of taking back empty reusable packaging as well. And some of the retailers are doing it, but I would say those are leaders in the marketplace, and I hope to see more enter that space in the future, because reuse is definitely better most of the time compared with single-use alternatives.
Well, I feel like I could spend all day talking to you three about this topic. Ron, Clarissa, and Nicole, thank you so much. And thank you to the audience for asking your questions and for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for joining this session of Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. We hope you enjoyed these conversations. Thank you again to all our speakers and moderators for a wonderful program. And I'd like to thank our summit advisor, Ball Corporation, for making this session possible. Most of all, thank you for being such an engaged audience. The Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global event will continue with one final segment of programming, which will air at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I do hope you'll join us for the closing session. For more financial and business news from Bloomberg's Global Newsroom, you can visit Bloomberg.com. And remember to follow Bloomberg on Twitter. Our handle is simply @business. Thank you for watching.
Our future isn't a destination. It isn't somewhere we end up. From the very beginning, it's something we have constructed together.
And we're building it with thousands of people all over the world, working together every second of every day.
Our future is the result of our shared vision, backed with dedication and drive.
A drive with the force to turn an idea into a reality.
Together, we're empowered by our desire to explore, to go beyond what our eyes can see.
We're willing to be bold and to meaningfully impact the world around us.
By how we care for it, how we respect it.
Because the future doesn't just happen. It is the product of our dreams.
And it depends on our actions.
The future is created.
We're creating the future today.
Hello, I'm Malika Kapoor, Bloomberg Live's Deputy Global Editor, and I'm thrilled you could join us for the final session of this year's Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. Over the course of the last 2 days, we delved into a wide range of topics with the aim of further exploring the intersection between sustainability and business. In this last session, we'll hear from top executives from Twitter, Mars, REI, and more. Before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge our summit advisors, ADM, Ball Corporation, BMO, EY, and Schroders, and our participating sponsor, Qatar Foundation. We just have a couple of housekeeping announcements so that you can all enjoy the program. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, you can try to refresh your browser, or you can use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will be able to submit questions for our speakers during the interviews, and while we may not get to all of you, we will do our best. So to submit a question, just click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question that way. If you include your name and your location, we will give you a shout out. Please engage with us on social media. Our hashtag is #SustainableBizSummit. Let's begin now, and our first interview will be hosted by Bloomberg's Emily Chang. But before I hand off to her, please join me in welcoming Ball Corporation's Chief Commercial and Sustainability Officer, Kathleen Pitre, for some introductory remarks. As a reminder, Ball Corporation is one of our summit advisors.
If you're just joining for this session, or if you've joined every session over the last 2 days, thank you. We've heard from some incredible speakers during this summit on the importance of circularity and how companies can create an impact for all stakeholders. In this next session, we'll hear how crucial it is for companies to build the connection between their sustainability strategy and financial performance. At Ball Corporation, we couldn't agree more. As the largest manufacturer of aluminum packaging solutions in the world, sustainability is a fundamental driver for our business. Because there's been a tangible shift and growing public awareness about how the infinite recyclability, high recycled content, and high recycling yields of aluminum can make the circular economy a reality for the beverage and personal care categories. For us, sustainability is not a nice to do, and it's not a license to operate function. It's a growth engine that delivers real value to our customers who need to meet changing consumer expectations. People are waking up. They're realizing that we are impacting the planet in ways that are unhealthy. Brands are looking for solutions, and consumers are looking for someone to show a better way, to show that we can live more sustainably and still have a great experience in the process. So we're extremely excited about the opportunities we have to grow our business and to enable a shift to true circularity. We feel a great sense of urgency to keep pushing ourselves and our packages to be even better. We're seeing customers launch new and exciting brands in aluminum cans and bottles, or shifting more of their packaging mix to aluminum. And we've seen incredible momentum and excitement about the retail launch of our aluminum cup. This momentum indicates that we are working together to make true circularity a reality. And as we've heard over the last 2 days, companies must take a leadership perspective when it comes to sustainable solutions. At Ball Corporation, we believe it's our responsibility to design and produce packaging solutions that are more sustainable and ultimately move us towards a circular economy. It's an extension of our belief that we are responsible for what we make, how we make it, and how we treat the people that we work and live with. So we'll continue to innovate. We'll continue to push towards real circularity. As our CEO, John Hayes, discussed in the previous session, we mean that all material from a product is collected, it's sorted, it's made into a new product, and that product is of equal value. So we keep the material in the material loop and not downcycled. And finally, we'll continue to work with partners, policymakers, NGOs, and customers to drive this change. We need to work together. No one company can do this alone, and we are eager to collaborate, to discuss, and debate. Thank you for the opportunity to share our story, and enjoy the next session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Emily Chang, the host of Bloomberg Technology, and with me today is Ned Siegel, the CFO of Twitter. Ned, we get to talk every quarter about earnings, but I'm very excited to have a more expansive conversation today, so thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm delighted to spend time on another topic.
I want to start with March 2020 and you taking us back as a business leader, as a parent, to that moment. And I'm sure there was confusion, maybe a little bit of terror when you realized you needed to send employees home, and how you came to that realization and ultimately decided we need to keep them there.
That's a great question. You know, I give Jack a ton of credit because we were early and really clear on how we were making decisions and what decisions we were making. It was March 2nd, so really 9 days before the NBA shut down, before a lot of the higher profile things happened that caused companies to shut down a few days later, when we strongly encouraged our team all around the world to work from home. And on March 11th, we mandated that people work from home. And the way we got there was being really clear about what drove the decisions and communicating that to people. So we said, we're prioritizing minimizing spread of the virus and the health of our team, and then the continuity of the service. And when we told people that, when we told people the decisions that they made, I think they embraced how we got there and what the decisions were. And they valued working at a company that valued their health and the health of their families.
Now, Twitter was also early in telling employees they could work from home permanently if they want to, no matter what happens. And I'm curious if you're concerned about productivity or concerned about the fact that if it doesn't work out, it's really hard to take it back when you've told someone they can work from home forever.
Well, this was a decision that was really separate from the global pandemic. So for a couple of years, we've sought to decentralize our workforce. And what that means is we love the places where we have our 35 offices, but we don't want to be tied to those as we grow our team. Some people are more productive on their sofa in Montana, and others are more productive in an office because of their personality type, because of their job function, because sometimes of where the rest of their team sits. And we wanted to make sure that we could leverage technology and tools to allow people to work where they can be most productive. Now, this work was well underway, but substantially accelerated when we all were sent home in March. It gave us real empathy as leaders, as a guy who went into the office in San Francisco every day, for what it was like to not be in the room, to know what it's like when your internet is being used by your children for school and you're competing for bandwidth, to know what it's like to go hide to do a call or an interview that's important. And so the empathy that we've built through that has helped us design processes, create new tools, license tools from partners to make sure that people can be productive. So far, we're really pleased with what we've seen from a productivity perspective. That doesn't just mean, though, that we're shipping as fast as we were before. It also means that we've found ways to adapt to allow people to do their best work despite all the challenges that COVID has created.
So does that mean things are moving less quickly in some ways in terms of productivity?
No, I don't think they're moving less quickly, Emily. At the same time, I think it'll be years before we really know what the true impact is of this time period. For example, right now, 9 or 10 months in, a lot of the work that's happening at Twitter is based on things that we had started earlier. And so we are working really hard to create the space for people to be creative, for them to come up with new ideas, for them to have hallway conversations, albeit over a screen, so that they can benefit from the interactions that they need with their colleagues in order to create the next great feature or function on our service.
So when the safety and the health issues end, when there's a vaccine, how many employees do you think will actually go back to the office? What percentage of Twitter will work in the office versus working at home?
Well, we've surveyed people a number of times. And what we found from the surveys is a lot of what you get back has to do with where we are in the cycle of shelter in place, where we are in news about a vaccine, and a lot of other things that are going on in people's lives. Are their kids in school or are they home for the summer? And so the broader takeaway when we step back from a little bit of the noise that you get from one survey versus another is that people really value flexibility. They want to be able to work in the office sometimes and at home or another place other times. And I think that's something that hopefully we all take away from this environment is more flexibility and allowing people to work where they're most productive. I don't think we'll really know what that will look like, though, Emily, until we're far past a vaccine and people have come back to offices and seen what it's like to have choice, as opposed to now where we don't really have much choice.
Now, there's running the daily business of Twitter, and then there's the fact that news, every crisis, every controversy seems to also unfold on Twitter. How does that influence your day job?
Well, it influences it a lot for all of us. But thankfully, we've got a really strong policy team, a really strong product team, a really strong infrastructure team, all of whom are critical to making sure that Twitter's there for people, to make sure that in those moments that we're enacting our policies quickly and transparently, and to make sure that the product works in a way where people can find the things that they go to Twitter to look for. And so whether it's around Black Lives Matter back in June, where we saw lots of activity and conversation on Twitter, or the election just a few weeks ago, or the sports coming back to the world and to Twitter over the summer, it was so important that all those teams could work hard together in order to deliver for the people who come to the service.
Now, younger generations, many newer hires perhaps, are increasingly cognizant about sustainability and social issues. Obviously, the Black Lives Matter movement has been incredibly powerful and incredibly important over the last few months. You know, Twitter has historically been very active on these issues, showcasing these issues, addressing these issues within the company. Where is Twitter on that today, and how do you make sure that those issues stay relevant?
Well, the issues of sustainability, of respecting the environment, good corporate governance, these are things that are important to us as leaders of the company, but they're also so important, as you alluded to all of our stakeholders, whether it's an advertiser who wants to align themselves with a platform that they can be proud to have their ads serve on, content owners who want the highlights from their events showing up on a service where they can be proud, or the people who use the service and our employees and shareholders. And so one of the things that we know we need to do a better job of is to bring all this work that we do in support of those goals together for people to see in a cohesive way. We give employees $2,000 of matching funds to support the nonprofits of their choice. We invested $100 million, we announced a couple weeks ago, into low-income communities in the United States. We are working in other ways, whether it's destaggering our board, which we announced a few weeks ago, or buying carbon offsets for our data centers and our flights to support the environment. And we'll work hard in the coming year to bring all that work together to help people see it cohesively, as opposed to the things that we do on a one-off basis.
Now, Coinbase and its CEO, Brian Armstrong, are right now in a storm of controversy after Armstrong said the company wouldn't take on activism around social issues that are not tied to crypto. Jack Dorsey has been very vocally opposed to this, as vocal as you can get in a tweet. would you agree? Are they making a huge mistake? Are they going to be on the wrong side of history?
Well, it's not my place to judge another company and the choices that they make, but I'll share from our perspective. It is important to us that the people who work at our company can believe in and stand up for the things that they believe in. Many of them do it on our service. It could be about sports or politics or entertainment, or about the discussion around Coinbase. And we welcome all of them sharing their point of view, whether it's on Twitter or in how they spend their time outside of work, because we believe that that's an important part of serving the public conversation. We believe it's an important part of inviting people with all different perspectives to come to work at our company.
At the same time, it seems like a prime opportunity to poach or attract employees from a company that maybe do care about what Twitter cares about and don't agree with the stand Coinbase is taking. Are your recruiters out there reaching out to Coinbase employees? Are you getting an influx of applications?
Well, we have hundreds of open roles right now. I hope you all will go to careers.twitter.com and take a look at them. And we find that when we're hiring people, we do really benefit from the fact that people want to work at a purpose-driven company. They want to work at a company that wants to serve the public conversation and is working really hard to do it, regardless of what the topic may be or what the point of view that the potential employee may bring to that conversation. A company of our size, people can come to Twitter and move the needle on the product. They can see their feature ship and see the impact that it can have on our metrics. And we find that can be really rewarding for people. And so whether it's Coinbase or any other company, we're delighted to have people come work at Twitter who really want to align with a purpose-driven company.
Now, Twitter invested $100 million in a new fund managed by the Opportunity Finance Network, which is aimed at combating racial injustice, poverty. You've also got a partnership on financial literacy. This was actually an investment and not a straight charity. Can you walk us through how that works and why you chose to do it that way?
Sure. So, Emily, we've got about $8 billion on our balance sheet, and we invest in all kinds of different securities, making sure that it grows a little bit, that it remains in place so that if we need it for acquisitions, to run the company, for share repurchase or other things, that we have that capital there ready to deploy. And we realized, and some of this was inspiration from others, where we watched Netflix and Square and PayPal and others invest in communities in other ways. We thought we should put some of this capital to work to benefit communities that don't have the same access to capital as some of the better capitalized communities do in the United States, mostly Black and Latinx communities. And we wanted to find a partner who could help us put that money to work, who had expertise around finding the projects, around finding the communities, and who was good at not losing their partner's money along the way. We didn't want to build up that expertise internally because we've got plenty of things that we feel like we're pretty good at, and we need to keep working on those instead. And so finding OFN and working with them to create a blueprint where not just Twitter could be in this fund, but where other companies don't have to do all the heavy lifting that we did in order to find the way that they also will contribute to better capitalizing low-income communities. We thought that was a really important part of the opportunity for us, was to create a blueprint for others.
Now, I ask you about this every chance I get because it is so fascinating. Jack Dorsey, your CEO, is also the CEO at Square. He cares a lot about equality. That has taken him on a lot of international trips. This is an issue that your investors care about. And I'm curious how it impacts you as a leader personally. The fact that Jack, has another job. How does that impact your ability to lead in a time of crisis?
So one of the great things about Jack is he's really clear where he can have impact and always being available for us in those ways. He has built a really strong team. He has created a really strong culture. He sets the principles that we use to do our work, and he's there for tough decisions. I'll tell you, I don't notice in a time like this where we're all working from somewhere other than the office where my teammates are at any given time, but I do measure by whether I can find them when I need them and whether they can find me when they need me. And just like all the other colleagues who I have, I can find Jack whenever I need him. We all feel tremendously accountable to each other. And in a lot of ways, this time has eliminated so many other distractions from our work. Airplanes, the commute from one conference room to another. And I think a lot of that we've all been able to give back to our time with our colleagues.
Now, caring about sustainability and social issues is one thing, making it the #1 priority is another. You recently said that revenue products are actually the top priority. I know in the past, Twitter has said health is a top priority. What actually is the top priority, and how do you make those trade-offs in the moment that you have to make those tough decisions?
So when we went into the shelter-in-place environment all around the world back in March, we realized that our revenue products needed long-term durability in a way that they could only achieve if they were the company's #1 objective. So they were one of the 5 company objectives, but they weren't the #1 objective. And we felt that by elevating them, that people inside the company would want to work on these projects. They would give them more of their time to the extent they were pulled in different directions. They would have clarity of purpose, the same way that they did around health a couple of years ago, when we knew there was a lot of work that we had to do to catch up. And we've made lots of progress on health, which allowed us to keep that as a real important priority, but elevate revenue product to be the #1 priority. We want to make sure that through any economic environment, through secular shifts towards performance or direct response advertising, through shifts away from advertising, that we have the durability in our revenue streams to continue to deliver for shareholders, to continue to provide our service. It's been remarkable to watch how our focus has shifted a bit inside the company, where people who used to want to work on other teams now are excited about revenue product, where when we did the acquisition of CrossInstall over the summer to help us with our direct response roadmap, how they were embraced as a part of this #1 company objective.
So speaking of a potential revenue driving product, you recently launched Fleets, which are disappearing tweets, taking the social pressure off a potential tweet, if you will. How are Fleets going? How many people are using them? And when do you think you'll start advertising against them?
Well, we're pleased so far with how Fleets have gone. They've been available in countries like Brazil and Italy for a lot longer than we've seen them in the United States. And they're solving the challenge that we're after at the highest level, which is we want people to be able to share their thoughts on Twitter however might make sense for them. That means audio. It means live video. It means ephemeral like Fleets, so that you don't feel the pressure of knowing it's going to be injected into somebody's timeline, but it will be there for them to find. Over time, you'll see us continue to do work around this, where we want to reduce the friction to allow people to share what's on their mind. That may mean at various points that you could tweet and it might only go to certain communities as opposed to all of your followers. It also means today that sometimes you may choose to control who can respond to your tweet. We'll continue to do this work to reduce friction so that we can serve more and more of the public conversation on the service.
And when are we going to see ads on the inside?
Well, that's something that we continue to think about. And we've just got to weigh the benefits of putting ads on Fleets with all the time that we could be spending making ads better or putting them in other places, whether it's the work we're doing around subscriptions or the work we're doing on direct response. But one of the things I have noticed, if you look at Fleets over the last couple of weeks, it's been great to watch brands do organic usage of that important part of Twitter in order to connect with their customers. It's been a lot of fun to see how people are learning how to adjust to it and use it in a very Twitter authentic way.
Now, Twitter's also a very consumer focused company. Fleets is part of that. And sadly, social issues often get intertwined with political issues, and you've got politicians on both sides of the aisle, often unhappy with Twitter. Republicans think you're censoring them. Democrats think you're not doing enough. You're getting antitrust scrutiny from all sides. Talk to us about how much politics play into the decisions, and especially the policy decisions that Twitter makes, given how much that Twitter itself cares about social issues.
Well, let me give you a really concrete example. Right now, a lot of people are talking about Section 230 from the Telecom Act of 1996. And Jack spent some time with the Senate in a couple different hearings in November talking about it. And I suspect it will be a big conversation in 2021. We have been talking about transparency and choice in those hearings as a way to solve people's concerns. We want people to know how an algorithm works. We want them to be able to choose whether to use it or not. It was over a year ago that we put a button at the top of the home timeline to give people the opportunity to switch back and forth between a purely chronological timeline and one where we use an algorithm to move things around so that we can hopefully show them things that are most relevant to them. When you give people that choice, when you make it transparent and easy, and by the way, we did it with very little testing, unsure what the real impact would be, but certain that it would be a way to continue to build trust with the people who use our service. That's the kind of thing that we do because of the principles that guide our work, not because of any pending debate or discussion about a legislation. And so we hope we can continue to be a part of this conversation around 2:30, but we'll continue to do the things that we think are right for Twitter because we think they're the right things to do and our principles guide us there in the meantime.
Now, speaking of crisis, President Trump continues to use Twitter to make unfounded claims that he won the election, fraud, corruption. Attorney General Barr just told the Associated Press he's found no evidence of that to be true. What is Twitter doing to prepare for what could potentially be a very messy transition of power?
Well, we think about this election as three different phases. There's the time leading up to the election itself, and the post-election period, which we're in right now. And through all of those, it's so important to us that people can find the information that they're looking for, that they can trust what they see and feel safe being a part of the conversation. So we labeled who the candidates were. We made clear what our rules were, and even did some work around the election period to make sure that, although it was harder to retweet things, that we would minimize the amplification of things that may have been inaccurate or confusing to people. We put labels on tweets when people said things that were inaccurate or inconsistent with what other news organizations were saying. Through doing all of that, we feel like we've done a good job in helping people come to Twitter to find what they're looking for and to trust what they see. Now in this phase, it's important that we work with the government to have a transition of the accounts that represent the administration. It's important that we continue to enforce our rules and policies so that people can continue to build trust in the work that we're doing and come to Twitter as a trusted source of information and conversation.
You led me right to it. I mean, there's new concern about imposter accounts, which I guess happens every time there's an administration changeover, and some of the new folks who are about to be elevated. There are parody accounts, started to impersonate them. What is Twitter doing about that? How are you tracking that?
Well, we're always working hard to make sure that parody accounts around any type of thing, whether it's the CFO of Twitter or somebody else, as long as they're respectful, can exist, but making sure that people don't create accounts that confuse people about who the individual is who's speaking. That's why we label who candidates are and who elected officials are during an election period. And that's why we have specific accounts that are tied to certain roles that are available to people. And so we'll continue to use those rules and policies to help people understand who they're hearing from, whether it's around politics or sports or entertainment.
So when President Trump is out of office, does that make Ned Siegel's job, the life of a Twitter employee, easier, or every day a little less of a crisis?
Well, it's interesting. I think in the United States, we take a very U.S.-centric view around public officials, but we've got leaders of so many countries who use Twitter to speak to the world, to speak to their constituents, to campaign. So the challenges that we face, it's such a dynamic company that's in the middle of so many conversations. They evolve from one year to another. I certainly didn't think, Emily, that you and I would be sitting here having this conversation from our respective homes in a year ago when we were talking. But as the situation evolves around us, we're going to continue to be nimble and navigate whatever the challenges are that come our way.
Well, next year this time, Ned, I hope we can do this in the studio. Where is Twitter going to be next year this time? What are the crises that are on your horizons and your priorities for the next year?
Next year is going to be really exciting for Twitter. One, we're going to make real progress on our direct response roadmap. So we'll have better more relevant ads for people. 2, we're going to work hard to continue to grow the audience. We have so many people, over 70 million people who follow a topic now, where we're doing the hard work to find accounts for you. We'll continue that work, and we think that will continue to help the audience metrics that are so important to us and a measure of our success in driving Twitter. I hope we've got a lot of people back in our offices, but I also hope that we've got a lot of people who just work where they find themselves to be most productive.
All right, Ned Siegel, from my home to yours, thank you so much for joining us. It's always great to have you on Bloomberg, and really appreciate everyone who tuned into this conversation. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Emily.
The United States will withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord. I was elected to represent the citizens of Pittsburgh, not Paris.
Pittsburgh? Now, what was upsetting about that, and that alliteration, was a stereotype of our past.
But Pittsburgh is poised and ready to lead in the 21st century.
We're seeing cities and states and companies and individuals saying we are still in, even with the president pulling us out of one of the most important treaties, when every other major country in the world has said we are going to come together and commit to dealing with climate change.
I continue to be shocked at how close the water is encroaching just on the beach. Sea level rise is completely apparent in Miami.
We had 6.5 foot of water on the main level of the house for over a week. Stuff that was in our bedroom wound up in the garage, and stuff that was in the garage, I imagine that's way down in Louisiana now.
The storms are becoming stronger in Puerto Rico. The worst thing is to think that that reality will repeat.
Not a lot survived that fire in Ventura County. It burned so hot that everything just liquefied. To not be able to save anything, it was just really hard.
If we're going to avoid breaching catastrophic levels of warming, we need to be putting our foot on the renewable energy acceleration pedal.
The transformation towards a renewable energy future is the greatest economic opportunity of the 21st century.
Businesses have lined up to say we're still committing to the Paris Accord because it's good for their bottom line.
My daughter Faith, she made the decision that wind was where she wanted to be. This is an opportunity that hasn't been available in America for a long, long time.
The solar industry is offering that second chance opportunity to individuals like myself.
It doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, you have a role to play here.
And if we look at it as an American Marshall Plan, we can exceed the goals of the Paris Agreement.
This is the start of us taking control of our future.
We have the right to a future. We have the right to these basic necessities that we need to live. We, the people, need to take action. Our lives are at stake here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Leslie Kaufman. I'm with Bloomberg Green. I'm a senior reporter covering both sustainability and climate issues, and I'm thrilled, therefore, to be with you this afternoon to talk about the financial case for sustainability. As we all know, ESG funds have been growing like crazy, which shows that investors and businesses increasingly understand that there's a link between sustainability and financial performance. But how do company officers really put that together? Today, we're very lucky to have with us two senior people who have worked on this and thought on this deeply. I'm happy to introduce Barry Parkin, Chief Procurement Officer and Sustainability Officer for Mars, and his partner, Klaus Algaard, I hope I pronounced that right, Klaus, who is the Chief Financial Officer for Mars. I'm hoping you two can speak a little bit, tell a little bit about your background in sustainability and your time with Mars. And Klaus, maybe you could pronounce your last name for me a little bit better. Barry, you want to go first?
Sure, and great to be on here. Yeah, just a very
quick introduction. I'm a Brit living in the US and a lifer at Mars. I've been there for 35 years, so a career through supply chain roles and a variety of other things as you do in a corporate. But I guess procurement's been the core of my experience, and that's what led me to sustainability as we started to really uncover what was happening at the front end of our supply chains. And, food business, based on farming. There's 1 million farmers that supply us and from all over the world. So our challenges are very much upstream in sustainability, and hence the reason that we've put procurement and sustainability together. If we're going to solve the sustainability issues of our business, we have to change what we buy or where we buy it or how we buy it. So we've got to reimagine and redesign supply chain. So that's my role.
Okay, Klaus, do you want to say a little bit about yourself and correct the pronunciation, my pronunciation of your last name?
Thank you, Leslie. Well, you can have the Danish version where I'm from, or the Germanic version, or the English version, which I'm using a lot. So I normally say Agard, so you got it pretty right. So, but I know it's confusing with 4 A's in there. I've been with Mars for almost 20 years. I spent my life also prior to Mars in finance and strategy roles, and so while I am the numbers guy and I like profits and cash flows, I've always been a great believer in the systemic or the system of business and how things hang together, and also the concept of a broader stakeholder set that you need to really satisfy in order to have a business that is durable and sustainable. And it's one of the things that has always attracted me by being here at Mars.
Well, so both of you talked about something that you guys have put in place that helps the company achieve both sustainability and financial, which is you've been there both for a very long time, but only recently did you roll out the new Compass plan. I was hoping you could talk a little bit about what that is and why it's important.
Yeah, I can kick that off, and maybe Barry, you can talk about our sustainability plan, which is actually much longer in the making. So we, about a decade ago, actually almost 15 years ago, the business asked itself, actually provoked by the owners, the Mars family, really the question, well, what's the right level of profit for a company, particularly in a world where, as we do believe strong in sharing, mutual benefits, what's the right level of balance of profits between us and the stakeholders around us, whether that is upstream, downstream, all the way to the consumer. I think probably a bit of an unusual question all that many years ago, but as we think about today's world, I think about it as a rather existential question, because if we don't get this balance right, we will not have a business that will endure. So as a CFO in today's reality, we have a beautiful or less beautiful collision of crisis, whether that is COVID-19, social injustice, and clearly an alarming climate crisis on our hands. I'm focused very much on driving what we call purpose-led or holistic value creation here at Mars. And we've codified that in what we call the Mars Compass, which is a set of shareholder objectives agreed with our shareholders and endorsed by management and our board that really brings together both financial and non-financial objectives. So yes, it is about good returns. It is about a portfolio of businesses that are driving sustainable growth. But we're also very focused on the societal impact, the positive societal impact we have, and being a trusted partner. And I find it a very congruent set of objectives with a lot of tensions built into them. So if you don't do one of them, we believe very much this flywheel that we are driving will fall apart. If we do one of them.
Get very specific. Can you give us some very specific examples of how Compass works? We talked about a little bit about how remuneration works, but there might be some other examples of two goals that might work at odds, and how do you bring them together?
Yeah, so just this week we are discussing our execution plan for 2021 and the following years with our board. And I think what is really important is that we in our resource allocation and in the way we are planning what is the right level of cash, surplus cash versus what we're investing, that we are showing a good balance and not just focusing on financial returns at the cost of, say, positive societal impact. And we have, as Barry can talk about, a number of things that we need to achieve in order to do our part in both social aspects and climate aspects. And making sure that we get that balance of investment right is what we're discussing just this week, for instance.
Well, Barry, I'm hoping you can give us some really good specifics on how this works. I mean, those are some great general principles, but I'm wondering how this works in more specificity. And maybe you can even talk about something like COVID, which is obviously the crisis that's going on right now. And we're trying to figure out, how does Mars, give me an example of how Mars is doing societal good and also putting societal good into its plan while also protecting the financial end.
Yeah, let me give you a very specific example of something we launched and talked about just a month ago. Palm oil. It's a critical ingredient. Half of the products in any supermarket, not just food products, contain palm oil. On the one hand, it's a fantastically productive ingredient. On the other hand, it's driving mass deforestation. So there's a real dark side to palm. So we've spent 3 or 4 years reimagining, redesigning that supply chain. And we've got to the point where we are completely confident we're completely separate from deforestation. We're deforestation free, the first big corporate to do that. And we've done that by massively simplifying our supply chain, going from thousands of mills supplying us down to a handful. And that's taken us 4 or 5 years to work through. And that's great for the planet. Clearly, we're not driving deforestation, but interestingly, it's also saving us money. And this is where the magic happens, where we radically redesign a supply chain to deliver both positive societal impact, which we all care about, but also financial performance, which Klaus in particular cares about. And that's when the magic happens, and when he and I get on really well when we do that. So we're looking for more and more of those opportunities. I think where Klaus and I have partnered really strongly over the last few years has been on renewable energy. We've been rolling around the world doing 20, 25-year deals on renewable energy and saving money every time we do it, saving money versus fossil fuel. And again, that's where the magic happens, when we can do that, when we can achieve that positive societal impact and save money. And I think we've got lots of examples where you do that, but it's also true that you can't always do that. And sometimes we've got to invest ahead of the curve in the belief that we're going to get a return in 10 years, 15 years time. And that's where I think the compass really helps us. It helps us to have the conversation with the shareholders about a return that may not happen for 5, 10, 15 years. And I think that's where one of the big benefits of being a private company, where we can take a longer term view of the return on the investment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting some questions from the audience, so I don't want to lose them, but I do want to just pick up on that thread of being a private versus public. And I'm hoping you can talk a little bit more in detail just to explain what Compass is, but also answer the question of whether you think it would be possible to have that kind of policy in a public company, or is it only possible in a private company?
I can kick this off. I'd like to believe that it has to be possible for both a private and a public company. And I certainly feel that the wind is changing in that direction. But hey, I'm CFO of a private company for a few years now, so that's what I can talk best about. I would say on investments in general, and when I compare, obviously one of the benefits of a private company is we can choose to decide if we have at least a decent solid financial foundation when we want to make our investments. We are not bound by quarterly reporting, and the stock market in that sense. What makes it challenging, of course, as a private company is I often say that we have to do things to prove what we are doing. We cannot talk about it. Whereas if we're a public company, the stock price and what people think about you in that world at least is often driven by the expectations of future cash flows. I'm very much judged by what we're doing right now. So I think the benefit we have is we can put the money at work when we feel it's the right thing to do, and we can decide to take X quarters of headwinds because we're investing in something, or we can choose to do the kind of projects that Barry described that has got much more long-term impact on our business. So I think there are some benefits there, and maybe sometimes some disadvantages as well. But it's got to be possible for everybody to follow those same principles, and I think some of the movements we see in the financial market is going in that direction.
Barry, do you have any thoughts on the private versus the public? In particular, are there things that you can't do as a private company that you wish you could?
I think in general it's a benefit. I know certainly my peers in other companies look at me with envy sometimes that I've got both a principled set of shareholders and a small group of shareholders, and those that are in it for the long term. So I think that does create opportunities for us to make some decisions that others couldn't. But the reality is with sustainability that there are many things that are giving an immediate payback. You just have to look hard for them, and you've got to be more radical with your thinking, and that's what we've done. Just take renewable energy. We've passed the tipping point where it is cheaper if you do it well. And that is undeniable. So anybody who is saying, "Oh no, we're going to wait," you don't need to wait. It is cheaper if you do it correctly, and that's part of the magic of procurement and sustainability working together on this. So we're after that. But I think it's not a free ride in a private company, and that's where the compass comes in. So when we launched our Sustainable in a Generation plan with a plan to invest $1 billion to accelerate our progress over the first 3 years, I had to bring a solid business case, based on real cost savings, based on talent factors, talent attraction, retention, and based on growth. And we had a hard-nosed business discussion about the ROI on that, and we came to a conclusion that was somewhere between 400 and 600 million a year in returns, in benefits against that. And it's a good, solid business case. So there's no free ride in a private company either.
Good. Well, so talking about tough choices, I'm going to ask you some questions from the audience. One asks, on the palm oil front, and palm oil, as you say, has been a difficult issue for you. Are there more climate-friendly alternatives to that ingredient? The audience asks.
I think my short answer is no. Palm done well is great for the planet because it's the most productive vegetable oil. Anything else that you would grow to go into all of those different products would have 3 or 4 times the land use, and that's 3 or 4 times the pressure on forests. So if you grow palm in a highly responsible way, which is what we're doing, where it's not driving deforestation, then it's the best thing that you could do.
All right, well, here's another question from the audience, and it's also a procurement question. They ask, how can Mars procurement of cocoa in Africa provide farmers and farm workers a fair wage?
This is an extremely challenging one. And, many of the smallholder crops that we buy around the world are grown by the poorest people in the world. That's the reality. The poorest 1 billion people in the world are smallholder farmers. And in many cases, we need to double or triple their incomes to get to a decent standard of living. We've committed to do that, but frankly, it's not an overnight solution. We've made significant progress. We pay premiums. We are driving productivity programs with the farmers, and we've shown we can double their income. But it's still a challenge, and that's why we called our program Sustainable in a Generation, because there isn't a magic wand to solving many of these sort of systemic issues. And it takes years of building a sustainable solution, and just paying more doesn't get you to that sustainable business. We're trying to diversify farmers' incomes. We're trying to work with governments to put support services in place and to create that pathway for smallholder farmers to become successful businessmen. And we've proven that in 4 or 5 different crops around the world now, but lots of work still to do.
So there's so many things that a company has to do these days to be sustainable. There's governance, there's workers, there's, of course, energy, there's farm, there's how you're treating the land. How do you prioritize one item over the other? Do you just look to your shareholders, or do you have to do them all at once?
I think what we've done is really analyzed which are the biggest items that is having the biggest impact on some of those dimensions that you talk about. So we know deforestation, we know we are big agriculture companies, so we know some of the pressure points that is creating. A long time ago, we obviously identified fossil fuel energy that we've done lots of great things on, etc. So we've made a list of priorities, and I think we're really trying to start from where is the biggest impact, and where we have the right solutions. That's got to make sense in any business decisions. That's where you have the most impact. Doing all of them at once is always tricky. I also think clearly disclosure and reporting of how you're doing against this alphabet soup of different frameworks out there is really important, but it's hard, particularly at the top of an organization, to try and manage too many metrics. You've got to really focus on where's the biggest impact, and then we go from there. And I think that's what Barry has really helped us set the right set of priorities from a management standpoint, and then recommended that to our board and gained support for that and the investment plan he talked earlier.
And Barry, how do you pick priorities?
Yeah, just maybe give you a few specific examples. There are hundreds of different issues, but we focusing on the big things. It's greenhouse gas footprint. One of them, our greenhouse gas footprint is the size of a small country. We go through the ranking of countries, then we're about the size of Panama. And we've set science-based targets. We're driving down. We've decoupled our growth from our footprint. And that's one of the metrics that our family shareholders hold the board to account to, the board holds management to account to, and we've built into the remuneration of our executives. So they're remunerated on cash and earnings and greenhouse gas footprint. And perhaps the second most challenging topic that we face as a business is plastic packaging. We're in the consumer packaged good industry, which arguably is the consumer plastic packaged goods industry, and most of that packaging is not getting recycled today. So we're in the process of redesigning our packaging, pretty much all of it, and we're lining up the key metric internally for our executives again. That we'll measure them on the progress on redesigning our portfolio over the next 5 years. So, this is where we bring it to life, I think. And where it creates real, where the rubber hits the road and you get real tension between, are we investing enough in growing the business or investing enough in transforming the portfolio?
Right. So you mentioned several times that you tied compensation. When did you start doing that? Do you see a real difference between before and after?
We've already for a few years had some of these metrics embedded in long-term incentives for executives. We've just changed the last 18 months the weighting of all of that. So if you think about these 4 quadrants of our compass, which is about financial returns, growth, societal impact, and trusted partnership, they actually are going to weight 1 quarter each. We're not quite there yet. It's 40-60, but that's where we are headed. I think the combination of that and the realization of where we are at as a planet and as a society is driving the impetus to make a real difference, in our company. And I certainly feel the last 2 to 3 years we have stepped up our efforts, significantly. Both in investments, but also in outcomes. palm oil is one of our first shining examples.
Are there ever, I mean, obviously you've talked about some great examples of win-win, and I do believe that there's a lot of win-win in ESG. Have you ever run across some tough examples where maybe it wasn't win-win, where one or the other was clearly going to have to take a hit to move forward, and how did you resolve that? In other words,
I think back to the packaging topic. You know, we're going to have to invest a lot of money, hundreds of millions of dollars a year over the next years in redesigning our packaging, and in investing in the circular economy, investing behind recycled content, investing behind incentives in that system. And frankly, we're probably not going to get rewarded for that by our customers and consumers in the short term. We hope that in time, consumers will recognize the brands that are doing the right thing, but that's extremely challenging at the moment. And I don't think there are many companies, particularly in the consumer goods industry, that are really getting a return from the consumer yet on their sustainability efforts. That's I think you've got to think 10, 15 years and ahead to do that. So yeah, for sure, in the short term, that's going to hurt the financial return, but it's the right thing to do, and it sets us up for the longer term, we think.
Yeah, I think that might be a real example of the difference between a private and a public company. I'm not sure you would be able to make. I haven't seen the public companies at least making that kind of investment in changing their packaging. So, gentlemen, we only have 2 more minutes left. I just wanted to give you a chance if you felt that there were any points you wanted to make on the challenges of being both financially healthy and sustainably healthy that you wanted to share with our audience.
Maybe just talk a little bit about. Oh, you go first, Klaus. Go on.
Okay. Yeah, it's my turn, Barry. I think maybe just picking up on the last point. I mean, if I oversimplify, the world of consumer packaged goods, it's been for a long time in all of our upbringing about good quality products, ideally maybe manufactured at scale, and then some really good sales and marketing efforts. I genuinely believe that we need to add the overall societal impact, or call it the ESG agenda, to that equation. And for me, this makes it easier to think about the trade-offs that we need to make. There's tons of things we can decide in a business like ours, of our size, $40 billion in revenue, that cost hundreds of millions. So I think that it's an easy choice to think about how we bring the ESG agenda at the core of our strategy and our resource allocation, and that's going to be good for the planet and good for the future of our business as well. And I'll leave the last 30 seconds for you, Barry.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think we have some of the answers, but most of these challenges are so big that it's critical we work with others. And I think what you've seen in the last 5 years is really powerful partnerships across the value chain. I spend most of my time working with our peers, competitors on initiatives together, and that's what's going to get us there ultimately. So we need all companies to be thinking the same way, and we see more and more of that, particularly in consumer goods.
All right, well, that is our time. But thank you both so much for being with us, and that was very educational and helpful. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie.
We're in a race against time on climate change, and we have to start moving faster right now.
I think everybody now understands that urgent action is needed. We have to limit the increase of temperature to 1.5 degrees. And to do that, we have to act now, and we have to act at all levels of government.
This world is at a critical point, a point where people have waited 30 years trying to address climate change.
There is a new momentum that has come. We have what I would call the beginning of civil disobedience on climate change. That historically has always been a very important component of any major political change, and hence it is very welcome.
To overcome the current climate crisis, we need to make changes starting now.
Mayors and local leaders understand that because they see the effects of climate change firsthand.
Cities is where it happens, where the crisis strikes first, but also where the solutions are found first.
It is the momentum to act now, at the global level, at the national level, and the local level.
Young people are standing up, so we really notice there's a lot of changes, and you have to really bring pressure to those who are not accepting that if you're not going this direction, we can't save the world.
Good afternoon. I'm Tansy Whalen. I'm professor and director of NYU Stern Center for Sustainable Business. And I want to thank, again, Bloomberg for putting on a terrific sustainability summit. I enjoy it every year, and I really enjoy the panelists, and it's an honor to be here. Before I bring up our panelists, I'm going to give you a short summary of the exciting launch that we're doing today around a sustainable apparel framework that will help apparel companies to monetize the return on their sustainability investments. And this is building on ROSI, Return on Sustainability Investment framework that we've designed. The apparel sector, as you know, is dealing with a number of material, environmental, and social challenges ranging from unfair labor practices to water and climate change issues, as well as challenges related to COVID and to the shift into e-commerce. So as the industry builds back better, it needs to be able to invest in sustainability and understand the impacts of that. With support from HSBC and with engagement from Eileen Fisher, REI, Reformation, and others, we have developed a framework. Oops, now here we go. Sorry, my slide changer thing. We've developed a framework that builds on these mediating factors such as sustainability driving innovation, operational efficiency, risk mitigation, et cetera, and thus better financial performance through first identifying what the key sustainability strategies are. If you can move my slide forward because oops, there we go. There we go. We've identified 8 sustainability strategies through our research and through the engagement with the apparel companies, ranging from reducing chemical impact to investing in circularity and innovation to improving employee and supplier well-being across the entire value chain. Across those 8 strategies, we've also identified 60 practices that we have then figured out how to monetize. And you'll see the next slide shows us, for example, in terms of investing in circularity and innovation, on the left-hand side, you see practices such as invest in circular product take-back programs, and across the value chain, different practices, sub-practices that have been put in place. And we now have launched on our website, with the help of our partners, a framework and set of monetization tools that anybody can use to actually monetize these different practices. So at this point, I would like to bring up our panelists. If we can remove the slides, there we go. And I'd like to introduce Eric Fish, who is National Sector Head of Retail and Apparel, Corporate Banking at HSBC. Matt Thurston, who's Director of Sustainability at REI, and Amy Hall, who is VP of Social Consciousness, I love that title, at Eileen Fisher. Thank you all for being here and all for the terrific work that you've done to date. Eric, I'm going to kick this off with a couple of questions to you. So first, as a corporate banker, how are you supporting apparel companies in advancing their sustainability strategies?
Thanks, Tansy. Thanks for having me with you. This concept of sustainability and ESG is really core to the DNA of HSBC. We recently reaffirmed our commitment to being net carbon neutral by 2030, net financed carbon neutral by 2050. And the way for us to achieve that is not to suddenly drop all of our carbon emitting clients, but rather to find new innovation, new methods of supporting existing and new clients in their move towards a more sustainable future. And that's why we're so excited about this project in particular and the new tool you've developed, because it gives us an opportunity to help companies quantify how these changes impact them. And we've already seen that. We've met with corporate treasurers who've immediately grabbed onto concepts around improvements in transportation and circularity and water use, and in a way that allows them to quantify it and then take that forward internally for decisioning. Historically, there's really been a divide when we've spoken to companies between the objectives of the ESG staff and then the finance staff. And we're hoping that this creates a bridge to help us encourage this behavior in the future.
Terrific. Yeah, I think that just that break between finance and sustainability is really critical. So then, how might a focus on sustainability and tracking ROSI, or the return on sustainability investment, really help companies mitigate against disruptive changes in the apparel sector in specific? I know you've seen in your talks some interesting trends.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about trends, really COVID is overarching the entire industry. And so I strongly believe that once we sort of get to a more stable environment with the pandemic, sustainability and ESG is going to be the new overarching theme that impacts everyone. As we look for companies to make really impactful changes, it's going to come through a combination of government regulation, consumer sentiment and behavior, and then financial self-interest. And this tool, ROSI, what it does is it allows us to really attack that last one, to demonstrate and quantify where that financial self-interest aligns with these impacts that we're all trying to achieve. And so once we're able to do that with clients and set those goals based on quantifiable evidence, I think we'll see more investment in it.
Great. Thank you so much, Eric. And again, I want to thank HSBC for your leadership on this and your support of our research and work here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, absolutely. Matt, so the focus of our collaboration was on monetizing the benefits of being a purpose-led company, especially as it pertains to how it might improve overall employee well-being. Could you walk us through the results and what implications it's had for REI's management?
It'd be a pleasure to, and thank you for having us. You know, for anyone not familiar with REI, we're an outdoor gear and apparel company. We help people get outside with products and experiences for a wide range of muscle-powered activities. And as a national retailer, our employee base has really been the core of our success over the 82 years of the co-op's history. And for us, 90+% of our employees are engaging with our customers on a day-to-day basis. They're helping people pick the right technical products to get outside. And so when you really think about in this kind of cutthroat retail environment, your ability to attract great talent, to retain them and to grow them is really critical. And our organization has a very sort of values-based mindset as a co-op and how we think about investing in our employees. And we really wanted to use this new ROSI framework as it applied to the retail sector to kind of test those boundaries and understand where particularly investments in our own employee base come at a cost. And is there a return on that? You know, we're making these investments because it's the right thing to do. We really wanted to understand what the business case on the back end might look like. And so we used the ROSI methodology in partnership with the Stern researchers to look at a couple key investments that we make, particularly around paid days off that we give all of our employees to go outdoors and to give back to their communities, and to understand what an ROI behind that might be. So we triangulated data from across our organization, pulling all sorts of data sets from anonymized employee engagement results to data on hiring and retention rates and looking at industry norms. And what we found was that there is a modest but definitely notable return to our organization from creating these benefits, these sustainability-oriented benefits for our employees. And it's on the order of about 5% of our total payroll costs is what we're seeing as probably our return back to our organization.
Thank you so much, Matt. So, what advice might you have for companies regarding how they engage employees through the lens of purpose and sustainability, and also how best to monetize that?
Yeah, well, you know, I mentioned we really started these investments because it's the right thing to do, but we hope that the framework here is one that really encourages more organizations to look into this. You know, what we found was that sustainability related investments in your workforce can be cost neutral, or in our case, even beneficial to the bottom line of the organization. And if you think about what it would look like for the retail sector to scale those practices, it's really a win-win. 10 million people work in retail across the U.S. So to invest in sustainability-related experiences and outcomes for that sector of the economy is something that clearly has a benefit both for the people that are working in that sector, like myself, and also a benefit potentially for the companies working in this space. And we think that that's a really powerful way of analyzing decisions that we haven't necessarily analyzed in that manner previously.
Thank you, Matt. I'd like to stress really for any industry that is investing in sustainability and purpose, understanding the intangible, but then monetizing the intangible benefit of improved retention and productivity as a result of you being a purpose-led sustainable company, I think holds true as we've seen across a variety of different industries and companies. So thank you so much for that, Matt. Amy, your turn. So the focus for our collaboration was on monetizing the benefits of your climate change commitments related to your transportation modes for your products. Can you share with us what you learned from employing the ROSI model and how it might impact decision-making moving forward?
Sure. Excuse me. I'm also happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me. And for involving Eileen Fisher. So, we have been tracking our transportation for several years now, our transportation, the carbon emissions associated with our transportation. And when we started this work with your team, gosh, over a year ago now, the first thing that happened was, just trying to figure out where to get all the data that you needed to put this model together. And so that was a challenge in itself, just kind of understanding where the data lives within the organization, who's responsible. And it really was a multiple, team effort. And I would say, though, once we got it all under control and we started to see the results of the calculations that you all were putting together for us, it became evident that not only did, ROSI, the tool, provide us with really important data around cost savings of shifting, for example, from air to sea transport or air to truck transport where possible. But it also made us realize that that isn't always the goal, because it depends on how quickly we need to get something to our customers, how quickly we need to turn a product around. So ROSI became a tool for us to make really informed decisions, important decisions. Sometimes we'll choose the more expensive route if it means getting something to our customer faster. So, so there was this kind of all hands on deck learning, as well as this idea that being well informed is really important to making good decisions, and ROSI really helped us get there.
Thank you. I think an additional point that was so interesting to me is that as you had started to shift somewhat away from air travel, when COVID hit, air prices went up and you were somewhat insulated. You still had to pay more, but you were somewhat insulated from that because you had begun to make that shift to having slightly less air intensive modes, which I thought was interesting in terms of management of risk. Second point, second question, we're also working with you currently on how you might monetize the returns on the investments you're making around the circular economy and circular solutions, which I think is a big issue not only for apparel but a topic in this entire conference. I'm wondering if you could share with us at a high level the initial results from that work in terms of the types of benefits Eileen Fisher is seeing, and if you could share with us what specifically you're doing around circularity, so that helps ground it for the audience.
Right. So we've been taking our clothes back, our own Eileen Fisher clothes back, the gently worn, gently used clothes from our customers for 11 years now, and turning some of that into new product, turning other of it into another kind of product. That we break it down a number of different ways. We don't throw anything out. And so it's this idea of trying to keep our clothes in use for as long as possible and then finding new uses for the old clothes. And it's called Eileen Fisher Renew. And so the obvious for us, there's an obvious, we take this old clothing back, it becomes the raw materials for a new product. So there's an obvious kind of, profit margin benefit that we can gain from that. And that was something we already knew about. But what ROSI is showing us is looking at the cost of marketing and how our sort of mainline core product marketing efforts, combined with those that are being done for the Renew product, are benefiting both lines of products. So there's a sort of a halo effect. We bring in new customers through Renew, and some of them then become customers for our Eileen Fisher product, and vice versa. So there's this idea of of being able to quantify and monetize the new customer acquisition through the Renew product, also marketing costs and the return on investment of the marketing costs, and also this idea of the value of waste in itself, something that many of us might not realize has a value. So uh, just turning the old clothes into something new. And I guess, yeah, so it's expanding on bringing in new customers, I guess for me is the main. I just went in a big circle, but we're talking about circular products, so it's perfect.
Fine.
But that's the value of Rosie for us, is looking at those intangibles and finding monetary value for those.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Well, you all have been, I made everybody swear that they'd be very short and succinct, and you guys have been terrific. So we have lots of good time together to talk about more things. And we're also welcome to any questions from the audience. So basically what we're talking about is that sustainability, as we're seeing through this framework, is really driving that next level of good management, right? It's driving innovation, it's driving operational efficiency, it's driving employee engagement and retention, it's driving new customer loyalty or acquisition. And yet, we don't always monetize this. We have challenges with that because we often have sustainability strategies that are designed in one place, executed in another, and that the CFOs aren't necessarily engaged, as you mentioned earlier, Eric, with basically tracking those returns on the investments and aggregating them. So I'd love to give you each one more quick question, and then I see we have audience questions. So in order to scale up sustainability quickly, I mean, we've got real big challenges. We need investment as soon as possible to help companies move forward. Given your experience generally and with this project, what's your advice to participants on how best to do that, how to get more investment driving scaling up sustainability? Eric, let me ask you.
Sure. Yeah, I would tell my clients to approach it the same way they would any other investment in their business. If it's an investment that's meant to drive revenue, then try to use Rosie to figure out how much revenue that is and whether or not this not only makes sense from a moral perspective, but can actually correlate to increased income, increased revenue. If it's on the cost saving side, then do the same thing. If we're able to bridge that gap where we can show a company that it makes sense just the same as investing in a new plant or a new marketing strategy, then I think we'll get a lot of companies to convert to it on top of the fact that they already want to participate. But this provides them with a financial incentive to do it on top of that.
Great. Thank you. Amy, how about you?
So a lot of people think the sustainability happens in one little part of the company over here, like the sustainability team. But I think what's really important to recognize is the role that every single person in the company plays, both in terms of making the actual change happen, but also in terms of providing the data and the metrics and owning that for themselves. And so it's really a team effort across the board. Everybody has to recognize their part in this big picture, this big effort that we're calling sustainability. And it is only through everybody's participation that we can move this work forward.
Thank you. And indeed, what we see is that oftentimes the data is there, but nobody is currently collecting it and bringing it together. And this requires a new approach to that, to tracking and collecting that data. Matt, how about you? And then I have a question for you from the audience.
Sure. Well, and I'll build on that point. Maybe a couple thoughts. The first is that the ROSI methodology really encouraged us to bring an additional lens to how we think about parts of our business where traditionally we haven't necessarily sought to quantify it. And again, we're making decisions in many instances because it's rooted in our values and what we believe as a co-op and as an employer is best for our organization. But to be able to understand not just the costs associated with that, which we do measure, but also the potential benefits that we derive from some of these choices was really powerful. And it going through this process and working on this research with the NYU Stern team really caused us to look at data sets in ways that we had not looked at before. So, the power of continuing to dig into parts of your business that maybe historically you haven't necessarily tried to quantify both costs and returns. I think that that's also true at an industry level for apparel and for footwear. This is an incredibly fiercely competitive sector of the economy. And, organizations have done a really good job of honing their business acumen. On the sustainability side, the industry has also, I think, done a really impressive job of creating standard tools and metrics for how to measure sustainability impacts, both social, environmental, and at different points in our supply chain, into the finished product, and even the sustainability of brands and retailers themselves. That work, though, has often occurred separately from that robust financial lens that we like to bring to decisions about whether to open new stores or expand or what have you. And what this finally does is this pulls together a framework that allows you to map all of the different sustainability interventions available in this sector, and then to actually go and do the quantification to understand how choices that you're making as a business have positive or negative returns. And again, you're going to make some of these choices regardless because it's the right thing to do, but to understand what that full business case looks like is really powerful. And so that's something that this has really unlocked for us.
Thank you. And indeed, one of the things that we're seeing is that, as companies understand the full portfolio of return on the different strategies that they're putting in place, some of those actually cost more. Some of them actually save money or create new revenues. When they look at the whole thing together, it helps them make a better argument for where and how they need to invest more. Specifically, Matt, there's a question for you around the the work that you did to analyze the financial returns of your purpose-led program, and they want to understand what were the specific drivers. How did you arrive at the numbers? If you wouldn't mind sharing that.
Yeah, it's a great question. So we started with the hypothesis that REI has highly engaged employees, and that could have a positive return. And what we were really testing within that was, are our investments in sustainability related initiatives leading to the higher levels of engagement, and are the higher levels of engagement leading to higher levels of retention and performance? And so we actually started that analysis by taking a look at our employee engagement survey results. So we survey all of our employees 4 times a year, and we get an anonymized roll-up of what that looks like. And we look at a whole number of different endpoints in there. But what we started doing is we started pulling out the ones that are really related, the endpoints related to our values and our connection to sustainability, and understanding if employees who generally believe that the co-op is really investing in the future of life outdoors and really investing in its employees and their ability to live that lifestyle, does that correlate with an overall higher level of engagement? And not surprisingly, the answer is yes, but we hadn't actually gone and done the robust statistical analysis to prove that out before. So once we had that, we then took that information and looked at how does REI's employee base as a retailer, again, 90% of our employees work on the retail side of the business, how does that translate in terms of ability to attract and retain talent, and then just overall performance? And for that, what we did is we benchmarked our internal metrics from our HR team against industry level metrics, looking across apparel and footwear. And we found that there's actually a pretty substantial difference there. And so you're able to basically take this thread through and begin to appreciate that our values-based investments creating a higher level of engagement, which in return is creating a higher level of retention and performance among our employee base. So all of that information, for those who are interested in kind of digging into the details, is available in a case study that the NYU team will be publishing. And Tansi, you may have some additional details about that, as well as how to find the ROSI tool.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. So you can access this information on Center for Sustainable Business Return on Sustainable Investment, or ROSI, ROSI. For short, CSB ROSI, you'll find online. And we also are identifying studies. We're creating a ROSI repository, as we call it, that will have these types of assumptions so that you can understand, for example, what is the typical turnover rate for a particular industry. So you can then look at your own turnover rate and understand what the difference is. And then, as Matt laid out, make sure that you understand the correlation with what you're doing with your employees. So you have good questionnaires to understand how important purpose and sustainability is, but then you can really look at the differences in retention for you versus a company that doesn't have that kind of purpose, as well as productivity. And that's very relevant. Once you've got there, you can relatively easily monetize it because you know how much it costs you to replace somebody. You can analyze how many people you would have lost had you not put that in place against that particular data point, et cetera. So it's pretty basic once you've got that sort of framework, though. So what we find from companies on this particular, and I'm harping on this topic because it's true for all companies as they're looking for talent, is that they don't adequately track on the employee side the understand sort of the engagement piece of this. And so you really need that data in order to make these extrapolations. So as we finish up here, I just want to quickly summarize by saying what we see today in the field of sustainability is people managing for and reporting material ESG issues, and reporting and managing for financial issues, and not bringing the two together. And what we see from investors currently, for the most part, is that they're asking for those two things separately. But we're seeing increasing interest in understanding the decision-making impacts, or impacts for decision-making of understanding the financial returns on sustainability investment to use not only for looking backward, but also for looking forward to make decisions about how do you deal with the material issues for your industry, where do you invest, and how do you best make that argument both for your investors, your board, and for your employees. So again, I want to thank the terrific panel here for your great work on sustainability, on purpose in all of your different areas. I want to thank Bloomberg for giving us the opportunity to share this information with you, and we look forward to hearing from you. And we hope you have a great evening. And again, thanks so much to Eric, Amy, and Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining this session of Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. And this marks the end of this year's event. We hope you enjoyed these conversations and all the other great discussions we've had over the past 2 days. Thank you to all our speakers and moderators for a wonderful program. And thanks to our summit advisors, ADM, Ball Corporation, BMO, EY, and Schroders, and our participating sponsor, Qatar Foundation, for making this event possible. And most of all, thank you for being such an engaged audience. To rewatch any part of this event, you can come back to this website where all the recordings will be uploaded. You can also access videos of all interviews on Bloomberg Live's page on YouTube. For more financial and business news from Bloomberg's global newsroom, you can visit Bloomberg.com. And remember to follow Bloomberg on Twitter. Our handle is simply @business. Thank you for watching.